This guy is just a forced rank who can pass the test with perfect scores. He even kills bosses empty-handed, making the judges scold him. So, is he just hacking? The S-rank training room was also destroyed by him. The manager could only cry and wonder where this god came from, ruining my entire month's salary. It turns out that in my previous life, I was the legendary first-class hunter, but I was betrayed by my teammates because I trusted them too much. On the 8th floor of the tower, known as the Land of the Dead, a cold atmosphere envelops everything as a mighty army marches forward through the white snow and towering stone pillars. Leading the elite soldiers is Kijo Kazuki, the leader of the Lamku Guild and currently ranked 6th. He confidently announced to the entire army, "Guys, today we're going into the 8th floor boss to make history." Kuki reminded us seriously, "Don't dawdle just because this is a coalition raid. If we don't clear this place, level 9 will remain a mystery forever." As the soldiers raised their spears in unison to respond, Kazuki suddenly froze in amazement as a group of people approaching majestically from afar made everyone exclaim, "Look who's coming, it's Lam Nyan." The leader is none other than Narukami Subaru, the head of the Lam Nyan Guild, who is currently in first place. As soon as he saw the familiar figure, Kazuki excitedly called out to Subaru. Approaching calmly, Subaru softly replied, "Sorry to keep everyone waiting." "Keep everyone?" But Kazuki waved his hand and said with a smile, "Waiting long? You're the first to arrive." He also said he heard that the martial arts team would join the raid today. Kazuki continued to think that since Subaru was the leader, those guys probably just wanted to follow and pick up any scraps he left behind. Hearing that, Subaru gently touched the sword hilt and muttered, "If all they want is to pick up the remains, they might be mistaken. I already have something right here." After finishing, Subaru took out a glowing red item and placed it in Kazuki's hand, leaving him stunned. It was the blessing of the great heavenly god, a legendary grade equipment that can automatically recover half of fatigue instantly when reaching the limit. Looking at the treasure in his hand, Kazuki stammered as Subaru explained that he had intended to complete this raid perfectly, but as a precaution, he wanted Kazuki to keep it with him. Although Kazuki wanted to refuse, thinking Subaru needed it more, Subaru remained firm and made an unexpected offer. Moreover, after this battle, does he want to return to Lam Nyan? Subaru added, "I'll lend you my stuff, but if you keep it, watch out for trouble." As soon as Subaru put his hand on his old friend's shoulder, a terrifying pressure suddenly descended, making both of them pale in horror. Kazuki shouted, "It's coming!" Subaru couldn't hide his shock at the enemy's early arrival. Amidst the chaos and fear of the 8th tier guardian's terrifying power, Kazuki roared orders for the army to prepare for the attack. Suddenly, a gigantic creature resembling a multi-headed dragon, known as the poison dragon water monster, appeared towering, ready to crush everything. Confronted with the monstrous creature before him, Subaru felt an unsettling sensation creeping through his skin, making him itch fiercely. Instantly, a surge of electricity coursed through his body, causing his eyes to glow brightly in the darkness. Subaru growled with deadly intent, "Today is your death. Don't bother me when I'm itchy." Seeing the monster gathering dark green energy in its mouth, Kazuki panicked and shouted orders to the entire army. It's about to unleash its breath. "Everyone, step back." But Subaru remains still and responds with unwavering determination. "I don't need to." While still stunned and confused, Subaru charged forward directly facing the dragon's deadly breath, causing a deafening explosion. Subaru tears through his opponent's attack with a lightning-powered slash. Watching this, Kazuki can only stand in awe and say, "Subaru, you never change." Immediately after the impressive preemptive strike, the team members gathered around Subaru and a red-haired guy excitedly shouted, "Amazing, Subaru. Your training really paid off." Contrary to that excitement, Kazuki sighed regretfully. "Damn it, I was a step too slow. I wanted to land the first strike." At this moment, a girl from the group curiously approached Subaru and quietly asked about the item he had given to Kazuki earlier, but he simply replied, "You will find out soon." Subaru adjusted his mask, his eyes showing determination as he looked at the enemy. "Is everyone ready? We're going to kill this big lizard and get past this damn 8th floor." The giant monster roared wildly as Subaru's army began their assault. From behind, Kazuki smiled grimly, watching the warriors' coordinated efforts. He muttered softly, watching their unity. Sometimes the brightest smile hides the darkest intentions. Everything seems to be unfolding exactly as Kazuki expected. He thought to himself that the hidden soldiers were already in position to carry out the secret plan. Feeling that the moment had come, Kazuki turned to give orders to those waiting behind for instructions. "Excellent. Then let's get started." Receiving the order, the middle-aged man with a beard and his mysterious companion in a cloak nodded in confirmation. "Good luck, because you're going to need it soon." Kazuki did not respond. He simply turned silently, his cold gaze fixed on the increasingly chaotic battlefield. Above, a female mage calmly observes the scene, preparing to assist. The battle was extremely intense, as the multi-headed dragon repeatedly swung its terrifying long necks to crush anyone who approached, but the members of the alliance remained fearless. They all charged forward, unleashing lightning-fast slashes and icy spear thrusts, tearing through the monster's hide. Amid the fierce battle, a female assassin suddenly leapt into the air, wielding her dagger to strike the dragon's neck with a powerful blow. "Hey, don't just start swinging without saying anything. Are you really still not used to how I work?" Still, the teammate frowns and reminds her to be more careful in dangerous situations like this. Tosi charged into the battle with fierce determination, shouting his name and challenging his teammates. Whoever hits harder will be the boss, guys. Immediately after, a slash of blazing red spiritual energy strikes straight down the monster's neck. Not to be outdone, another warrior leaps into the air with shimmering blue swords. He cheerfully declares that the loser will have to buy dinner. Sorry, Chino. The continuous slashes of swordsmanship tear through the beast's flesh, causing the water dragon to roar in pain. Standing in the back line, Chino shouts loudly to encourage everyone. Don't worry about me. Keep attacking and leave the defense to me. But just as Chino raised her shield, Kazuki suddenly appeared right behind her. He coldly calls her name and makes a sarcastic remark. Do you think you can defend against this too? In front of Chino's shock, Kazuki ruthlessly thrust his sword through her from behind. He calmly declared, seriously, this is the price for being too arrogant. Feeling the upheaval, Subaru was stunned as he turned back to see Chino falling after being stabbed by that bastard while Kazuki stood there with his bloodstained sword in hand. Subaru's eyes burned with fury. Kazuki smirked wickedly, his face smeared with his comrade's blood, and warned, Subaru, there's no time to look away. While the monster loomed right behind him, Subaru could only bitterly ask, Kuki, why was it that when the world first started to mutate, you were chosen by the tower? That is the fateful message that begins it all, a mysterious call. Welcome to the tower's slaughterhouse. Get ready for some pain. A single message was sent to all players marking the tower's first appearance. Until now, no one knows whether it is a cruel challenge or a blessing of salvation, nor do they understand who is behind it or the true purpose of that message. Everyone simply obeyed the irresistible command, together aiming for the top of the tower where no one had ever set foot before. From Earth, Wulin, to Runeterra, Elfred, or Lucan. The warriors from countless different dimensions, each carrying their own burdens, continue tirelessly on their arduous climb up the tower. But the cost of this journey is unbearably tragic. After the brutal battle, the corpse of the 8th floor boss, the Crimson Dragon Hydra, now lies motionless as a pile of mangled flesh in the snow, with black smoke rising from its massive body, evidence of a merciless slaughter. But the scene around it is even more devastating, with the bodies of warriors scattered everywhere. Among the wreckage, Subaru gasps painfully. His face covered in blood and his eyes filled with shock. He looked at the fallen comrades lying still on the ground and choked out, I told you to run away! And yet you didn't listen. And in the end, the Alliance managed to defeat the monster rumored to be unstoppable. But this victory comes with the bitterness of loss. Subaru looked at his fallen friends, bitterly cursing in frustration. I don't remember giving you permission to die. You fools, the system keeps warning of an emergency. Subaru is poisoned and his natural recovery ability has been completely disabled. With exhaustion reaching 94%, he knows he will die if it hits 100. In his final moments, Subaru thought he knew exactly what his comrades would say if he could go back. Standing before him now, Kazuki sarcastically dismissed Vuong. However, unable to contain his rage, Subaru growled, Why did you do this? Answer me. It's been 10 years, Subaru. He admits, I've been waiting for this day for 10 years now, so pay up, buddy. If I don't attract Subaru's attention, my precious blue eyes will surely block his path. Seeing the bodies of his fallen comrades scattered on the snow, Kazuki frantically screams that Subaru has no idea how much what he gave him has weighed on him. That's why he chose this world over him. He sighed regretfully that it had to end this way, but in the end, he finally saw the outcome he desired. Kuki raised the blessing item of the great heavenly god and laughed mockingly. Oh, right. I guess I don't need to return this anymore since Lamnon will disappear with you. He advised Subaru not to be sad because even in death he would be remembered as a hero. Faced with that falsehood, Subaru only slightly curled his lips. Until the very end, you only hear what you want to hear, trying to cling to your fading strength. Subaru realizes he can't survive like this, but he refuses to accept such a meaningless death. Immediately, Subaru activates a magic item that causes the purple cards around him to glow brightly. Don't mess with the top player's inventory. Seeing the unexpected change, Kazuki's face turned pale in horror. No way. Subaru struggles to his feet, holding the Owl's sword set, a legendary grade weapon above level 80, capable of creating a powerful wind that blows targets up to 10 kilometers away. Kazuki is stunned to see the treasure still functional. He shouted in amazement, It still works. It still has uses left? Despite his wounds, Subaru swung the Aeolus fan fiercely and responded with contempt. I won't tell you anything, you bastard. The item notification system still has 4 uses left, equal to the number of surviving Lamnon members lying behind. Subaru silently thought that as long as that was the case, everyone could at least return safely. A surge of intense pressure erupts instantly, sweeping his comrades off the battlefield in tears. Seeing the prey escape right before his eyes, Kazuki furiously orders the soldiers. Chase after them. Hurry up. Don't let anyone survive. But Subaru blocked their way with a challenging smile. Why rush and hurry? Stay here and have a thunderstorm with me for fun. Even though the system keeps warning that fatigue has reached 95 and resistance is severely limited, a giant lightning bolt from the sky strikes down like the wrath of the Thunder King, destroying the ground and pushing back the soldiers. Faced with that overwhelming power, Kazuki could only force a cunning smile. Subaru, you're really stubborn, huh? Despite exhaustion and increasing fatigue, Subaru still stands tall amidst the blazing yellow lightning. I don't know what Kijo promised to make you do this, but if you've got the guts to betray, you'd better prepare a coffin. From this moment on, no one is allowed to leave without my permission. Feeling the danger, the traitors desperately charged forward, aiming to take everything or die trying, while Subaru swung his weapon, slicing through space as he faced the incoming wave of enemies head-on. Normally, Subaru would never lose to these weaklings, but right now his body has reached its limit. He silently thought that if Kazuki had stepped in directly, things would have been much worse. Facing the ragtag soldiers while exhausted made Subaru struggle greatly. The system keeps warning that his fatigue has risen to 97. Knowing he can't prolong this battle, Subaru tries to get up, but an enemy quickly closes in from behind. A brutal slash tears through the defenses, wounding Subaru badly. He collapses in pain. The cold system announces that fatigue has reached 98, causing his vision to blur, as Subaru groans in pain while relentless attacks threaten to crush his remaining strength. The sword in his hand falls to the ground. Seeing that the opponent can no longer resist, a victorious soldier cheers. We did it. We killed Subaru Narukami early and paid the price. But suddenly Subaru raised his head, his eyes shining with a deathly gaze that left the soldier speechless. He growled with deadly intent. Who did you just kill? Immediately, a fierce golden lightning erupted from Subaru's body, knocking back the entire encircling army and burning everything in sight. Amidst the thick smoke and dust, Subaru stands firm like a war god. The remaining soldiers tremblingly gaze at his towering figure and gasp in horror. Is he down? Have we defeated that monster yet? Standing from afar, Kazuki coldly observes the tragic scene, softly muttering with an emotionless face. Subaru, I never expected your era to end so simply. The system keeps issuing deadly red alerts. Fatigue has risen to 99. Danger. Fatigue is extremely high. You will die if it reaches 100. Subaru coughed up blood, his breath ragged but his eyes still blazing. Kazuki, despite his body shattered beyond movement, Subaru still managed to rise, gripping the blazing yellow lightning weapon tightly and whispering to himself. You should know better than anyone that in the end, he gathers his last remaining strength to launch a decisive attack with a final fierce declaration. Bloodied and exhausted, while Kazuki, always mocking, looks at the treasure in his hand, and I silently mourn my own survival. Before he could finish his words, Subaru's eyes blazed with fury as a massive lightning pillar descended onto Kazuki's position, leaving him stunned and only able to gasp in shock. No way. Subaru proudly declares, I will be the one to win in the end. But then, his consciousness began to fade into endless darkness. He mocked himself, saying cool things like that while looking utterly pathetic. Subaru only hopes to drag Kazuki down with him before he truly disappears. The final lightning strike hit its mark, but in that moment close to death, he felt an indescribable strange sensation creeping into his mind. Subaru wondered if he would be trapped in this void forever. That emptiness was no different from a brutal torture. Suddenly, a strong and unpleasant smell hit his nose, making him grimace. Does hell also smell this bad? A glimmer of hope flickered in his mind. Could it be? The trash bin lid suddenly popped off with a dry bang. Subaru was stunned to realize he was sitting among a pile of foul-smelling garbage in a dark, narrow alley. Looking around the unfamiliar scene with old brick walls, he exclaimed, Is this hell? Suddenly, a magic status board appeared right in front of Subaru Hosoi, a level 1 Earth inhabitant, overwhelmed. What the hell are these pathetic stats? What kind of crappy status screen is this? From top tier to trash clearance. A sudden intense headache hit him like it was going to tear his brain apart, causing him to clutch his head and groan. I guess this name really doesn't match my face at all, and I'm also from Earth, a place considered the home of trash. Just then, two strangers approached and sneered. What are you doing here? Are you just here to make us look better? Subaru realizes the harsh truth that the great Subaru Narukami is now just an abnormality, and he must find a way to regain even half of his power from 20 years ago. Huh? Subaru Naru. Kami died 20 years ago? Subaru was stunned as he looked at his reflection, unable to believe that this body belonged to someone completely different. In a panic, he tried to reassure himself that it was just a dream, but the searing pain from falling from the pile of trash back to the ground dragged him back to harsh reality. Amid the wreckage, Subaru suddenly spots a player's tool lying among the debris. He realizes that using this, he can search for information about what happened. Immediately, Subaru activated the device and entered the search term Lamnon. A series of results appeared, leaving him stunned. Lamku, the heir to Lamnyan, lacks strength? The secret behind the name Lamku, Lamnyan, is how Subaru Narukami named himself. The news site also reports that Lamku is continuing to develop to inherit his will, but what shocks Subaru the most is the headline. Our Kijo Club will win the next tournament. Where is justice, huh? I can't believe my eyes when I see the traitor still alive after 20 years. Seeing his face with a long scar and an eye patch, Subaru grits his teeth in hatred and calls out Kazuki Kyo's name. Memories of the past suddenly flood back in Subaru's mind, recalling that evening on the rooftop when he told Kazuki about his plan to leave Lamnon and asked him to inform the others. At that time, Subaru still considered Kazuki a close friend. Kazuki only smiled gently, told him not to worry, and assured him that even if he left, he would still be his shadow. But a few years later, Kazuki formed a gang and appeared under the name Lam Ku, the name they used to joke about his shadow. Returning to the present, Subaru wondered if after 20 years stuck on the 9th floor with chickens like these, he still wants to be the boss. Lost in thought, he suddenly froze when he saw a news article about a memorial service attracting thousands of visitors. Subaru was stunned to realize that this world had built an entire memorial hall named after Subaru Narukami to remember him. Standing in front of the grand building honoring himself, Subaru could only gasp in utter amazement, unable to believe it. As he stepped inside the hall, he couldn't help but be stunned by the scale of the place. He quietly wondered, "This building is more impressive than I thought." Seeing my old mask displayed reverently, alongside giant holograms recreating my golden days, Subaru bitterly asked himself, "What's the point of remembering me? Who and for what purpose? Why did they do this?" The narration from the footage echoes through the hall, causing Subaru to clutch his head in pain. He was your idol, but you accidentally sent him away. The hero of the Lam Nan gang, the creator of the undefeated legend, the man closest to the top of the tower, Subaru Narukami. The more he listened, the more Subaru felt disgusted by this hypocrisy. He stammered, "Are you enough for me?" The image of Kazuki in his stylish suit appears on the big screen. He confidently declares, "Together with all my teammates, to forever remember him, we have established this memorial hall." Seeing the traitor pretending to be a loyal friend, Subaru grits his teeth in anger and says through clenched jaws, "Kazuki!" On the screen, Kazuki continues his insincere speech. Subaru Narukami and Lam Nan are no longer here. However, Lam Ku is the only remaining guild, inheriting their noble spirit, and cannot tolerate those lies any longer. Subaru shouted, "Stop talking nonsense!" Subaru's eyes burned with fury as he challenged in a low voice, "You're not satisfied just killing me. If that's the case, I'll have to meet your expectations." Meanwhile, Kazuki's image on the screen remains calm as he asserts that Subaru, Narukami, and Lam Nan will never return. Just wait, we will never forget them. Seeing the enemy smirking triumphantly as the crowd cheers, Subaru clenched his fists. He stared directly at the giant figure of Kazuki in steel iron and declared, "Wait and see, I will reset this tangled world. I won't let him do that terrible thing again." Subaru's eyes hardened with determination, vowing not to waste this second chance. Lost in thought, Subaru accidentally bumped into someone, causing them to fall to the ground. He paused and quickly reached out his hand to help. Subaru called out, but as soon as he saw who it was, he froze in shock. In front of him was a teenage boy wearing the same iconic black and gold mask from his past. "Hey, why has your limited mask turned into something sold by weight now?" Subaru thought to himself in surprise. The boy named Minato apologized. "I'm sorry. Are you okay?" Seeing the boy's family members worried, they ran over to ask. Subaru just forced a smile to reassure them. "Don't worry, we just bumped into each other a little." But his shock grew even more when he realized that not only Minato, but also his companions were wearing the same thing. Subaru rubbed his eyes, unable to believe what was happening. What the hell is going on when the entire server is using the same skin? Looking out into the distance, Subaru was completely stunned to see a hall filled with masks identical to his own. "What the hell is going on here?" Subaru screams in his mind as Kazuki's words from the past suddenly echo like a curse. "It's a pity that things turned out this way. Don't be sad, even after you die, you'll still be regarded as a hero of history." Seeing the treacherous smile of the betrayer in his memory, Subaru realizes this is how Kazuki honors him to reap the benefits. He stands silently among the masked crowd and wonders if this is truly his real intention. Subaru grits his teeth and calls out the traitor's name in his mind, slipping through the masked crowd to move toward the center. In front of him was a vibrant altar with flowers and candles, where a picture of himself from the past was placed. Subaru finally realized that all of this was just Kazuki's way of claiming the glory of the Lam Eye for himself. Suddenly, Subaru's gaze stopped at the blue chrysanthemums emitting a faint spiritual energy. His pupils shrank in astonishment, ignoring everything around him. Subaru frantically rushes forward, shoving everyone aside, ignoring the crowd shouting behind him. "Stay in line, a kid! Don't just rush in because the flowers look pretty." Subaru still did not stop, kneeling before the altar, trembling as he touched the strange blue chrysanthemums. Feeling the familiar breath, Subaru picked up a flower and exclaimed, "Are you her, Sigurasagiri?" Up above, from a hidden corner of the building, two mysterious figures in black cloaks silently observe. One of them says, "We've also survived this year's accident." The other person reminds them that if they are a little late, they'll run into the blue-haired one. The girl accompanying him wonders if performing this ritual every anniversary is really necessary and thinks just offering chrysanthemums would be enough. At this moment, the man with silver hair reveals himself and calmly says, "You will never know what could happen. Subaru might recognize the flowers we brought." Standing on the windy rooftop, the hooded figure skeptically asked his companion, "Do you really think that kid is still alive?" The man with long silver hair gently stepped forward, his gaze distant in reply. "Seeing the body isn't enough to believe it. Just wait and see what I do." The hooded man sighed in frustration, thinking that maybe Kazuki finding their location would be faster than searching for Subaru, and he shouted bitterly, "Moreover, if Subaru were really still alive, we wouldn't have had to stand still and watch everything unfold over the past 20 years. Idiot!" Faced with that anger, the silver-haired man simply smiled silently as he watched the sunset gradually sinking beyond the horizon, while Subaru was sprinting desperately through the bushes, breath ragged and sweat pouring down his face. His mind was overwhelmed with questions. Is she really still alive? He tightly clenched the blue chrysanthemum in his hand, softly calling the nostalgic name Asagiri. As night fell, Subaru returned to the cramped, dilapidated room that the previous owner of this body, Subaru Ho, had used. Looking around at the impoverished and dilapidated space, he couldn't help but marvel. So he's poor after all. Sitting cross-legged on a simple bed, Subaru carefully searches for information on a handheld electronic device. But all the searches for Lamnon yielded no promising results. The winner takes all. The loser loses their soul. Still, he firmly believed that Seeger was still alive, just hiding somewhere out of sight. Subaru held his head in troubled thought. He realizes that Kyojo is the root of everything. Given his personality, he definitely won't let anyone rest if they find out the truth about the betrayal years ago. The memories of the terrible battle 20 years ago come flooding back. Subaru wonders if Saiger truly survived alone amidst the wreckage. He recalls the moment he waved the AOL fan to blow his teammates away, but he's not sure if all four of them escaped safely that time. Subaru looks at his reflection in the window and realizes that as long as Kyojo is alive and in power, contacting old teammates now would be nothing but a suicide attempt. Moreover, with his powerless and fragile body at the moment, pushing himself only makes him an easier target for enemies. First, Subaru told himself he needed to regain his original strength. Seeing the thin hands of his new body, he was determined to start over from zero. Based on Subaru Ho's memory, he found an old sword to practice with and began his journey to farm and grow stronger. 2 days later, Subaru arrived at the guidance hall facing a grand and imposing inspection hall. Here, the examiner Huga, a burly man with a long white beard, crosses his arms as he observes the contestants' battles with a rather displeased expression. Below the arena, a young man struggles to defeat 2 greenish monsters. He was gasping for breath, his blood-stained sword trembling in his hand. Huga stepped closer and made a cold remark. You passed, but do you want to continue to the next part? Facing the young man's confusion, a system notification appears, calling for the next challenge. Every time the level increases, a goblin will appear again, but the reward will be even more beneficial. As soon as he finished reading, the young man hurriedly waved his hands and said, Never, I won't do that. Are you crazy? There's no way I can beat 3 of them at once. I'm weak and talk too much. His shouting annoyed Huga to no end. He shouted, Stop it! I'm really getting a headache. I'll fail you now. Despite his fear, the guy still hurriedly asked if he had really passed before disappearing into the shifting light. Watching that fragile figure, Huga sighed in disappointment and thought to himself, that kid could only do so much in this guidance section. This world is doomed. Even a loser like this managed to pass. In Huga's mind, Isaac, Reinhardt's son, was the only promising candidate after making it to stage 20. Looking at the scene, Isaac single-handedly wipes out the monsters with firepower and then checks the current list of contestants on the computer. Huga can't help but feel disappointed. He mutters to himself that the standards for this guiding test are truly pathetic, and that the quality of the selection seems to be hitting rock bottom. Huga looked at the handheld device, slightly frowning when he saw the name Subaru Ho appear on the screen. He silently thought it was a name carrying too much burden, but it only mattered if the kid in front of him truly had the ability to overcome the challenge. Subaru calmly enters the arena, facing the 2 goblins created by the system with the order to eliminate the targets. Let's start this test right now. Before Huga could finish speaking, a shadow flashed by like lightning. A stream of blue spiritual energy tore through space, and in a single breath, the heads of the monsters were severed from their necks. The supervisor was so shocked he turned pale, stammering to himself, wondering if something just flew by when Subaru had finished the fight in an instant. Subaru slightly smirked, smiling with confidence. He realized that spending 2 days testing the limits of this new body was completely the right choice because it was truly amazing. In response to the system's new challenge with increasing difficulty, Subaru confidently accepts. He's busy settling his blood debt. Please just die quickly, guys. Seeing that arrogance and incredible speed, Huga froze in shock, speechless. Goblin corpses lie scattered all over the arena floor. Huga stares in shock at the devastating scene. He couldn't believe his eyes and wondered what on earth was happening. The supervisor realized that Subaru wasn't swinging his sword randomly but was reading 2, even 3 steps ahead of his opponent to deliver perfect finishing blows. With a sharp sword stroke, Subaru continued to sweep through the next wave of monsters in an overwhelming manner. Huga stood frozen as he watched the young man's technique, silently marveling that this was not only the mark of a good swordsman, but also something even he himself could not achieve in movement. An unbelievable hypothesis appears in the supervisor's mind. This personality and swordsmanship could only belong to the resurrected god, Subaru. Meanwhile, Subaru still coldly swung his sword, dispatching the monsters with precise and powerful strikes. The corpses of the monsters lay scattered at Subaru's feet. When the system displays the notification, you have completed part 49. Do you want to challenge the final boss as well? Without hesitation, Subaru responded in a stern voice, Go now! A sudden surge of immense pressure erupted, plunging the arena into an atmosphere of death and extreme tension. The The ground shattered beneath the pressure from above as a giant demonic hand descended with immense power, shaking the entire space. Witnessing this reckless act, Huga shouted in horror. Hey, idiot, wait a minute, you're not Narukami. The old man shouted desperately to stop him. If you value your life, stop right here. Worried about the contestant like a child, Subaru still stands firm and faces a giant monster with blazing red eyes emerging from the void, despite the warnings. The giant monster appears along with the system notification. The Goblin King has been angered after sensing the sacrificial item at step 49. Seeing that overwhelming presence, Huga shouted in panic, "Give up now before it's too late. Fighting the Goblin King is too risky. It's suicide." He warned Subaru not to be greedy because no matter how much he refined his skills, the gap in strength stats was too big to bridge. Subaru remained calm and thought to himself, "I know that. With my stats, I can hardly deal any damage to him." But instead of retreating, Subaru dropped his sword to the ground and declared, "My sword is blunt, so I'll fight barehanded for blood." The sword fell with a dull thud, leaving Subaru face to face with the enemy empty-handed. This act completely shattered Huga. He screams while holding his head. Why did he drop his weapon? Was he crazy? I knew something was off about him from the very beginning. As the monster charged wildly, Subaru suddenly threw a small object. The giant goblin froze in pain as a sharp needle pierced its leg, roaring in shock as the creature looked down at the small but irritating wound on its body. Seizing that moment, Subaru quickly gathered more needles from the goblin's sharp weapons on the ground. He looked straight into his opponent's eyes and sarcastically expressed surprise at the boy. "You still have plenty of needles." With the sharp needles in hand, Subaru's eyes blaze with deadly intent as he challenges, "Let's bet! Are you going to defeat me first or turn you into a hive first?" Subaru puts all his strength into his arm and throws the needles with wind-breaking speed. He roars decisively, "Answer me!" The tiny but deadly throwing weapons pierced into the giant body of the opponent, causing the monster to roar in pain and shock. Enraged by the hit, King Goblin swung his enormous axe down with a thunderous strike. However, Subaru swiftly dodged just in time, causing the attack to only crush the ground behind him. He lowered his stance, his sharp eyes carefully watching for any opening in the monster, his glowing eyes revealing the awakening of a legendary fighter's instinct. In that life-and-death moment, memories of his early training suddenly flooded Subaru's mind. When Karina sternly taught him the art of throwing shuriken, only then could he truly kill the Ha children. She explains that anything can become a deadly weapon if you understand its center of gravity. Reina demonstrates with a powerful throw, turning a small object into a sharp and swift weapon. Returning to the present, Subaru's needles hit their targets with perfect accuracy. The Goblin King howled in pain as successive darts pierced through its neck and face, leaving it unable to fight back. Subaru calmly steps forward. He recalls the lesson from years ago that strength is proportional to spin and accuracy is inversely proportional to hesitation. He stands face to face with the gradually exhausted enemy in the arena. That's what Karina taught him. Subaru quietly recalled his old throwing techniques and realized there was a special mechanism behind this challenge. With all this debris on the ground, passing up the chance to pick it up would be a waste. Subaru mocked himself for never imagining he would have to use this mechanism he once looked down on to turn the tide. Not only does he sweep away monsters with swordsmanship, but he also skillfully combines throwing techniques to pierce through every gap in his opponent's defense. Witnessing such an incredible display, Huga could only gasp in amazement, calling him a genius and praising him endlessly. But right after, the supervisor dismisses his own thoughts, wondering if calling him a genius is enough to truly capture how terrifying this young man is. The Goblin King, now badly wounded, whimpers in pain before collapsing to the ground in front of Subaru's cold stare. He calmly approached the dying enemy, took the sword and said, "I hold no grudge against you." Despite the monster growling in despair, he decisively swung the sword to end its life. Ending the battle with a brutal slash, the system immediately announces that you have defeated the Goblin King and completed the first step of the tutorial for the 50th time. Subaru wipes the sweat from his forehead, silently complaining about how overly difficult it was to include such a monster in the training phase. A series of congratulatory messages appear, from leveling up and gaining reputation to achievement points. Specifically, Subaru has unlocked the tutorial shop, a feature only available during this phase. Looking at the accumulated points, he wondered what he could buy here. With 2,425 achievement points in hand, Subaru was amazed because this was the first time he had seen a store like this. Scrolling through the list of items from healing potions to basic gear priced between 5 and 200 points, Subaru thought he would have plenty of points left over. But his eyes suddenly widened in amazement when he saw a special weapon. That is the Sword of the Nameless Demon, a failed creation by the renowned blacksmith Kin, priced at 1.00 point. Subaru couldn't believe he had come across a Kin masterpiece right here. Subaru faces a tough choice between two rare weapons in the shop. One is the Demon Sword with incredible destructive power, but it consumes too much stamina when combined with lightning skills. The other is the Holy Sword Miranda, priced at 1,400 points. A blessed Midran sword that can reduce fatigue accumulation and extend combat duration. Subaru questions whether he needs the Demon Sword or the Holy Sword, whether to go for high damage or high durability. This dilemma is harder than fighting a boss. Both have their own advantages, forcing him to carefully consider how to use this precious initial point pool. Suddenly, a strange skill catches Subaru's eye, making him hesitate. Can I still change it? That is a skill called the 8th name costing 1,400 points. An ultimate move with effects never seen before, eliminating all side effects of skills and items used by the user. Subaru realizes its enormous potential. I've never seen a skill with such an effect before. Maybe with the Demon Blade, it can even nullify any disadvantages from lightning. Without hesitation, he immediately chose to buy it. The system continuously announced that Subaru had successfully acquired the skill for 1,400 points and the nameless demon sword for 1,000 points. Holding the new weapon that emitted a dark purple aura, Subaru smiled contentedly, well deserved. He realized that the new skill and the demon sword are a perfect pair, allowing you to unleash your power immediately without struggle. And at this moment, the inspector approaches and says, "You really went for the heavy stuff, huh? Like a bull meeting a truck." However, as an inspector, I just can't understand I am Huya. Huiga crossed his arms and asked thoughtfully, "Why did you choose that skill? I don't know if it's useful and you're not sure it will work either." Faced with the relentless questioning, Subaru could only sigh in frustration and ask, "Do you want me to explain every little detail?" Immediately, Huya emitted a terrifying pressure, his eyes shining brightly as he demanded, "Explain." The sudden change in the old man's attitude made Subaru break out in a sweat. He silently thought that having to speak politely to someone like this was truly a difficult challenge. Seeing the young man's expression, Huya suddenly lowered his hostility and softened his tone. "You must be very tired after the exam, so I'll let this one go." Subaru muttered softly, "Huya!" Seeing Huya's current demeanor, Subaru quietly realized that this sneaky kid who used to have a runny nose had now become the supervisor. In his memory, a boy named Hiroto, with a face covered in sweat, once tremblingly approached him with a notebook. "Oh, idol, please sign the book so I can take it home." When Subaru coldly replied that he didn't have a signature, the boy begged him, "Just write your name then. My name is Hiroto." Back in the present, Huya was still passionately talking about his era, where becoming a player was a sacred right. Those with only a little skill have become arrogant, disrespecting elders and calling people like him old-fashioned. Hearing that, Subaru calmly sneered. "Times have changed, just like the hair on your head. Fine, if that's how you feel, I'll personally train you from scratch." He eagerly suggested that Subaru join the Knights Guild, emphasizing that it's rare for an overseer to personally recruit a player, with old fans quick to claim him as an idol. But Subaru simply said he wasn't interested and walked straight to the teleportation gate. Despite Huya desperately shouting to stop, Subaru quickly pressed the move command to the second floor. Watching his figure vanish into the light, the overseer could only sigh in disappointment. "Oh my god, I am so disappointed in you." Arriving on the second floor, Subaru appears in the bustling town known as the New Frontier. The atmosphere here is bustling with merchants from all over delivering their goods, from fresh Runetta fish and special dried meats to martial arts fabrics and earth-made coats. Looking at the familiar scene, Subaru softly sighs that the smell of Runetta fish and dried meat is unmistakable. He realizes he is holding a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, a second chance to start over. Walking confidently through the streets, Subaru told himself that having experienced everything once before, he must handle everything better this time. The images of his former comrades flash in his mind, fueling his fighting spirit more than ever. Subaru knows they are still waiting for him, and his return is to avenge the horrific ending they all faced. Subaru goes to a private training room where players often come to practice and test their equipment. Seeing the young man, the receptionist at the front desk asks, "Which floor are you from?" Subaru calmly replied, "I just went upstairs." Hearing that, the manager suggested, "Then you should use training room number 1. There's a scarecrow there." But Subaru makes an unexpected request. "Is room 1 for children?" "Get me room number 5, please." The manager was stunned and exclaimed, "Room 5? The old man sincerely advised against it. "I'll be honest, don't do that. It costs a lot of money. Just go with option 1. However, Subaru still intends to proceed. "I appreciate your concern. Please give me 30 minutes. Watching Subaru walk away, the manager muttered sarcastically, "Well, keep acting like you're the main character in a Korean drama, whatever suits you. But you won't get your money back if you leave halfway." The system immediately notified that Subaru had spent 50 credits, leaving a balance of 10.05C. In this place, the higher the room number, the greater the difficulty of the training room. Looking at the other training rooms with their various harsh challenges, Subaru understood that for a player without proper equipment, being looked down upon was inevitable. He clenched his fists, grasped the door, and entered room number 5. Facing the vast stone arena, Subaru thought to himself, "All right, let's get started. As soon as I draw my weapon, the system will announce, 'Welcome, new owner. Give me some blood to power up.'" Immediately, a blazing red pressure erupted. All his skills were temporarily boosted, but at the cost of absorbing the HP and MB of the user. Subaru groaned in pain as he felt his body being ravaged. Immediately, the level 1 skill was activated to suppress the sword's fierce reaction, helping to restore some of the lost HP and MB. However, level 1 quickly failed to contain the sword's raging power, causing Subaru's fatigue to steadily increase. He realized his current level was still too weak, but forced himself to get up. As expected, level 1 is still too weak, but just a little more. The sword continues to drain Subaru's life force, causing him to bleed and cough blood. But in return, his combat ability increases proportionally to the amount of HP lost. In the midst of unbearable pain, Subaru wondered if this was his limit, but then he reaffirmed that it was still within expectations. He immediately spent 10 credits to upgrade the skill to level 2. The big spender uses money to crush the muscle here. Now the skill has reached rank E, allowing effective prevention of item side effects and complete resistance to the sword's fierce reaction. The system reports that the second level TH skill has partially succeeded in resisting the sword's fierce reaction. However, the nameless magic sword continues to frantically absorb HP, causing Subaru's body to suffer significant damage, but in return, his combat ability is greatly enhanced. Seeing the blazing red aura surrounding the weapon, Subaru slightly smirked. Success. Without wasting more time, he charged forward with the thought that it was time to test his strength. A blow wielding earth-shattering power descends, causing the entire training hall to shake violently, while the manager outside the hall, who was nodding off into sleep, suddenly wakes up in shock. The old man looked around in confusion, wondering to himself, "Am I still dreaming, or is this an illusion?" Waking up to find the room destroyed? Just then, from the dark hallway, Subaru stepped out of room 5, his body covered in blood and scratches. Seeing the bloodstains splattered on the floor, the manager was stunned to realize it was the same kid who had entered room number 5 earlier. He rubbed his eyes in disbelief, barely settled in before destroying my room. With curiosity mixed with worry, the manager approached and knocked on the training room door. "Hey, little dreamer, are you still in there?" As soon as he peeked inside, the manager's eyes widened in horror and he shouted in shock. In front of him was a scene of wreckage and chaos, as if a quake had just passed through. The giant stone orbs are shattered into pieces. The brick walls are broken apart, and arrows are stuck all over the wreckage. The manager trembles and exclaims, "What the hell happened here?" Meanwhile, Subaru has returned home and just woke up from a long sleep. He groaned softly. "Ugh, how long have I been sleeping?" He stretched to shake off the fatigue, but Subaru realized his body was still extremely stiff after that intense training session. Sitting alone in a small eatery, Subaru sipped his hot tea and thought that if he had a normal sword instead of the cursed one, he would have easily gotten through that training room. However, he also had to admit that his physical stats had increased significantly, and he had succeeded in unleashing the power of the demon sword. Looking at the status board, Subaru saw that he had reached level 10 with significantly improved strength, ability, and stamina. He silently thought that with these stats, he probably couldn't even lift the cursed sword, let alone use it in battle. The harmony between the probing skill and the sword is perfect, which means a lightning strike combination could also happen in the near future. But the next difficult problem lies in the level of the skill. The system prompts to upgrade the skill to the next rank. He needs 20,000 credits, but his current balance is only $50. Subaru broke out in a sweat. He stared intently at the cup and wondered to himself. The dazzling glow and only 2 lottery tickets left in his pocket. Managing his credit is truly pushing him to the limit. But then he reassured himself that since he had died once before, these troubles were understandable. Just then, a loud shout caught Subaru's attention. "Hey everyone, what's going on?" A young guy with strange cat ears and bright blonde hair is running around live streaming while jumping everywhere. He excitedly announced that he came here to explore the second floor and wanted to bring back youthful memories for the new members. His theme today is showing off trending items popular among young people. Immediately, his screen displayed a notification that a player named Alexander had donated a full 1,000 commemorative credits. The young man shouted joyfully, thanking Alexander in front of everyone. He's even pouring coffee on his head just to look crazy. That cat guy still forces a smile and keeps thanking enthusiastically to keep the audience's attention, regardless of his dignity. Seeing that scene, the people around couldn't help but feel annoyed. What's wrong with that guy? Is he crazy? Subaru quietly observes from afar. He scrolls through the information on his device and realizes that this is the era of PvP live streaming. 1 in 3 players is streaming live to earn millions of credits from donations. Subaru pondered silently. Live streaming? So that's what the guy just now was doing. Lost in thought about this new way to make money, a familiar voice suddenly sounded right beside me. "Hey, I thought you were done for at the junkyard. How are you still able to get up here?" Lich Lamb is looking at me with a smug expression. He approaches, feigning surprise to see me here, and asks if I live nearby. As soon as that person approached, Subaru's body suddenly tensed up, cold sweat streaming down, feeling a strong inner resistance as if his body was warning him of a troubled relationship between the two. Seeing Subaru remain silent while looking at the screen, he started to look annoyed. He gritted his teeth and said, "Hey, your friend is talking to you. Don't ignore him." This feeling is not just discomfort, but a fierce resistance deep within the subconscious. Subaru trembles, cold sweat streaming down his face as he faces the blonde-haired young man sitting in front of him. "Oh? Surprisingly, I never thought someone as weak as you could pass the test instructions." He continued to mock, saying he had long believed Subaru would be killed by the goblins. In that moment, the painful memories of this body's former owner suddenly flooded back. Subaru coldly called out the name of the person standing before Isaac. These are images of a helpless Subaru being brutally tormented by Isaac. When he weakly asks why, Isaac snarls in anger, annoyed by his serious face and name. The reason is completely unreasonable. He insults Subaru as a fool with no parental guidance for failing to follow basic instructions, and even when Subaru tries to explain that the credits given are insufficient, Isaac still harshly shouts, "Don't argue, you bastard!" He swung his hand and beat Subaru, then shoved him into a torn-up box among the junk, casually declaring that from now on, that box would be his home. With a sinister smile, Isaac handed him a piece of filthy food and threatened that if he dared to step out even once, he would find out what would happen. Returning to the present, Subaru wondered why the previous owner of this body could endure such unreasonable beatings. Seeing Subaru silent, Isaac began bragging again about completing up to the 20th part and surpassing his father's record. He proudly talks about the praise he received from Supervisor Huya, claiming he's truly Renhard's son, and boasts, "I have the worst B-rank skills in this tower." Despite the bragging, Subaru simply said he was thirsty and took a sip, then coldly said, "I'm leaving now." Then he decisively turned his back and walked away. Isaac still maintained his superior and indifferent demeanor as he gave the order. "Oh, I see. So when will you come back? Please buy me a cup of coffee. Anything cheap is fine, just pick whatever." Subaru froze for a moment, softly saying with disgust, "Huh?" This attitude made Isaac angry. He put his hand on his forehead and sighed. He's serious, still not listening like before. He stared directly at Subaru with a scrutinizing look. "What's wrong with you, staring at others and arguing all the time? Did your soul get swapped or something? I couldn't care less." Subaru coldly replied and kept walking. "I have no credit card. Go buy your own coffee." Rejected, Isaac growled and ordered him to sit down. Subaru silently thought, "Kid, I'm sorry, but I don't have time to deal with your personal issues." He continued to walk calmly, silently asserting that anyone who dared block his revenge would face a different fate. Suddenly, Isaac lunged forward and grabbed Subaru's shoulder, causing him to stop. With a bloodshot glare full of threat, he growled, "Do you really want to see yourself get beaten to a pulp?" Faced with the bully's aggression, Subaru remained unfazed, his eyes narrowing and emanating a cold, killing intent that froze the space around him. He warned in a stern voice, letting go, "If you don't, I'll send you off the earth myself." Isaac glared and shouted loudly, "Don't be arrogant, Subaru." But Subaru quickly suppressed his anger. He told himself he couldn't cause a scene in front of this crowd, because making a fuss now would only make things worse. Suddenly, Isaac burst out laughing heartily. He laughed and said he was just joking with Subaru like last time. C sarcastically remarked that Subaru was still as timid as before, and guessed that with his skills, he must have had to try hard to pass the guidance test. He leaned close to Subaru's shoulder, his voice suddenly cold and threatening. "Do you really think you can beat me, you trash? If I wanted to, I could make you disappear. You know who my father is, right?" After speaking, Isaac casually turned his back and walked away, not forgetting to wave his hand with a fake farewell. "Be careful, my friend. Friends like this are better off single." Watching the arrogant figure's fading silhouette, Subaru remained silent with a sharp gaze. Inside him, a sneer of contempt flickered. Friends like that? Right now, the world begins to reveal the two main ways a player can develop their strength. First is overcoming the trials. By conquering the challenges of the tower and receiving rewards, players can naturally grow stronger. To access these challenges, players must pay a certain amount of credits, but in return, they are guaranteed absolute safety within an electronic space. Because these challenges are created from within, even if players die, all they lose is the credits spent and their progress. The second method is hunting. By actively hunting monsters outside the safe zones or clearing dungeons on each level, players can develop themselves. Choosing this path, their growth will happen much faster than when just passing through the challenges. But since hunting takes place in the real world, if you die there, you truly die. That is the cruel rule of direct hunting in places like the Orc Dungeon. This is also why most players avoid hunting, because no one wants to risk their life without a real reason. But with Subaru, everything is completely different. He silently thought that to get rich quickly, you have to take risks. To show off, you need to enter a dungeon and sit beside the corpse of a giant orc just defeated. As he checked his equipment, he suddenly froze in shock when he saw a live stream attracting up to 80,000 viewers. The title is Narukami Subaru will go to the 4th floor today. On the screen, a streamer wearing Subaru's distinctive black and gold mask waves enthusiastically to the audience. "Hey everyone, are you watching? Today I will try the 3rd floor of the challenge." Seeing that scene, Subaru couldn't help but find it amusing. The name, Narukami Subaru, and the mask. How many people have used this name before? At that moment, a donation message appeared with a provocative message. "Here's 20,000 credits, play the fool for me, and show me." Instead of getting angry, the streamer cheerfully replied, "Narukami Subaru, I will play the fool for you. Thanks for the 20,000 credits." Seeing the huge amount of money exchanged just with a few jokes, Subaru exclaimed in shock, "Is there also a 20,000 credit mission?" The flood of money still hasn't stopped. A series of other missions keep coming in, offering between 5,000 and 15,000 credits each. The fake streaming guy keeps flashing heart icons and making promises. "Thank you all. I will complete this level for everyone." Subaru sighed heavily, full of frustration as he saw the ridiculous contrast. While the other easily makes a fortune through live streaming, he has to fight monsters with his very life. Looking at his remaining balance of just 50 cents, Subaru grits his teeth with a calculating look as he stares at the device screen. Subaru let out a relieved sigh after the battle, gently wiped his sweat, and told himself there was still one last task to finish. At that moment, a loud rumbling shook the ground, signaling the arrival of uninvited guests. A horde of orcs with fierce red eyes emerges from the darkness. The system immediately issues a warning that the boss, General Oros, has appeared. Facing the giant monster with a necklace made of beast bones, Subaru remained remarkably calm. He silently thought that although he no longer had the poisonous needles like before, he possessed a much better weapon. As Subaru clenched the demon sword, the system announced that the item was frantically absorbing HB to boost its owner's sudden power. Thanks to his level 2 skill, he managed to resist the backlash, standing firm with blazing eyes full of fury. He stared straight at the monsters and gritted his teeth as he declared, "Get out of the way so I can go make money, I'm busy." Subaru shot forward like a lightning bolt. He shouted that he didn't want to waste time on this trash, to finish quickly so he could go stream, and with swift, elusive movements, Subaru delivered powerful kicks and slashes infused with blazing red spiritual energy, tearing apart the enemy's formation. The general only managed to shout in despair before being cut down by Subaru's deadly sword strike, ending its life completely. After clearing the Oros dungeon, Subaru returned to his room and quietly looked at the familiar black and gold mask resting on the table. He sighed as he realized he had to wear this again to carry out his plan. Subaru understood how streamers make money and decided to focus all his efforts on what he was best at to quickly build his wealth. Standing in front of the mirror, he slowly put on the mask, officially returning with the mysterious aura of a legendary figure from the past. After all, he's the real deal. The true master takes action, and the imposters disappear. With that in mind, Subaru decisively steps out the door, sword in hand, ready for a bold plan. An immediate shocking announcement appears on the Narukami Subaru system as he begins a broadcast. At Sun Entertainment headquarters, the atmosphere is extremely tense. Hasuka, a beautiful woman with long black hair, is staring fiercely at the screen with an angry expression, grinding her teeth in frustration. Her lips pressed tightly as she tries to hold back an impending rage. Suddenly, a piercing scream echoed through the office, causing everyone to tremble as Tsubikichi, a male employee with blue hair, collapsed from his chair in shock upon seeing the new notification. Hasuka couldn't hide her frustration. What the hell is going on? She silently curses the worthless players out there. When even the strongest can't complete the challenge, how come someone dares to impersonate that name? Tsubikichi slowly gets up and repeats the rules about self-regulated sound and the 1,000-point reward threshold that was just reached. Hasuka asks who dares to be so bold this time. Tsubikichi looks at the screen and wonders if the name Narukami Subaru is really his, or just someone impersonating him. He shrugged, saying that the one who gets punched the hardest is Narukami, so it's fair. Tsubikichi sighed in frustration when he saw everyone's family pretending to be Narukami Subaru to make money. He wondered if this live streaming industry had truly reached its end. Hasuka immediately retorted. She believes they are living off this service, so they shouldn't say such terrible things. She finds it ridiculous that those risking their lives to climb the tower are completely unaware of its rules. Seeing Hasuka's sharp attitude, Tsubikichi asked out of curiosity why someone like her would give up the tower to come to a place like this. Hasuka remained silent for a moment because it was boring. She reminded him that Tsubikichi himself had given up on climbing the tower. Tsubikichi immediately shouted back, claiming that if he had talent, things would be different, and he only quit because he lacked the skills. The writing of those lazy arcade players. Hasuka sarcastically suggests that maybe their enthusiasm faded because their goal of meeting Narukami Subaru disappeared. During the argument, Tsubikichi suddenly froze as he saw something unusual on the screen and shouted excitedly, "There's a really amazing kid here." Hasuka tiredly asks if he's found another strange guy, but Tsubikichi insists this is a completely new Narukami Subaru in disguise. There is only one viewer on the screen now, watching Subaru in the familiar black and gold mask, standing silently in a dark dungeon. Tsubikichi exclaims in amazement, "That's terrifying." Immediately, Hasuka slammed the table in anger, deeming this talent selection process ridiculous and pointless. Seeing her colleagues still engrossed, Tsubeki asked why she cared about a broadcast on the second floor that even had no viewers. Hasuka looked silently at the screen, admitting that was true, but every time she saw someone wearing this mask, she couldn't stop herself from hoping. Annoyed by the disturbance, Hasuka kicked Tsubikichi over and revealed she had just given that mask guy 1,000 credits. Meanwhile, Subaru had officially begun the second floor's challenge. After quickly clearing the introductory dungeon and escaping, the system will calculate the completion score based on the number of monsters he defeated. Subaru hesitated as he walked through the dark cave, silently thinking this challenge felt more like a walk in the park. Kinda boring. However, knowing that someone is watching through the screen makes Subaru feel a bit pressured. A notification appears on his device showing 2 viewers and continuous messages from an account named Love Money. This person asked curiously what floor I'm on, wondered if it's my first time here, and warned that newcomers will face many difficulties because they're not familiar with the terrain. Subaru answered calmly, "Yes, this is my first challenge." As soon as he finished speaking, a giant shadow suddenly approached from behind. It is a one-eyed monster with purple wings swooping down to attack. Unfazed, Subaru quickly grabs the creature's neck in midair, causing it to let out desperate screams. He just used his strength to make it go sell salt immediately. The system announced that the one-eyed monster had been defeated. Receiving a point, Subaru adjusts his mask, his eyes shining coldly as he looks at the screen and asks the viewers back, "Is there a problem?" A question that leaves viewers speechless. Subaru quietly enters the beginner's dungeon with the sole goal of killing as many monsters as possible to earn achievement points. At this point, his stream has attracted the first 3 viewers. W account couldn't help but be amazed by his quick reflexes. While the money class was skeptical because streamers on the second floor often give up early due to low viewership, they advised Subaru not to be greedy and to wait for the other members so they could move together. However, Subaru calmly replied, "Thanks MNY class, but I prefer to handle everything on my own." My confident statement caused the viewer count to rise to 6, along with worried comments about the fate of a reckless novice. Diving deeper into the dark cave, Subaru thought to himself, "My name is a brand. It gets views without advertising." Suddenly, a mud monster from underground lunged at him, aiming to ambush, but Subaru swiftly swung his sword and split it in half. I mumbled, "Now I want to see how far I can go." Sharp sword strikes erupted in succession, tearing through the darkness. The system keeps notifying that he has defeated the target and gained achievement points. His rapid strikes leave viewers stunned. They didn't even have time to clearly see what kind of monster had just been defeated. Immediately after, a swarm of venomous eye monsters roared and charged to encircle. But Subaru only spun around and delivered a powerful sweeping slash. The dark, red spiritual energy from the cursed sword exploded, crushing the monsters in an instant. His movements are so decisive and precise that even viewers like Money or Two-Eye Master are left stunned, unable to understand what just happened, and another fan is about to fall into the trap. The number of viewers has now risen to 10, all holding their breath as they watch every move of the masked figure. After eliminating more poison drops and water monsters, Subaru calmly sheaths his sword and nonchalantly explains, "If everyone focuses on the sound, you'll know which direction they're coming from and how many there are." If everyone already knows, then I'll say what I really think. The comments keep flooding in, some claiming that talent is everything, while others mock him for deliberately riding on the fame of the legendary Narukami. Despite the rumors, Subaru continued to move forward relentlessly, with only one goal in mind. Not enough. I want to accumulate as many achievements as possible before leaving here. Seeing you keep walking straight without exploring or studying the terrain, viewers are starting to worry and warn that you'll definitely run into big trouble if you keep going like that. Subaru's eyes hardened behind the mask as a terrifying sight unfolded before him. A horde of purple one-eyed monsters thick as black clouds surrounding him from all sides. Quantity can't make up for quality, guys. Their glowing red eyes blink in the darkness, ready to tear apart any intruder. The audience started mocking and believed he was doomed. Even some people arranged to meet him at the entrance. Just then, a mission from the viewer Maloney's stream suddenly appeared, offering 100 reputation points if he could take them all out alone. Glancing at the glowing mission notification, Subaru subtly smirked with confidence, ignoring the other viewers who thought it was a crude and ridiculous trap, and calmly replied, "I'll take this bet. It's too easy." Meanwhile, in the company office, Subakichi is shouting in despair as he watches the events unfold on the screen. He frantically stomps his feet, unable to believe he made a mistake somewhere, and screams to get his money back in utter frustration. "Oh, sorry, was I being too confident? My mistake." However, Hasuka paid no attention to the apology at all. She was staring intently at the screen with a very serious and tense expression. Seeing the unusual silence of her colleague, Subakichi asked curiously, "What's wrong? What are you looking at?" Huka watches each movement of the masked figure on the screen and whispers, "Something's not right." I thought she was worried about money, panicking to explain that it wasn't a large sum and that he had enough to pay her back. Hasuka stares at the screen, her eyes trembling as she can't believe what she's seeing, silently realizing this is no longer about money or betting but something much greater. Hasuka suddenly calls out Narukami Subaru's name. Seeing her strange behavior, Subakichi curiously asks if she's still watching that broadcast. But as soon as he looked at the screen, even he was stunned and exclaimed, "Is there something wrong with my eyes, or did idol Narukami really just manifest?" On the live stream, Subaru is creating a terrifying spectacle. Crimson sword streaks tear through space, wiping out monsters in an instant, leaving viewers screaming in shock. A series of comments flooded in with amazement. "Oh my god, is he a rookie on the second floor? Are you kidding? I'm starting to feel sorry for the fallen monsters." Wow. Everyone was stunned and wondered how many monsters he could defeat at once. Subaru confidently walks through the pile of monster corpses. He casually drops a line like this. His dominance leaves viewers speechless. Some even admit that although they're on the upper floor, it feels like they're being taught by a second floor novice. Despite his unmatched combat strength, Subaru was confused when looking at the chat and muttered, "Communication is really difficult." Seeing him about to leave, the junior class hurriedly reminded him, "Don't forget to earn reputation points from the mission." Subaru was taken aback at that moment. "Oh, yeah, I forgot." He picks up the device and fiddles with it for a while, looking quite confused. The audience started to mock and wonder if he was really that unlucky. Subaru scratched his head awkwardly and asked, "Where's that money claim button again? I'm good at searching but terrible at clicking." They tease him for being a rookie streamer. With Mii's guidance, Subaru finally presses the accept button and gains 100 reputation points. He politely thanks them and then continues deeper into the cave. Well, the next place will be the last one. At this point, his trust points reached 150, along with 118 achievement points, and Seon Hasuka's sudden shout in the office made the entire building shake. She holds her face, which is flushed with excitement, and keeps saying, "It's over. My heart is racing. The idol has truly appeared. Everyone." Seeing that, Tsubeki sarcastically said that she was the one in trouble. Hasuka immediately retorted, trying to ask if he had ever seen anything as horrifying as this. Despite Tsubekichi thinking she's overreacting because it's only the second floor, Hasuka still insists crazily, "Yeah, I am overreacting." She stood up suddenly and kept reading the introduction of the guy on the screen over and over. "I am Subaru Narukami from Earth." She is so excited, wondering if this is fate or even the reincarnation of the legendary Subaru Narukami, like a reincarnation trope in manga. Seeing her excessive enthusiasm, Seon Hyeon could only sweat nervously, thinking that whenever this colleague mentioned her idol, she turned into a completely different person. Hasuka even blushed and felt dizzy to the point of wanting to close her eyes and daydream, causing Seon Hyeon to panic and stop her, fearing she might do something inappropriate right in the office. In response to her colleague's suspicion, Hasuka confidently states that she wants to personally investigate this new recruit despite Seon Hyeon's sarcastic remark that he's just a lonely streamer and his warning that the department head might reprimand her. Hasuka remains steadfast, no longer playful like before the bet, but unusually serious. Hasuka keeps her eyes fixed on the image of the masked boy on the screen. Let Seon Hyeon wait and see what will happen. Meanwhile, in the dark dungeon, Subaru has found the end of the challenge and pushes open the stone door into the boss room. "You hid well, but now it's time to log out, my child." Before you stands a giant creature with shaggy gray-black fur emanating in overwhelming pressure. The guardian of the main gate is Warwolf Greg. Its appearance causes the chat to explode with terrified comments about the beast's insane power. Many players admitted they had struggled dozens of times, even thinking it was a system glitch because of how difficult it was. Subaru realized that the Wolf Warrior was not a monster meant for regular hunting, but served as a gatekeeper to assess the strength and qualifications of players attempting to conquer the beginner dungeon. Huh? The reward for this mission is up to 3,000 reputation points and credits, a huge amount for a beginner. While the live stream attracts 20 viewers, the towering gatekeeper Greg, the second floor guardian, appears with a threatening presence. The giant wolf growled, its hot breath emanating into the cold space. It begins to gather its strength, preparing for a deadly pounce. Seeing the person in front of him, Greg silently thought, "Another young man here to sacrifice himself for dinner?" Facing the giant gatekeeper, Warwolf Greg appeared suspicious. "Alone? Are you really alone? This wolf definitely hasn't watched the live stream. You can't tell just by looking. You really are an interesting guy. I can smell the scent of a great warrior on you." Its words caused the explosion to go off, and some players complained bitterly about being called stinky goblin corpses, while it praised Subaru. Gree explains that beast tamers can smell a special scent and see through a person's true nature. After careful observation, it unexpectedly lowers its hostility and declares, "You are qualified to pass through this place. The test is over. You can leave now." This decision surprised viewers with the clear discrimination shown by the monster. Subaru was just as surprised, thinking to himself that even in his past life, this strange thing had never happened, but instead of leaving through the open exit, he coldly declared, "Too bad. My target is you, boss." "Hey, I already let you go." "Huh, isn't it the back door?" It growled with excitement, as if it had found a worthy opponent. As expected, he is a man with the soul of a great warrior. As the battle between Subaru and the Wolf Warrior is about to erupt at Sun Entertainment's office, the atmosphere also becomes extremely tense. Director Ju is intently watching the screen and typing rapidly. He asked quietly about this, "How many viewers does that blurry stream have?" Hasuka quickly reported that the current number was about 20. But John Tu immediately interrupted with a confidently mysterious answer. He spoke with a tense, commanding voice. "It's already over 30 now." While Seon Hyeon muttered insults at Hasuka for being a fool, the department head started losing patience. Getting paid but views so low. What's going on? He yelled loudly, thinking Hasuka had wasted time bringing in someone with only 20 viewers, just as Huka tried to correct him that it had already reached 30. Zo too roars in anger. It's not an important matter. He even sarcastically told Hasuka to become a streamer herself since she has the skills and will definitely have fans. As the manager was scolding, Seon Hyeon suddenly cheered up when he saw the viewer count surpass 40. Ignoring his subordinate's excitement, Zu still shouted because he felt ignored. Back in the dungeon, Subaru was facing overwhelming pressure from the Battle Wolf. He told himself to stay calm, not to think about anything. Stay calm. The system continuously reports that the Nameless Demon Sword is absorbing the user's mana to increase its power stats, while the level 2 enhancement skill that nullifies the side effects of the Nameless Demon Sword is also activated. Fly up now and finish him off like you always do. With that, the giant monster charges with a thunderous strike that shakes the entire cave. Subaru immediately swung his sword to face him head-on, causing a burst of radiant spiritual energy to explode in the dark space. The continuous clashes shattered the ground. Subaru struggles to counter the terrifying power of the opponent's sharp claws as they relentlessly strike down, with a powerful collision forcing Subaru to be pushed back a long distance across the ground. He silently marvels if fighting barehanded is one thing, then fighting with brains is another. Subaru's eyes narrow with calculation as he recognizes the huge disparity in raw strength. On the opposite side, the wolf warrior Greg also silently praised the person in front of him, but he was indeed a warrior. The monster continued to unleash devastating slashes, forcing Subaru to constantly dodge and evade. He clenched his blazing magic sword with red energy, facing the overwhelming power of his opponent. The chat frame explodes with admiration for the unreasonable strength of the rookie, and they believe the one who gave this mission will surely regret it. Subaru gasped softly, realizing that sometimes there are more effective ways than just relying on brute strength. Gray looks excited by the formidable opponent. "You've piqued my interest." "Warrior?" The giant beast roared loudly and charged with a lightning-fast strike, aiming to crush its target. But Subaru disappeared like a shadow and coldly responded, "That's more like it." A cry of pain amid Greg's shock as Subaru appears right beside him, eyes blazing with fury. He sarcastically remarks that the opponent's attacks are too predictable before delivering a brutal slash that tears through the monster's defenses. Subaru's voice is resolute. Diego screams in pain as he is struck by a series of blazing sword strikes from Subaru. His speed was so fast that it created afterimages, adding deadly strikes that wounded the monster severely. A final blow with all his strength brought him down, ending the guardian of the second floor completely. Before his breath faded, the war wolf managed to utter his final praise for the formidable warrior. Gray's massive body collapsed to the ground, producing a dry thud amid the ruined dungeon. The boss is defeated, and the hero rises to a new level. The system keeps notifying that Subaru has defeated the Warwolf, helping him level up significantly and gain a series of enhanced stats, including agility and 500 valuable achievement points. The audience watching the broadcast is completely silent. They can't believe that a rookie could single-handedly take down this terrifying boss. I bow in admiration to the one who gave the mission. Praising comments keep appearing as Subaru achieves a miracle. The system announces task completion. You immediately receive 3,000 reputation points from Boss Fett. Looking at the device screen, Subaru gently smiles. "I will use it for good." "Boss Fett, I've currently accumulated 3,150 reputation points and 618 achievement points." At that moment, the giant gate swung open, accompanied by a notification that the gate was opening. Subaru hesitated, but immediately stopped in surprise as a series of challenge icons from ice, fire, wind to earth suddenly lit up, illuminating the entire space. The audience begins to stir. Something is furious. Everyone is stunned to see as many as 13 options appear, a record number that no novice on the second floor has ever achieved. The system announces that the number of choices is proportional to the player's talent and asks if you want to participate in the Lightning Challenge. Facing a once-in-a-millennium opportunity, Subaru confidently confirms, asking the system, after all, his profession is lightning extraction. The followers are thrilled, believing that if he doesn't choose lightning now, he should just change his name. As soon as the command is confirmed, a blue light envelops Subaru, leading him into the intense Lightning Challenge. At Satan's office, Hasuka was so excited she was going crazy. She hugged her colleague Sion tightly and shouted, "He did it!" She couldn't believe the number of viewers had suddenly surged to 60 on TikTok alone. Hasuka exclaimed in shock. Usually missions only give 2 or 3 options at most, but he has 13. Next to him, Manager Zhu also had to admit that this performance was truly impressive, especially since Subaru had defeated a wolf warrior who was said to be undefeated. However, the manager remained skeptical, thinking that Subaru was still just a rookie streamer on the second floor. Seeing that, Hasuka made a bold offer. "Manager, want to place a bet with me?" She declared that if Subaru failed to harness the lightning, she and Sean would work with a fixed salary for 5 years. Hearing her name involved, Sion panicked and shouted in protest. "What is this? Why am I being called the best colleague of the year?" Despite that, Hasuka kept going. On the other hand, if he succeeded, he would sign a contract with him without complaint. Ju smiled challengingly and reminded everyone that the only player to ever harness lightning was Subaru Narukami. "If you don't try, how will you know, right?" With that determination, Zu snorted coldly and decisively accepted the bet. While Hasuka is overjoyed that the bet is set, the poor MC can only whimper in despair as he's suddenly used as a pawn in this crazy wager. As Subaru steps into the Lightning Challenge, he feels a surge of vibrant blue energy envelop his entire body. He gasped in surprise as a sudden scream rang out while he was distracted observing the surroundings. "Watch out, you're about to become a sitting duck." Before he could regain his composure, Subaru was suddenly pushed down by a stranger. A 1,000-pound punch instantly explodes at the spot where he just stood, causing the ground to shatter in an instant. He roars angrily, "You only have one life, standing there just to watch the scene, little brother." In front of them now is a dull gray monster with a body covered in massive cracks, called the Giant Fragment. Subaru drops to his knees on the ground. He is stunned to recognize the identity of the newcomer and wonders in his mind why this guy is here. As the giant monster roars wildly, swinging its iron fist to crush both of them. On the broadcast screen, viewers also start to panic and ask each other about what is happening. The comment sections keep popping up in shock. They realize that guy is a giant monster from the giant race and wonder why he appeared here. Subaru narrows his eyes with a calculating look. He realizes this is a boss-level monster that should only appear in the second part of the challenge. He wonders if something has changed because he defeated Grave. The monster roars again and strikes a lightning-fast blow to the ground, causing a deafening explosion. Through the thick dust, Subaru calmly steps forward with a completely composed expression. He figures that although this monster is huge, its structure is far inferior to Greg's, and he's lucky to have known this in advance. Seeing Subaru still standing still, the stranger running frantically shouted, "And after I got into trouble saving you, run away quickly." Subaru adjusted his mask, his eyes blazing with murderous intent as he decided to settle this quickly before anyone else interfered. As he grips the nameless demon sword, the system alerts that it is beginning to drain the user's blood, causing all stats to spike proportionally to the blood lost. The level 2 skill notification has been activated, successfully eliminating the deadly side effects of the demon sword. The giant shattered monster swung its fist weighing 1,000 pounds, aiming to crush everything. But Subaru swiftly dodged and kicked its hand to gain momentum, launching into a graceful dance like a ballet dancer. Subaru's eyes burned with deadly intent beneath his mask. With this speed, the boss can only rely on his faith. The young man who just saved him could only gasp in amazement as he saw Subaru close in right behind the monster all along. A brutal stab from the cursed sword plunged into the enemy's neck. The monster roared in pain and despair, but Subaru coldly sneered that it was so noisy. He demanded it to stay silent for the rest of its life before decisively delivering more deadly strikes. As the monster's screams faded, Subaru continuously tore through its body with furious sword strokes. The eyes of the giant fragment gradually clouded and then collapsed onto the ground, causing a powerful shockwave that shook the entire area. The system kept announcing that Subaru had defeated the monster and completed the 4th phase, leaving the live viewers in shock and questioning everything due to his incredible speed of conquest. After the battle, Subaru immediately leveled up 3 times along with a significant increase in strength, agility, and magic power. In addition to 4,000 achievement points, he also received extremely valuable items, a giant's heart and a thunder crystal. Subaru stands silently among the wreckage, still clutching his bloodstained sword with labored breaths, while Foen is left stunned by the sight of the monster falling in an instant. He stammered. Meanwhile, the live chat feed was exploding with excitement over Subaru's incredible performance. Viewers kept sending gifts and points in praise of his generosity and flawless conquering skills from round 1 to 4. Are you a human or a ghost, punching the boss like it's a punching bag? You don't understand just by looking? I came to defeat the giant. Leaving the dungeon, Subaru returns to a peaceful town with old wooden houses by a small stream. He finds a simple inn to rest and check his loot after the battle. Sitting on the bed with a handheld device, Subaru sees that the viewers are extremely excited and keep urging him to show the items he just received. Some people are even guessing whether the purple items or the gold items are the rare ones, bro. It's getting intense. Encouraged by that enthusiasm, Subaru gently smiled. I'm curious too. Well then, let's take a look together. He immediately activated the interface to check out the treasures, emitting a mysterious purple glow. The first item is a rare giant's heart-shaped ring, an accessory carved from the heart of a real giant capable of significantly boosting health and recovery. Subaru nodded in satisfaction as this accessory-type equipment was very valuable, increasing health, and I also liked this effect. Next was the Thunder Bright armor, also a rare item with impressive defense stats. This armor is infused with the power of lightning, allowing the user to activate a special skill once a day to neutralize negative effects. Subaru realizes this is exactly what he needs to increase his survival chances in the upcoming fierce battles. As soon as Subaru put on the new armor, a sudden downpour of missions from the audience flooded in, rewarding him with 5,000 credits, along with numerous other tasks from Imban, Mission Villa Inn, and Save Esset, each offering thousands of credits. Subaru couldn't help but be surprised and sincerely thank everyone. He stood up, donning a majestic black cloak, with his eyes shining brightly behind the mask as he felt the surge of power flowing within him. Subaru silently vows not to disappoint those waiting for his spell, as his presence now likely holds a greater significance than he ever imagined. Just then, there is a knock at the door. Sorry to keep you waiting. This is the village's knight leader, Lord Peleus. Peleus looked at Subaru with a deep contemplative gaze. The guide explained that recent attacks by the ogre tribe had become frequent, forcing the knights to guard around the clock with full equipment, and for everyone's safety, the villagers were asked to limit their movements unless absolutely necessary. The guide looked surprised to see Subaru still outside at this time, but immediately changed to a grateful tone, saying, I heard you protected the village while I was away. Peleus stepped forward and bowed politely. Thank you, great hero, for carrying my heart while I was away, Subaru replied with a cold expression behind his mask. No, I was just doing what was obvious. Peleus. Peleus is not only the face of the village, but also a brave knight who always leads the front lines against the cruelty of the beastmen. He revealed that during reconnaissance, the night team discovered the whereabouts of the Beastman chieftain and planned to risk everything to corner them. Suddenly, both Peleus and his companion knelt before Subaru, shocking everyone around them. With a desperate and pleading voice, Peleus said, "Please forgive my rudeness. I beg you to save our village." Seeing this scene, the livestream viewers began to worry and kept leaving comments praying for the blonde-haired knight, but Subaru remained silent, his eyes full of darkness. Based on memories from his past life, he knew for certain a cruel truth that in the next scene, Puss would have to die. Seeing the knight kneeling before him with hope in his eyes, Subaru reached out his hand and gave the order. "Stop kneeling, your knees are tired. I firmly declare I understand and will cooperate." Peleus clenched Subaru's hand and said gratefully, "Thank you so much." Immediately, the notification system announced the start of the survival game. Under the red sunset, the night squad silently advanced into the treacherous Rocky Mountains to carry out a raid. Walking at the end of the line, Subaru quietly checks his broadcasting device. He realizes the viewership is skyrocketing, causing the comments to flood in so quickly he can't keep up. Suddenly, Peleus signaled the entire army to stop. He pointed ahead, his voice tense. "That is the chief of the ogres, an old ogre with pale skin and a long beard, sleeping in the forest." Peleus quickly outlined the plan. "I'll draw his attention so you, benefactor, attack him from behind." Nice plan, but the boss is really strange. But as he drew his sword to charge forward, Subaru quickly stepped in to hold him back. Wait a moment. Peleus, confused and not understanding what was happening, watched as the ground began to shake violently. Subaru pointed ahead and warned about what was coming. Subaru's eyes blazed with suspicion. He grits his teeth and says, "Not human." Immediately, the shape of the enemy began to transform in a bizarre way, revealing not just a single ogre chieftain, but a multitude of giant creatures with pale white skin, pitch black eyes, and wide grins stretching to their ears, surrounding the army. Seeing the horrific scene, Puss exclaimed in shock, "Why are the monsters starting the massacre?" One of them grabs a helpless soldier amid desperate screams. "Stop!" Someone else managed to shout C for T before being brutally attacked. Subaru stands silently, his eyes reflecting the horrific scene as the monster grins wickedly, bloodstained from the soldiers. Faced with the relentless attack of the monsters, Peleus panics and shouts orders to the entire army. "This deal stinks. Everyone retreat to stay alive." He frantically urged the soldiers to withdraw quickly to save their lives. "Hurry up! The giant creatures with pale white skin and pitch black eyes are causing a horrific massacre." They scream wildly as they crush the soldiers. Amid the horrific scene, a soldier painfully calls out the name of a fallen comrade. Ran realizes the situation is hopeless, and Puss decisively orders everyone to run. He reminds them to think of their families and the village, affirming this is not the end and they will start again. Peleus decides to stay behind to cover the rear and entrusts the rest with leading Falcon. Turning to Subaru, Peleus urges him, "You too, run now." He earnestly begged Subaru to rebuild the Night Order and serve the ogres. But Subaru, with his crimson spirit sword shining brightly, simply replied calmly, "That's what I said. I asked the knight back, aren't you planning to run away?" Peleus was stunned, not understanding what Subaru meant. Subaru coldly put his mask back on and declared, "Get out quickly so I can have my hands free to deal with you." Although Peleus was worried that both might die, and didn't want to abandon an outsider, he had to concede in the face of Subaru's resolve. "So I will go gather the warriors. If you can hold on until then, Subaru quietly thanks you." While Peleus ran and shouted, "I owe you my life, take care." The giant monster roared in pain as Subaru's slash tore through its pale white skin. Not giving it a chance to recover, Subaru moved like a shadow through the encircling enemies. The ghostly sword radiates dark spiritual energy and a terrifying aura. Its speed and power overwhelm, causing them to collapse to the ground in an instant. The system immediately announced the defeat of the Giants Trail X2. Gaining 20 achievement points, Subaru stood proudly amidst the thick dust and smoke, his eyes blazing with fury, ready to crush anyone who dared to block his way. Watching Peleus' figure disappear into the misty bone forest, Subaru gently adjusts his mask and quietly thinks that even though this is just a test, he's never been used to being left alone. He says he hates it, but his sword never stops swinging. His eyes hardened. The loneliness on the battlefield seemed to awaken the fighting spirit of a legend more fiercely than ever. In the distance, gritting his teeth in pain, sweat streaming down his face as he leaves his benefactor behind to carry out the mission, while Subaru is now surrounded by a horde of pale giants with sinister, wide-toothed grins. The live broadcast frame exploded with negative comments, with people claiming it was a suicidal act and unable to understand why he was chasing away other warriors when the score depended on how many survived. Subaru gazed deeply into the pitch-black eyes of the monsters advancing towards him, his mind flooded with cruel memories that everyone here, including Peleus, was destined to die. His eyes blazing with determination, Subaru clenched his sword and declared that the poorly written script of this tower would be fixed so it has a happy ending. The pale giants roar and charge, but Subaru is ready with his ghostly sword. A swift slash brings them down in an instant. The system keeps notifying that the ogre traces have been defeated. Gaining 10 achievement points, Subaru moves like a shadow, each slash bringing death and collecting more points from the massive corpses scattered below. At this moment, the fiery red aura from the weapon begins to erupt violently. The system warns that the nameless demon sword is absorbing the user's mana. All stats increase in proportion to the mana consumed. Subaru quietly calculated that taking down each one individually wouldn't be difficult. The problem is, how long can I borrow the power of the demon sword? I know I can't stay stuck in this encirclement for too long. The most important target right now is here. I need to secure my vision and find the boss. Subaru leaps into the air, delivering a deadly strike that pierces straight through the head of a giant. He keeps moving non-stop, turning the battlefield into a stage of blazing red swords tearing through the darkness. Just watching it makes your blood run cold. Despite being surrounded by numerous enemies from all directions, Subaru still fights fiercely, clearing the way with powerful sword swings that leave monsters no time to react. His speed is so fast that he charges straight ahead through the ogres. On the chat frame, viewers can't help but hold their breath. One wrong step and it's instant death. Some even joke about his terrifying speed. Just as stamina begins to reach its limit, the special skill immediately activates to enhance level 2 and cancel out the side effects of the nameless demon sword. The user's stamina and mental strength have been restored. Feeling the raging fury gradually being tamed, Subaru quietly confirms that there is a change in stamina consumption. Equipment truly makes a difference. I need to find the boss quickly before I reach my limit, Subaru thought as his eyes burned with fury behind his mask. Amidst the swarm of monsters, an old giant with a white beard and a wild smile comes into view. He shouts, "It's him!" The boss roared with twisted laughter as Subaru charged with all his might, not necessarily in one strike, but he preferred it quick. Please, let this work. Subaru bets everything on this final strike. Immediately, he activates the power from his lightning-based equipment. A raging bolt of lightning erupts, thunder echoing across the battlefield, turning Subaru into a thunder god delivering a divine punishment to his enemies. The surrounding ogres scream in terror at the terrifying power of the lightning. The boss stared at Subaru in shock and exclaimed in horror, "What kind of person is this, so cruel with electricity?" Without giving the opponent a chance to react, Subaru repeatedly strikes with his sword. The system announces that the nameless demon sword absorbs the user's mana to maximize his power. Subaru swept through like a tornado, unleashing deadly sword strikes that made the giant scream in despair before being finished off. A final swing of the sword fell, and the system coldly announced the defeat of the giant seed. Its color collapses onto the desolate ground as the system continuously displays notifications of completing the survival year and achieving excellent results. Subaru levels up dramatically. His strength, agility, stamina, and magic power all surge simultaneously. On the broadcast, viewers were stunned. They couldn't believe someone had defeated that boss so easily. Subaru looked at the wreckage and thought to himself that if this were a story, this would be the perfect moment for a badass ending. But suddenly, the sky darkened, and lightning began tearing through the threatening night. As Subaru predicted, the monsters didn't disappear even after he finished the level because they would only vanish when all the tests were over. At this moment, a blazing red notification appeared. The middle school team failed to eliminate the nameless demon sword. The demon sword begins to rebel, draining life force and leaving Subaru exhausted. He bitterly realizes that the mechanism he once used to gain an advantage is now trapping him in a desperate situation as Subaru's strength gradually fades while the giant monsters approach with wicked smiles. A thunderous explosion suddenly erupts, engulfing Subaru in a circle of enemies, as the protagonist's radiant aura returns brighter than ever. In the quiet ancient forest, the last rays of sunlight filter through the leaves, creating an extraordinarily peaceful scene. In a small wooden house deep in the woods, a girl with long black hair sits silently on the porch, intently looking at the device in her hands. Suddenly, a handsome man with long silver hair approaches and breaks the silence with a question. "What are you doing in a place like this?" He gently looked up at the sky and sighed. "The weather is nice, isn't it? The air is also fresh." She still can't take her eyes off the screen and softly replies with a hint of meaning. "It's something you can only enjoy right now." "The man seems to be approaching the end, huh?" The girl gently nods, her voice tinged with sadness. "No more than a year." The man's eyes suddenly turned cold. He gritted his teeth and said, "It's time to end everything." Seeing that the girl still looked indifferent, he couldn't help but feel regret. "You really are different, appearing indifferent during our serious talk. Like someone worried about the end of the world while still busy scrolling on your phone." Curious about her focus, the man leaned down and asked, "What are you so engrossed in?" The girl calmly held up the screen and introduced, "Oh, this one. He's currently called Subaru Narakami." The name just uttered made the man panic and lose control. He shouted loudly, "Subaru!" When she mentioned Subaru, his reaction was as fierce as if he had just heard his ex-girlfriend's name come back to life. Seeing the panic, the girl calmly explained, "Of course, this is not Subaru. He only stole the name Subaru Narakami from a foggy bird currently undertaking the second challenge." The screen now shows Subaru fighting off monsters, attracting numerous praises for the extraordinary skills of a rookie. "You know it too, right?" the silver-haired man said in a low voice, his eyes piercing into Saiger. He firmly states that if Subaru truly survived that situation, the traitor Kazuki Kyo would have been eliminated from this tower long ago. Seeing Saiger silent, he grits his teeth and says, "Subaru is dead. You need to accept that fact." Unable to bear it any longer, Saiger shouted loudly, asking him to stop bringing it up, but the man still wouldn't let go. He stepped closer and pressed. Sigurd, how long are you going to hide in that kid's shadow? Sigurd angrily stood up, eyes blazing with fury as he stared directly at his companion. He coldly takes the device from her hand and sneers. And what about you? That's why you keep getting involved in things like this. Sigurd weakly replied that she was just killing time. But at that moment, a terrifying change on the screen made her gasp in amazement. Huh? The man also stared blankly at the device. He stammered, "What else?" Amid the ruined battlefield, a thunderous explosion suddenly erupted from Subaru's position. A blazing surge of golden lightning erupts like a storm, knocking back the entire horde of giant beasts surrounding him. This is the kind of move that accidentally deletes the edge. This incredible power causes the ground to shatter, forming a deep crater as proof of an unimaginable energy explosion. The system continuously notifies, awarding the lightning skill and 2,000 valuable achievement points for the feat just accomplished. Subaru stands proudly amidst the wreckage. This rookie style makes even veteran players want to log out. The live broadcast exploded with crazy comments from the viewers. They couldn't believe their eyes at the absurd difficulty of the challenge he just overcame. Subaru looked at his palm crackling with lightning and thought to himself, this isn't something he usually had here. The A-rank lightning skill officially belonged to him, allowing the user to wield the power of thunder by consuming stamina and magic. Seeing the monsters defeated, Subaru let out a relieved sigh. At least I didn't die, that's enough. The challenge coming at the right moment truly saved me. A series of mission completion notifications flooded in, causing Subaru's reputation points to skyrocket rapidly. From loyal fans to major investors like Save ESET, everyone generously donated, pushing his total points over 20,000. This part probably spammed donations just like a top idol in a live stream. Looking at the screen, Subaru nods slightly in gratitude. Thank you, everyone. He recalled his earlier promise and declared firmly, I said I would perform a show to thank everyone. With that, Subaru clenched the demon sword, emitting a blazing aura of spiritual energy. While the monsters growled and charged, the challenge notification system would continue to run. Subaru's eyes shone brightly with fury behind his mask. I will show everyone that thing. The skill notification system for Tamname has reached level 3, allowing for the complete elimination of the deadly side effects of lightning magic. Bright yellow sparks began to dance across Subaru's hands. I want this energy to flow through my entire body, but for now I focus on channeling lightning into my hand for the decisive attack. Seeing the monsters rushing toward me, Subaru growled, "All of you!" Then it streaks away like a lightning bolt. This shot looks like it's ready to be a highlight reel. He channels all his lightning power into the nameless demon sword, causing it to explode with a deadly red and black aura. In that moment, memories of its glorious past suddenly resurface. Subaru wondered whether he should wipe out everything with a single slash like he used to do in the past, unleashing a sword swing of earth-shattering power that cut through and crushed the entire monster army in an instant, turning the battlefield into a scene of devastation as the pale giants were thrown back and completely annihilated by the terrifying might of the Thunder King reborn in one strike, leaving nothing behind. Amidst the thick smoke and scattered monster corpses, Subaru stands silently, breathing heavily, cursing himself under his breath. Although he had won decisively, Subaru realized he had overdone it by putting too much strength into his last attack. He had intended to reserve some energy for the journey back, but his momentary excitement caused him to misjudge how much energy he had expended. Subaru knelt down, clutching the sword hilt tightly to steady his trembling body as exhaustion took over. As the sunset gradually dipped behind him, the highlight broke. According to protocol, seeing Subaru standing tall in the middle of the battlefield, Peleus could only exclaim, "Huh? Our benefactor." Immediately after, the scene shifts to the management company's office, where a trembling hand is placed next to a tablet that just received a new notification from the system. In the office, department head Zhu and Seon Hyun looked at Hookah with concern as she covered her face in embarrassment. This atmosphere felt like a message meant for Kret, but accidentally sent to the class group. Hyun's car wondered if it really had to go this far, while Seon Hyun could only shake his head in frustration. Don't ask me, I don't understand women's thoughts. Hasuka is now in a state of extreme panic, blaming herself in her mind. Oh no, what should I do now? My face is burning with embarrassment thinking about what I just did. Hasuka wondered nervously if she sounded too cold, or if she should have added more emojis to her message to seem friendlier. Mr. Hyun's car reads the message and sarcastically comments that she's no different from a fan bothering a streamer. Unable to hold back, Hasuka suddenly stood up and shouted, "I was a passionate fan before becoming a manager, so how can I blame him?" She confidently affirmed to the boss that the pulling skill the young man just achieved was unique and made him a special existence reserved for Subaru Narukami. Seong Hyun slightly smiles with satisfaction, knowing that Subaru's performance helped him secure his salary through the bet. This winning paycheck must be cashed out first. Manager Jo Tae-to also began to change his attitude. He stroked his chin thoughtfully. No wonder no one else could have received it. He must be someone worth watching. Suddenly, Hasuka shouted in surprise when she saw the new notification on the screen. She trembled as she reported that Subaru Narukami seemed to have read the message, but then she was stunned to face the harsh truth. He only looked at it. The shock of being ignored by her idol completely shattered Hookah, leaving her frozen like a white statue in the office. Han and John T could only silently watch their colleague frozen in shock at Subaru's cold silence. Truly, 3 hurt by silence. Well, shall we get started then? He is Hai, a mysterious analyst who specializes in analyzing top players' matches. Using his sharp vision and profound knowledge, he has defeated countless opponents and established a strong position in the analysis community. Simply put, it's a battle of wits, with deadly damage coming from words. Hawaii has demonstrated sharp analytical skills when watching clips of different players. Among them is Kurakawa Amon, who just joined the Lamb Clan Guild and is considered the future of the organization. Hai believes that a dark horse has appeared, rapidly climbing the tower. Some even call him the second Narukami. His analysis also includes Kazuki Kijo, a former member of the Lum Ai and now representing Earth. Hokai believes that the pressure on Kazuki's shoulders must be immense, but today he wants to take a closer look at his skills. Of course, the legendary Narukami Subaru across generations is no exception. Hokai affirms that no matter what people say, Loi belongs to this man. When you think of a player who is far superior to the others, most likely right now you're thinking of Subaru Narukami. The official livestream has started. Hokai enthusiastically welcomes the viewers. Hello, I am Hai. Thank you for watching today. He announced that the main topic of the stream was the hottest player right now, Subaru Narukami. Immediately, the chat exploded with mixed comments. Some excitedly ask, is Subaru Narukami back? While others sneer. Isn't this the original, or isn't he still on the second floor so early? Some even think Hai ran out of ideas and is just clinging to this name. Ignore the chatty arguments like an online meeting. Hai focuses on the screen and reminds everyone not to ruin the mood from the start, but even Hawkeye, witnessing Subaru's battle scenes, is left stunned and exclaims, "That's crazy." He stares at the screen, sweat pouring down from excitement at what he's witnessing, and can only gasp in amazement. Hai couldn't believe his eyes and wondered, what kind of focus is this? He analyzed that no ordinary person could master a new skill so perfectly. Subaru mastered the skill with incredible precision, only channeling exactly what was needed into his sword and wasting not a bit of energy. His control, refined technique, and absolute focus made it all possible. Hokai confirms that Subaru made no mistakes throughout the battle and wonders in horror, where did this monster come from? I bet many viewers don't even understand what they're watching because of the huge gap in skill. This is the kind of person who appears to make others wonder what all their years of training were for. Hai is convinced that this young man will definitely become a major figure, and plans to keep watching him in the upcoming broadcasts. For Hai, this rookie with the mask is simply extraordinary. Hai wraps up his analysis with a weighty conclusion. Oh, right, I forgot to mention Hai's comment about how his control might even surpass Narukami at his peak. The system keeps showing new notifications that the 6th round is approaching, and his exhaustion has completely faded after sleep. The game signals a new level, and life is gearing up for more drama. Although my physical strength has recovered to 0, I still feel exhausted mentally. Looking at the conditions to pause the challenge, I tell myself I am not tired, but my spirit is still worn out. Maybe I should take a break from the challenge for a while. He suddenly realized that his viewers had skyrocketed to 742 people. Despite the urging from the audience to keep going, Subaru decided to say goodbye. Thank you all for watching today. Sorry, but the next stream will start the day after tomorrow. I will take a day off. The system will notify that the official live broadcast has ended. Subaru calmly steps out of the challenge area to begin the exploration phase. Standing in the silent space, he opens his handheld device and notices an important message marked as urgent from entertainment. The important message sounds as scary as your Zalo message. Hasuka, the manager from this company's management team, has sent a thank you and sincerely invites you to confirm the message to discuss cooperation, along with promises of the highest industry revenue share and comprehensive support for streamers. Subaru removes his mask to reveal a tired face with sharp yellow eyes and mutters suspiciously, "Is it a trap?" After the name Entertainment, he went to a roadside cafe to rest and learn more about the organization. Looking at the description of a powerful MCN company that manages and supports streamers rapidly growing through strong investments, Subaru couldn't help but marvel at how much the era has changed. The world has definitely changed. Now even companies like this exist. Why is Tan not just an ordinary name, but also a leading MCN company in the entertainment industry? Subaru realizes that streamer Hawkeye, who just praised him so highly, is also a member of this organization. Seeing the lively comments praising Hai's sharp eye for people, Subaru gently smiles to himself. He silently thinks that kid really has a good eye for people. Folding the device, Subaru strolled through the streets of the Novice Land. Long here pondered his next move. Meanwhile, in another corner of the town, Isaac also stared at the screen with a look of resentment. Yes, the villain logging in right on time like going to work. Hearing Hawkeye's assessment that the rookie named Subaru might have surpassed Narukami at his peak, he was so furious he was trembling. Axe roars in anger. "Don't mess with me." He just reached the second floor. His eyes blaze with blood and fury. Anyone who grits their teeth and swears that once they reach that level, they will gouge out the eyes of all those cheering there. He stomps his foot on the ground and curses in frustration. Already in a bad mood this morning, Isaac trudged into the coffee shop feeling miserable. But as soon as he saw Subaru sitting alone in the corner, He smirked with a sinister smile, clearly ready to cause trouble. Is today just one of those unlucky days? Before Subaru could have finished speaking, Isaac deliberately slammed into the table, causing the hot coffee to spill all over Subaru. Startled, Subaru could only cry out in pain as he tried to dodge the splattering liquid that stained his clothes. "Oh, sorry about that," Ace said with a smug look. He pretended to be surprised to see Subaru again and sarcastically remarked that this second floor was really too small, which was why they kept running into each other. Facing Subaru's uncomfortable silence, Isaac continued to insult him. He offered to buy Subaru a coffee since he knew he was always struggling financially. Subaru gave him a whole fruit smoothie and then left. A C blocked the way and issued a threat. "I'm pretty sure I warned you last time. Is there something wrong with your head?" It doesn't end there. He roughly grabbed Subaru by the collar, gritting his teeth and cursing. "That bastard." A C leans in close, voice full of menace. "Drop that smug look of yours. Do you think I'll just let this slide? If you want to get beaten that badly, you should have just said so. I will crush you again, just like in the old days, exactly as you want." Faced with that ferocity, Subaru remained strangely calm. He softly replied, "Sorry," but immediately, Subaru tightened his grip on Isaac's wrist, surprising him with his unbelievable strength. Subaru coldly declares, "I don't have time for that today." Isaac is stunned to realize his hand is trembling and he questions himself internally. He's always this strong, only now realizing I picked the wrong side, still in shock. "Just pretend you paid for my coffee." "Thanks for the invitation. The paper-served spicy food combo," Isaac shouted in frustration, completely helpless. Damn it. He shouted commands, "Come back here." But Subaru had already left the shop, leaving the ringing doorbell behind. Isaac stood silently in the coffee shop, letting out a faint, bitter sigh. I was planning to climb the tower quietly. His anger erupts as Isaac clenches his fists and his eyes blaze with fury when thinking about the past. Once Subaru Narukami, now Subaru Hosoi. They keep provoking me. He quietly left the shop with a vengeful spirit hotter than ever. Meanwhile, Subaru was walking while checking his device. Oh, that's right. He begins to scroll through the notifications and messages he just received. Elsewhere, in the misty white steam of the bathroom, a girl relaxes in a warm bath with her yellow rubber duck toy. She carefully looked at the phone on the wooden shelf, displaying a brief but decisive message sent to Narukami Subaru. "Let's meet once." Subaru quietly advances into the dark dungeon where the carcasses of lizard monsters lie scattered in the glowing blue water. A beautiful scene mistaken for a quick pass, the ghost sword in his hand shining with blazing fire, ready for the upcoming life and death battle. The system immediately issued a warning. Subaru is entering the boss room called the Exile Chamber of the Lizard God. As soon as the third level skill activation was triggered to eliminate the deadly side effects of the nameless demon sword, Subaru silently told himself that he was gradually getting used to this new body, but the real challenge ahead would be the most accurate test. Suddenly, a fierce blaze erupts as the mighty salamander boss appears with a deafening roar, ready to burn any intruders. To prevent another accident like before and master his lightning magic, Subaru decides to test his current maximum power. He lowers his stance, channels lightning into his legs to boost his speed to the limit, then shoots forward like a lightning bolt. Subaru leaps into the air, facing the raging fire monster head-on. He channels all his lightning into the nameless demon sword, unleashing an explosive attack that tears through space. However, the system kept flashing red warnings indicating that the third-degree attempt had failed to eliminate the side effects of the lightning, causing his fatigue to spike. Despite the overwhelming pressure weighing down on his body, Subaru gritted his teeth and delivered a brutal slash that tore through the giant salamander's body amidst a raging storm of lightning and fire. The system continuously displays a message that Subaru has successfully conquered the dungeon where the exiled lizard god's hideout is located. With leveling up, his strength, stamina, and magic power stats are all increased. Subaru hesitated for a moment as he walked through the silent night, quietly assessing that the stamina drain reduction effect was better than he had expected. "I'm still pretty fed up. Looking at the status screen with fatigue at 61, I'm confident that increasing my strength further won't be a problem. I'm still feeling strong." Red Pin still tries to push forward, but when looking at the skill level now at D rank 3, Subaru can't help but frown at the requirement of 40,000 reputation points for the next level up. He sighed softly with a sense of despair. Isn't it a bit harsh to require double the reputation points for leveling up? As Subaru struggled with his financial problems, he secretly wished for someone to suddenly appear and offer him a good job. Suddenly, a shadowy figure emerged from behind a tree, accompanied by a sarcastic voice. "Are you hunting, huh? Hunting?" The one who just appeared with a wicked smile is none other than Isaac. He stepped closer to Subaru and said teasingly, "We've known each other for a long time, but this is really unexpected." Faced with that annoying stalking, Subaru coldly replied, "You're really persistent." Isaac's madness became evident as he gritted his teeth, insisting he had thought about this a lot, but his rage pushed him to the limit of his patience. Isaac stands facing Subaru, his eyes blazing with a challenging look. "Why don't we settle this right here?" Subaru silently looked at the person in front of him, secretly assessing him. Amidst the tense atmosphere under the moonlight, in another corner of the bustling town, a mysterious young man with blonde hair and a jade necklace suddenly appeared. "Hey, over here!" Joe Two's call rang out as he saw Hai strolling over. Hai enthusiastically waved hello. Jay, it's been a while. When asked if streaming was going smoothly, he casually replied, well, probably. Most viewers are the same, so the numbers don't change much. Ja too slowly took a sip of tea and then remarked that, actually, it's better this way because what is built won't easily collapse. The boss then automatically recited a philosophical saying. Hokkai gets straight to the point. I don't have time to sit and drink tea. Let's get to the main matter. Ja too smiled appreciatively at Hokkai's sharpness, just as his name suggested, then shifted the topic to Subaru Narukami, whom Hai had praised highly yesterday. Seeing his boss's serious expression, Hokkai took a sip of tea and reaffirmed his opinion. Oh, that rookie? As I said, I think his talent is greater than Subaru Narukami at his peak, but can he reach that level? It's another story. When I found out Joe T was reevaluating his opinion, Hai asked why, and the answer was that I intended to recruit him to the company. Hai excitedly exclaimed, as expected, he has good judgment. However, he also realistically pointed out that Subaru currently has too few viewers and too low a profile for a big company like Seon to recruit. Ju clenched his teacup. He admitted that was true, but Hokkai's words had made him more confident in his decision. He confidently declared, let's collaborate with Subaru Naruamidi to boost viewership and recognition. Meanwhile, in a quiet, shadowy corner, Isaac stood tall facing Subaru and gritted his teeth. There's only the two of us here right now. This happened because you were the one carrying the load and entering the dungeon. You know that, right? You look completely unscathed, so you probably ran away right away. He sneers at Subaru and says, know your place because you only got this far by luck. Isaac leaned close to Subaru's face, grinding his teeth as he asked if he was dreaming of becoming Subaru Narukami or fantasizing about mastering lightning like that famous streamer, and he raged, cursing that disgusting Subaru Narukami. If he's already dead, he might as well lie still in the graveyard. Isaac gripped Subaru's shoulder tightly. In the end, feeling so bitter that I hate everyone, AC keeps asking with a contemptuous look, right? He thinks that nowadays it's ridiculous how everyone imitates Subaru Narukami. Despite that attitude, Subaru remains strangely calm. He coldly asked back, why do you see me as an enemy to that extent? Isaac gritted his teeth and replied that it was only because his name contained Subaru. Subaru calmly asked why he hated a name that everyone loves so much, leaving Isaac stammering in utter rage. Isaac growled, do you know who my father is and you're still asking that? Subaru remained unfazed, mocking Isaac for still bringing up his parents to scare others despite being grown up. As soon as the name Reinhard was mentioned, a memory of a top-tier expert from the 9th floor surfaced. Subaru realizes that he is the legendary first/swordsman. The past flashes back to the shocking scene when Subaru Narukami of the Blue Eye Society appears like a star. He defeated a formidable beast of the ancient continent with a single strike in less than 30 seconds. Reinhard was then utterly defeated, begging desperately for another chance to fight. Seeing his opponent's rage, Subaru realizes that the real reason Isaac hates him is because of his father's legendary nickname, the One Slash. He asks in a strained voice if Isaac knows what Subaru Hoshori really had to endure because of that unreasonable thing. Unable to hold back any longer, Isaac shouted loudly, silenced himself, and then unleashed a burst of flames covering his entire body. He declared that there was no need to talk any further and ordered Subaru to be killed. Isaac's fury over the legendary figure from the past erupted into a raging fire. He growled with disgust, I hate Subaru Narukami so much that it makes me want to vomit. This brother of mine is so bitter that it's become a biological reflex. To him, that hero is nothing special, but always draws all the attention and pretends to be noble. It was that arrogance that caused his followers to meet a tragic end, with a twisted, sickening smile on his face. He smugly declares that their deaths are well-deserved, and perhaps now they are rotting in hell, to face the rightful consequences. He concentrates all his firepower into his palm, creating a blazing fireball and shouting, that name of yours is the worst luck you'll ever have. A massive fire dragon explosion instantly engulfs Subaru, turning the entire space into a raging sea of flames. Let the explosion be loud. The effects will be seen later. Don't talk. Seeing the scorched scene, Isaac pretends to regret as he covers his face and mutters that he lost control of his power with a friend. But immediately after, his eyes blaze with a cruel glare as he plans to eliminate the masked streamer who is currently causing a storm. Suddenly, from the midst of the raging flames, a dark figure strode out with blazing eyes full of fury. Subaru appeared coldly before his stunned opponent and asked back, is this what you mean? Although it seemed like a sure win, he was outplayed. AC staggered back in shock, unable to believe his eyes when he saw the opponent still safe and sound after their direct attack, trembling in fear. No way you actually faced my flames directly. How did you not give the enemy time to recover? Subaru charged his lightning into his legs, creating a burst of speed that tore through the ground. He charged like a lightning bolt, delivering a 1,000-pound punch and sneering with contempt, feeling annoyed, right? Hearing a brat like you, Subaru's punch sent Isaac flying away. He grimaced in pain, coughed up blood, and collapsed to the ground in utter shock. Subaru strode forward confidently, his eyes blazing with fury as he looked down at the writhing figure beneath him. At this moment, his aura is like a final boss entering the room, speaking bitterly and criticizing them. Isaac struggles to breathe, staring fixedly at his trembling hand, unable to believe he was defeated so easily. Subaru stands tall like a judge and begins to remove his mask, asking a question that makes Isaac's spine chill. I ask you, who is the person standing in front of you today? Subaru coldly lists each identity. Subaru, the one who bullied and made you cry. Is this Subaru Narukami wearing the mask or Subaru Narukami of the Lamai? Ick knelt down, trembling with fear, but still trying to act tough when he realized Subaru was the popular streamer causing a storm lately. He lost, but he still tried to hold on to his remaining pride. He sneered, claiming that your lightning skills are nothing special and sarcastically saying even a trash like you can learn them, while someone crazily pours all their power into their fist. He arrogantly declared himself better than the legendary Narukami and charged at Subaru blindly, but all his efforts were rendered meaningless against the overwhelming dominance. A C is stunned as his attack completely fails, and Subaru is right beside him with a sharp sword pressed against his neck. Subaru coldly declares, "Too bad, you answered wrong." He expresses disgust at Isaac's meaningless insults towards their former comrades. Feeling the thick aura and familiar pressure, Isaac began to tremble in utter fear, stammering with ragged breaths. Don't say you're a Narukami the Lamai, so that the traitor can't finish speaking. Subaru delivers a brutal strike with his sword. Subaru's cold gaze looks down at the defeated enemy and delivers the final blow. Time's up. Subaru hesitates before walking away, putting his mask back on with a mocking smile. I guess I've been too lenient. Looking at Isaac lying motionless among the wreckage and smoke, he silently thought, consider this my thanks for lending me your body. Thanks, I thought it was a farewell. After the battle, Subaru went to a cafe to rest. What's that? What kind of Subaru Narukami fanboy is that? Some even mock him maliciously. Doesn't he feel ashamed? It seems like he's streaming. Despite the gossip, Subaru remains calm and focused on checking his equipment, adopting a drama-free streaming style with a strategy of hiding his true identity as Subaru Narukami. It's a huge advantage to keep your face hidden from others. Just then, a girl hurried over, panting and flustered. Sorry to keep you waiting. I apologize. The girl blushed and stammered shyly. Ah, it's a pleasure to meet you. I'm the one who contacted you. I am Hasuka. Subaru's manager stood up, politely shook hands and introduced himself. I am Subaru Narukami. Hasuka trembling with emotion, she said, I am truly honored to meet you. Staring intently at the mask before her, Hasuka couldn't help but wonder. They really look alike. If Subaru Narukami is still alive and comes back, and if he hides his face behind a mask because he's a fake, what then? Seeing Hasuka standing there lost in thought with her cheeks flushed, Subaru asked, What's wrong? Hasuka was startled and nervously replied, overwhelmed with confusion. In her mind, she suddenly hears the manager shouting about the importance of making a good impression to earn the customer's trust, and Hasuka desperately blames herself. I've already messed up from the start. Seeing her strange expression, Subaru asked directly, Are you a fan of Subaru Narukami? Without hesitation, Hasuka immediately admitted yes, a superfan. Subaru had to speak to reassure her, saying, I'm not the real deal, so calm down. Also, manager, I think you're younger than me. But Hasuka still firmly insisted, I am also a fan of yours. She excitedly revealed that she has been following Subaru since he had no audience at all. She was the first viewer to witness him defeat the deadly fall and overcome the grab challenge. An early fan who subscribed when the channel had no one else. Remembering every detail from his lightning challenge to the encounter with the giant shard. Subaru froze in place, sweat streaming down her face behind the mask. Is she really the first viewer? She remembers more than I do. He gently smiles, admitting that he was too carefree at the time and is truly surprised that she has been watching all along. Hasuka felt ecstatic, secretly thinking this was her destiny. She excitedly recounted how she rushed straight to the company to beg for a management position with him, while reminding herself to act professionally to earn Lord Rai's trust. Hasuka begins to present the prepared contract, explaining that while Subaru is busy, she will handle professional areas like commercials and event clips to enhance the value of the Narukami name. When Subaru wondered what he needed to do, Hasuka smiled reassuringly and said, Just keep streaming as usual. That's all we need. Sounds familiar, right? With a light job and high pay. Does Subaru wonder in surprise if being a streamer is so easy? Hasuka confirms that because he's the first to master the game, the manager and the entire company hold him in high regard. Subaru clarified that that was not what he meant when he asked the question. Seeing through her facade, he silently assesses her. From her aura, it's clear she's not an ordinary player. Someone with such skill just to be a manager? While Hasuka was panicking, thinking she was doomed, Subaru was quietly contemplating the much stronger opponents they would face soon. He told himself there was no time to rest, and that he had to keep accelerating. Seeing Hasuka fidgeting nervously, afraid he would refuse to sign the contract, Subaru suddenly reached out and said, I understand that I can trust you. Subaru respectfully asked, Please help me out. Overwhelmed by his trustworthy gesture, Hasuka's face flushed with emotion. She quickly grabbed his hand and responded with tears in her eyes, I am the one who said that. Please help me. As soon as the broadcast started, Subaru was stunned to see the viewers spike to over 700 in an instant, and the chat exploded with warm welcomes. Here it is, I've been waiting for you. With that mask, today it's the same content again. Then let's get started right away. No need to beat around the bush. A blue light envelops him as the system officially enters level 6, the legendary stage. The scene instantly shifts to a military camp in the pouring rain, where soldiers are on strict watch under the dark, cloudy sky. Inside the command tent, knights gather around a map to discuss tactics. Peleus anxiously asked where the benefactor was. Unlike his concern, the other members of the team showed suspicion and hostility. A knight spoke up, "I find it suspicious should we trust someone who isn't even a knight." Those around also joined in, saying it's hard to believe that an outsider suddenly appeared and defeated the ogre tribe's boss alone. If you don't understand, just deny it. Classic, a knight with a long scar on his face bluntly mocked Peleus, saying he had been deceived and even doubted whether that monster was really the boss or just a random soldier. Hearing these insults directed at the benefactor, Peleus angrily shouted, "How can you say such things?" At that moment, a soldier hurriedly ran in to announce that Lord Peleus the benefactor had woken up, and Subaru strolled into the tent, surprising everyone. "Thanks to you, I can walk normally without any help." He responds casually, but his aura erupts. Despite his appearance, the surrounding soldiers continue to whisper disdainfully, staring intently and judging that he might be the hero who defeated the ogre tribe's boss, though he doesn't seem very strong. Sabaru's eyes hardened with coldness behind the mask. He looked straight at the crowd and challenged them in a stern voice. "It seems like you don't believe I defeated it, or maybe you just don't want to believe it," even as the tension is rising. Sabaru secretly uses a special feature that Hasaka taught him earlier. By performing a pre-saved pose, he can adjust the microphone frequency so that only the stream viewers can hear his voice. Sabaru silently thought that this was a pretty useful feature in boring situations like this. Seeing his arrogance, the chat window erupted. "Don't underestimate him. Did you just laugh behind your mask?" "You're confident. LOL chat. There's always some drama for XM. Just then, a fake knight with silver hair and a neatly trimmed mustache stepped forward. He extended his hand kindly and said, "First, thank you. I am Dale." Sabaru shakes hands with Dale and receives a warm welcome. But Dale quietly shares his concern about protecting the village, where everyone is being trampled by an unknown figure. In response to Subaru's question about a threat even more dangerous than the boss, Dale explained that the giants who once fought gods had long been sealed away. Most of the monsters today are just remnants or lingering thoughts they left behind. However, the giant creature that appeared after the boss was defeated was an exception, as his power approached that of legendary giants, meaning this was no longer a demo, but the full version. Seeing Dale's shock, viewers of the stream couldn't help but doubt the unreasonable difficulty. Despite that, Subaru remains calm and asserts, so we have no choice but to defeat it. His confident attitude caused another knight to mock, claiming that Subaru was just talking big because he hadn't faced it for real. At that moment, Puss suddenly spoke up, calling the hero and revealing an ancient legend about Thien Nien Mountain, where the highest peak hides a legendary thunder shard. Just hearing about it makes it feel like a side quest, but the difficulty is SSS level. Peleus looked at Subaru with hopeful eyes and a confident assertion. "I believe it can only be the benefactor." Faced with this new responsibility, Subaru remained silent, deep in thought beneath his mask. Memories of the enemy's brutality once again surfaced through raging fires and the desperate screams of the villagers. A giant entity named Pai Don looms amidst the sea of flames. He roared at my child as his massive hands kept crushing everything, while the soldiers could only desperately scream for him to stop in pain as they watched the horrifying scene unfold before their eyes. The monster crushes a soldier in its palm, its eyes blazing with fury, and roars full of hatred, "I will send you off with the blood of humanity." He realizes the madness of the enemy as he strides through the wreckage. That guy is really trying to kill everyone. Sabaru's broadcast starts to stir with a series of astonished comments at the scale of the boss. Puss is genuinely worried, standing next to Subaru, and reports that it will take about 3 days for the giant to arrive here. Seeing the danger beyond control, the knight urgently advised, "If you can't find Lei by then, just run away. That's the only way to save the benefactor's life." But Subaru had no intention of backing down. He urged his horse forward through the pouring rain, heading straight for the Millennium Mountain with unwavering determination to defeat the giant, relying on the power of lightning. That might be the key to this challenge. Facing Puss's suggestion to give up, Subaru slightly smirked and confidently declared, "No challenge in this tower that I cannot conquer." The chat is probably spamming confident pictures right now. I like it. After uttering that arrogant remark, he suddenly paused and silently scolded himself. Damn it, I accidentally used a catchphrase. The live viewers immediately recognized the familiarity in that line, causing the chat to explode with praise for his confidence. A series of new missions are continuously being registered by investors and fans, rewarding thousands of reputation points if Subaru can complete this feasible challenge. This deal is clearly a win or lose situation. Subaru quietly breathes a sigh of relief seeing the audience's fairly positive reaction. Good, I wasn't caught, and that wasn't a bad reaction, right? He pulled hard on the reins, urging the horse over the steep rocky slopes as the rain grew heavier. After a grueling journey, Subaru finally reached the summit of the towering mountain. He dismounts and slowly approaches a massive cliff face. Subaru places his gloved hands on the cold stone surface, his eyes shining with hope as he senses the hidden energy within. A shard of lightning is hidden here. He stands silently before the cavey cliff, ready to awaken the ancient power slumbering within. The bus continued to quietly explain that the Thunder Shard is something only found in legends. Whether it's a special power, a relic, or even a person, there's still no clear information about it. The knight admits they only know the location of the legendary mountain, but one thing is certain. The one who once wielded lightning was the one who destroyed the giants. Meanwhile, in the real world, Hasuka stares in shock at her phone, wondering what is happening. She immediately cheered excitedly, reporting to the manager that the contract was completed. JTU couldn't help but be stunned and burst out laughing happily. He sarcastically said that Huka had finally become a decent person. Huka happily jumped around, thinking that with this success, she would soon earn everyone's respect. Mun Q from Fawn quickly rose to become a top manager in no time. Even though the boss was about to say more, Hasuka quickly finished her work and rushed to bed, ready to enjoy her idol's stream. Hasuka's eyes shine brightly with fascination as she thinks that watching her idol through the screen is the ultimate joy for an otaku. On the live stream, Subaru confidently declares, "There is no challenge in this tower I cannot conquer." That statement left Hasuka stunned, so much so that she lost her excitement. She was shocked to realize that it was a line from over 20 years ago, now strangely spoken so naturally by this young man. At the summit of the Thousand-Year Mountain, lightning begins to tear apart the dark sky. Subaru stands tall amidst the storm, despite the audience's worried questions about whether he is about to do something desperate. He pours all his strength into his fist, striking the rugged cliff with a challenging stance. Whatever is stronger, fight until the very end. After punching this, if I fail, I'll just become a stubborn idiot, but not a weak hand. A thunderous explosion erupts, with golden lightning covering Subaru as he unleashes all his strength to break the ancient seal. The dust gradually settles, and Subaru stands firm among the shattered rocks, his breath ragged. Sweat streams down his face, but his eyes shine with triumphant pride. Looking deep into the newly discovered cave, Subaru slightly smirks and whispers, "I see it." Standing before the newly uncovered stone door, Subaru quietly looks at his hand crackling with golden lightning. If he loses control, he's done for. He silently thought that of course those watching through the stream would be curious, because this intense feeling simply can't be fully conveyed through the screen. A colossal thunderous energy is constantly calling and urging him forward with great force. Behind this ancient stone door, a great secret awaits to be awakened. Subaru steps forward decisively. As soon as you step through the ancient door, the system immediately issues a cold warning. You cannot leave until the task is complete. In short, once you're in, you have to finish it. Meanwhile, at the military camp, the atmosphere is becoming extremely tense under the flickering candlelight. Old Knight Dale looked at Peleus with suspicion and asked, "Do you really think he can summon lightning?" Peleus, despite his teammates' doubts, remained steadfast in his unwavering belief. He confidently says he can, "I'm sure of it." "I still can't stop wondering. Even though he's an outsider, why do you place so much trust in him?" Peleus smiled softly and responded with respect. "That person has already proven themselves. There's no reason to doubt." But Lei suddenly shouted in despair, "If it was lightning, so what? Either way, we would all die anyway." His words seemed to touch the deepest fears of a young soldier nearby. The boy trembled violently, clutching his head and shouting with ragged breath, "I don't understand that giant's power. I experienced it firsthand in that village." Seeing the panic of his subordinates, Peleus approached and placed a hand on his shoulder to comfort him. "Even so, we must not give up, right? As long as we breathe, there's still hope. Please trust him just this once. That young hero has done everything for us without asking for anything in return." Still, the fear of the giant race haunted the young soldier, and he stammered, "It's easy for you to say, but just standing there makes me tremble." Suddenly, a powerful shock shook the entire command tent, causing objects on the table to shatter. As everyone was still stunned, a soldier hurriedly rushed in to report in horror. "Something's wrong, he's coming." The whole night squad immediately turned pale. They hurriedly drew their weapons, ready for a life and death confrontation. Meanwhile, deep inside the Thousand-Year Mountain, Subaru trudged through a giant icy mountain pass, emitting a cold blue glow. He looked around this vast but gloomy space and softly asked into the void, "What do you want me to do here?" Subaru continued walking alone, heading deeper into the mysterious icy land. Subaru enters a brightly lit cave but finds it empty, making viewers wonder since there's nothing but soulless rock walls. Subaru silently analyzes, and it makes sense. The lightning before the discharge is just scattered electric charges in the air, so of course you can't see it. You realize this isn't a challenge to be solved with the naked eye. Subaru closed his eyes, focusing on sensing the electric current deep inside that kept calling and pulling him forward. His eyes suddenly snapped open as he realized the true nature of the challenge. Blood Twist subtly shocks the audience's hearts. He crouches down, touching the stones, quietly thinking this test might be about reactions. As he swung his arm, a fierce lightning burst out, causing viewers to gasp and wonder what just happened. Subaru realized that the invisible thunder was spreading across the space, and as he went deeper, their reactions grew even more intense. It must be right, even knowing that, I still have to move forward, now only risking everything will do. He realizes that the lightning is continuously testing his endurance with a brutal survival rule. Basically, if you can't endure it, you'll die. Sweat streams down his face as Subaru braces himself against the relentless bolts of golden lightning sweeping across his body. At this moment, a flood of mission requests from the audience pours down again, warning him to stop because the lightning might disappear. Until the thousands of reputation points bonuses urged him on, he continued to venture into the Thunderfire zone. Subaru glanced at the screen and softly thanked everyone for the generous mission rewards. Meanwhile, in a cozy wooden house with a flickering fire in the fireplace, the man with long gray hair is quietly watching the broadcast on his phone, his eyes deepening as he looks at Subaru's image on the screen. Suddenly, a young girl pushed the door open, startling him out of his thoughts. Seeing a familiar face suddenly appear, he just let out a surprised, "Huh," and was caught off guard. "What are you hiding? What are you watching?" "That's something vulgar, isn't it?" Caught in the act. The silver-haired man nervously explained that he had nothing to hide, just his eyes were tired and looked strange. Jir didn't seem to trust him much, teasing that his hair was growing faster, then casually sat down on the sofa. When the other still didn't leave, the man nervously asked about her intentions here. Sigurd calmly eats his bread and asks, "What's your reaction? Do you mean I can't relax on the sofa?" Faced with her dominance, he could only mutter and promise to try his best not to bother her, but his excessive enthusiasm ended up making C angry. She shouted loudly into his ear, making him scream in frustration and think, "Just relax as you like, don't worry about me." Holding the device with sweaty hands, the silver-haired man silently lamented about his stubborn and unlistening companion. Seeing Siger stand up and leave, he hurriedly called after her, even inviting her to stay for a snack or rest if she wanted. Only when Sigur's figure was completely hidden behind the door did he breathe a sigh of relief, almost caught revealing his secret. Immediately, he returned to Subaru's live stream on the screen. As soon as she finished her shower, she immediately started streaming again, flipping through quickly like a pancake. He thought to himself that if Siger found out he was secretly watching her stream, she would definitely cause a fuss again. Staring intently at Subaru's image on the screen, the silver-haired man pondered, "Even if our positions are reversed, Subaru won't forget us." He realized that this guy's personality and way of speaking are exactly the same as Subaru's in the past. However, the fact that he desperately farmed reputation points is another ridiculous difference. Lost in laughter, suddenly a hand was placed on his shoulder, freezing him in place. Sigurd's cold voice sounded right beside his ear. "You should ask yourself that question. Do you really think I wouldn't notice?" Sigurd leaned in close with a sinister smile. "Are you trying to fool me? You're still too inexperienced. A fragile mind will break." The challenge progress is only at 2.3%, but Subaru still trudges forward through the relentless lightning strikes. Feeling the blazing golden current running along his arm, he whispered softly, "A familiar sensation. When it comes to lightning, I've faced it more times than I can count." Although his breathing had become rapid and the road ahead was still long, Subaru persisted, lifting each heavy step on the cold, hard ground. The progress gradually increased to 5.74%. Subaru pushes himself to cross through the lightning pillars that are descending rapidly, as if to crush any intruder, and seeing him still stubbornly move forward recklessly, the viewers in the chat frame can't help but worry and keep urging him to run away quickly. Amidst the gossip, Subaru coldly declares, "I might not read chat anymore from now on." The chat screams hoarsely, still not caring. For him, achieving his goal is natural, but his ambition is much greater than that. Subaru places his gloved hands on the icy blue rock, where the thunderous energy is ready to explode. Meanwhile, in San's office, Hawkeye was staring at the screen tracking Subaru's every move with a thoughtful expression. Suddenly, Zu suggested that he and Subaru Narukami should collaborate. Looking at the screen filled with data, the Scarface department head pondered how long it had been since he personally led a major project like this. Ro looked thoughtfully at Huai. He reiterates the unchanging rule that in this entertainment industry, talent is only half the story, and the rest depends on timing. He affirms that family background and contemporaries are what truly determine a player's fame. From Z's perspective, Subaru Narukami's broadcast has the feel of a veteran player's show rather than a typical interaction from a newcomer. Even though Subaru is just a rookie streamer, Ju still advises Hai to keep his usual sharp commentary style. He believes this is a real opportunity for Hai to shine brightly alongside that talented young man. Faced with such a weighty offer, Hai remains silent. His eyes suddenly shone with a mysterious golden aura. This part hasn't been spoken yet, but aura has already activated. In Hai's mind, the image of Subaru suddenly appeared, with his arrogant challenge about not being confident enough to climb the tower. He remembered that man's desire to become greater than anyone else. Staring at the dazzling space like a galaxy on the screen, Hawkeye wondered if he could truly reach the level of those shining stars. He reached out as if to grasp that distant glow, but suddenly snapped back to reality. 20,000 people are groaning exhaustedly, blaming himself for dreaming wildly while working and contemplating the universe, suddenly remembering the deadline and snapping back to reality. But as he looks at the live broadcast screen, Hai screams in horror. "Are you crazy?" On the live broadcast, a terrifying scene is unfolding that makes everyone gasp. Subaru screams in pain as fierce lightning bolts strike down relentlessly, blood streaming down his face and soaking his cloak. He's suffering so intensely, his mask begins to crack under the tremendous pressure of the lightning. Subaru drops to his knees, breath ragged but his eyes behind the mask still blazing with fury. Despite deadly wounds and the lightning ravaging his body, he grits his teeth and stands firm in the storm. Subaru's entire body is covered in fierce golden lightning as he strides forward like a thunder god challenging the will of the tower itself. The stronger the lightning, the deeper it penetrates into Subaru's body. He grits his teeth, enduring the bone-deep pain as the blazing yellow sparks burst through his flesh, silently telling himself this must be enough. Even the smallest meridians throughout the body, including the Ren and Du channels, are beginning to be filled with lightning. The progress notification system shows 20.7% completion as the small meridian opening process continues. Subaru felt the surge of demonic power increase as the lightning gradually stabilized within his body. He reminded himself, damn it, I have to control it no matter what. The Ren and Du pathways are the central channels, while the small meridians connect the entire body. Opening them means the thunderous power has spread to every corner of Subaru's body. However, Subaru's body has never undergone the small meridian cleansing process. In other words, he's risking taking a shortcut. The system immediately alerts to an adverse condition and an electric shock begins. Usually, this is only done with one's own mana, but relying on external lightning not only makes the process easier, but also causes unimaginable pain. This move is clearly a reckless gamble, and it's obvious it's going to go wrong. Watching on the screen, Hasuka couldn't help but be stunned and worried about Subaru's safety. She moans painfully, opening her small meridians. Are you really going to do this here? Hasuka realizes that the energy flowing through his body is not based on his own mana or internal strength, but entirely from the external force of the tower's lightning. Seeing Subaru writhing in pain, Hasuka couldn't help but feel heartbroken knowing that this pain truly exceeds human endurance. Most people would probably faint immediately because they couldn't withstand the fury of the lightning. Although death in the trial doesn't affect reality, the pain feels just as real as in life. She wondered why he had to go this far, her eyes showing a mix of admiration and worry as she watched his extreme resilience. Most people would have quit the game at this point. The progress notification shows 50.3% completed. The process of opening the small meridian channels is still brutal, boosting Subaru's magic power as the thunder gradually stabilizes, but amidst the bone-deep pain, Subaru's mind is haunted by memories of guilt. It's all my fault, as if I was the one who killed them. A destructive combo, hurting others, and overthinking at 3 a.m. He recalls his confident words from the past in front of his old teammates, claiming there was no challenge he couldn't conquer, always reassuring everyone to trust that in the end, he would be the one to win. Looking back at the faces of the members of Lam Nan, his heart tightens with bitterness. Subaru blames himself that if he hadn't been careless and hadn't pushed them with his overconfidence, the tragedy from the past wouldn't have happened. His crimson eyes filled with rage and hatred as he thought about the tragic fate his brothers had to endure, wishing no one had to die, as the crushing truth strangled Subaru's soul. In the midst of the storm, the image of Kazuki bloodied and smirking appeared, mocking that their failure was due to overconfidence in their own strength. Subaru roared in pain as the blazing golden lightning erupted more fiercely than ever, kneeling in the icy, bitter cave and bitterly shouting, "It's all my fault." The thunder keeps raging, engulfing Subaru's lonely figure amidst the ruins. He is completely exhausted and collapses to the ground, his face buried in the cold ice while the wicked sparks still flicker on his bloodstained hands, having run out of mana and lost all hope. Amid the lush green plains and the clear blue sky, Subaru looked around in confusion, wondering where he was. In the distance, under the shade of an ancient tree, a group of people gathered around a campfire, making him gasp in astonishment. "Everyone!" Subaru called out to each of his former comrades with tears in his eyes. He coldly accuses him. "Subaru, you really led us to our deaths. I don't want to die." Subaru fell silent as he watched his other friends begin to blame him for the hollow promises of the past. Chino appeared with a piercing wound right in the chest. She cried and questioned bitterly, "Why didn't you protect us?" Subaru in shock calls her name in despair as the beautiful reality completely collapses, replaced by a blazing hell filled with wailing souls. He only manages to gasp out, "I am amidst the screams of my former comrades demanding their lives, surrounding me. From here on, it's over. No more chaos. This is premium chaos with all the options." Amid the blazing red space filled with lamenting spirits, Subaru frantically rushes toward the fading figures and screams in despair. Wait, everyone don't go, wait a moment." He, with trembling hands, tried to hold on to his former comrades, but they were only illusions. Subaru collapsed in hell, repeatedly whispering a plea. "Please, this part is about chasing the past and the past. Please, no." A powerful lightning bolt suddenly strikes his mind, pulling Subaru out of the nightmare and back to reality. He coughs up blood, drenched in sweat, and collapses to the ground of the cave while golden sparks still ravage his body. Subaru gasped painfully and realized that this was just a common dream that occurs during meridian opening, almost leading to demonic possession. The progress notification for the small meridian opening system has reached 97.87%. His magic power continues to grow as the storm of lightning gradually stabilizes. Subaru struggles to his feet amidst the electric storm. His eyes showed exhaustion but also determination. He wondered who came up with this crazy challenge. The fierce golden lightning engulfing Subaru's solitary figure is a testament to an unbreakable will. His eyes narrow with hatred as Kazuki's cold smile suddenly appears in his mind. Subaru silently thought, "Thank you for reminding me. Since I am still alive, this is no longer about trying, but about stubbornness level M." Meanwhile, in the village, a deadly atmosphere shrouded the night rain, as heavy footsteps shook the ground, signaling an impending catastrophe. The soldiers and villagers trembled as they held their weapons and formed a line, their eyes showing utter terror as they looked into the darkness. A gigantic entity emerges, and Pai Dan the ogre's sinister smile radiates an oppressive pressure that leaves the entire army paralyzed with fear. Facing that terrifying creature, a stunned knight exclaimed in despair, "Is this a joke? Is that really a boss?" In the chaos, someone begins to waver in their resolve and bitterly says, "So it was the masked man who abandoned us." Immediately, a firm thought appeared, reaffirming absolute trust that our benefactor would definitely return. His heart is divided, one side trusting completely, the other preparing to leave. You entrusted the fate of this village to a stranger whose name you don't even know. How can you doubt him? Faced with the leader's fury and determination, the soldiers could only bow their heads awkwardly, claiming they never intended to doubt. Belias clenched his teeth in self-blame, feeling ashamed, and called himself a knight. Seeing that, Da Li stepped forward, placing a hand on his shoulder to comfort him, and said firmly, "You're right. Before blaming others, we should remember that protecting the village is our duty. The knights are not the ones being protected. They are the protectors of others." He decisively drew his sword, emanating a powerful blue icy aura. He stomped his foot forcefully, the resounding sound echoing like a mighty drum. "Today, we shall die as true knights." The entire knight squad charged together to ambush the monster. Meanwhile, at Tian Nian Mountain, Subaru's challenge progress reached 99%. His body trembles under 1,000 pounds of pressure, blood streaming down his face, but his eyes remain fixed on the blazing thunder orbit in front of him. The system keeps flashing red alerts. Fatigue has reached 97%. Blood tears from Subaru's eyes. His vision begins to blur from exhaustion, but his will remains unshaken. He struggles to get up, his breath trembling violently. Just one more step, despite the serious warnings from the system that reducing fatigue and going further would be very dangerous. Subaru still gathers his last remaining strength to move forward. His legs, covered in blazing yellow sparks, step forward, causing a powerful shockwave on the ground. At the same time, on the fiery battlefield, the old knight Dale was also risking everything, rushing forward at a terrifying speed with his sword clenched tightly in his hand, unleashing all his strength against the giant enemy. He charges with a powerful slash aimed directly at the giant monster's leg. The strike, infused with a bright blue spiritual energy, tears through its tough hide, causing the ogre to roar in intense pain. Seizing the opportunity, Peleus immediately entered the fray with a thunderous roar. "Leave the rest to me!" He leapt into the air, delivering a fatal blow right to the enemy's face, causing the monster to only manage helpless groans before the overwhelming power of the leader. This combo is called an organized gang-up. The boss didn't stand a chance and was out of the game before he knew it. The giant, pale and defeated, collapsed onto the desolate ground. Seeing this, the soldiers erupted in joy. They did it. They kept praising the miracle of the two commanders. Lord Peleus and Lord Dale have finally defeated it. The soldiers vented their fury on the corpse of the monster with frantic stabs and bitter curses. "Die already, just die. Spread your legs as if this is your home." The filthy monster Peleus breathes a sigh of relief and approaches Dale. "It's all thanks to you, Dale. The most dangerous enemy you warned us about is dead, finally able to rest." But Dale broke out in a cold sweat, his face showing shock as he realized a horrifying truth. "No, it's not my name I was talking about." While the soldiers still naively believe the enemy isn't dangerous and that it's only because of you. Dale, and you, Peleus. Being too strong, Dale is trembling because he knows the real disaster is still lurking behind. "We won, but it feels like just after the tutorial." A soldier cheerfully shouts with excitement. "Now we just need to finish off the remaining giants." But before the words could even be spoken, a giant foot suddenly descended, crushing the soldiers in a horrific scene. Seeing this, Dale and Peleus trembled in shock. Dale pointed at the looming shadow approaching and shouted, "That's him!" Peleus screamed in utter despair as he realized the new enemy was on a completely different level. Meanwhile, at the mountain peak, Subaru's challenge progress reached 99.99%. As soon as it hit 100%, his desire for revenge became even more Kwang. "Kyojo, I will take your head as a keepsake." Subaru got up, walking with a radiant glow behind him, his face looking like he just took an exam without studying, but still passed. Subaru's whole body now resembles a giant thunderbolt, emanating an overwhelming pressure. He gasped softly, feeling the end of a grueling process finally coming to an end. The system kept congratulating him for successfully opening the minor meridian channels, increasing the chance of awakening great magic and skill casting speed by 20%, while also adding 2 points to all stats. Subaru's blood-stained face and labored breathing showed he had reached his final limit of endurance. At that moment, a giant lightning bolt struck down, making him fall to the ground with no strength left. John sat quietly in front of the screen, softly saying, "You can only push yourself to a certain limit." On the livestream screen, Subaru was lying motionless among the wreckage, making viewers worry. That's insane difficulty, he fainted again. I don't know when he'll wake up this time. John too tapped his fingers on the table and remarked, wow, it seems he's not cut out for streaming. The phone on the table suddenly vibrated. Ju picked up and calmly said, I am currently watching Super Narukami's stream. On the other end of the line, Hai was shouting excitedly, oh, so you see it too? Z is really crazy, isn't he? Faced with that enthusiasm, Z asked for calm and explanation so everyone could understand. Seeing Hai's confident smile on the screen, Joe secretly thought this guy would truly become a famous star as both a player and a streamer. But Hawkeye leisurely leaned back in his chair, thinking that this would be very difficult because Subaru seemed more like a genuine player than just a streamer. He's like a streamer, but his mind is fully focused on being a master player. Hai confirms that's exactly how it is. That is the core content that everyone is watching this stream for. A Subaru Narukami very much like the original. You think Subaru is not just a streamer, but essentially a real combat player. The image of Subaru surrounded by lightning once again appears, full of majesty, Hawkeye said thoughtfully. In other words, we will witness the real-time birth of Subaru Narukami. Ju listened silently, his face showing seriousness as he considered the future of this young man. Returning to the live broadcast, Subaru's hand gently moves on the cold ground. He struggles to get up amid heavy breathing, giving the audience a sigh of relief. This time, you woke up a bit earlier. It's good to see you're still alive. Finally waking up. Subaru looked up, his eyes behind the mask still carrying a hint of exhaustion. He gritted his teeth, wondering in pain how high his fatigue was. The status bar now shows 10.10, like 10 years of nonstop combat. There should be a permanent leave button in the system. Looking at the status board, Subaru slightly frowns when he sees his fatigue has reached 81. However, he quickly regains his composure and quietly assesses that it's lower than last time. The higher stats probably had an effect. Although the final lightning strike was unexpected, the result made him extremely satisfied. A series of mission completion notifications kept popping up, earning Subaru a huge amount of reputation points. With his current total of 20,420 points, he told himself he had saved a significant amount to prepare for bigger plans. Just finished a boss fight and checking my wallet, everything looks pretty good. At this point, Subaru's TAM name skill has reached grade D, allowing him to lift restrictions on items and skills when using them. However, he realized that this still wasn't enough to upgrade the skill's quality to a new level. Subaru pondered eagerly, thinking that if he defeated that giant, it might be enough. His eyes shone brightly as he looked at the object emitting a blazing golden aura in his hand. And this is the key to defeating it. That is the Thunder Spear, a legendary weapon with incredible power, capable of delivering a decisive blow even when used only once. The viewers watching the stream couldn't help but be stunned. They kept asking why such a rare item could drop on the second floor, and Subaru subtly nodded in confirmation. Exactly, it doesn't look like the usual, right? He quietly marvels that even on the 8th floor, possessing such an item is extremely rare. Subaru begins explaining to the viewers that high-level items can completely change their shape depending on certain conditions. His profound knowledge leaves fans in awe and admiration, as if witnessing a true expert in action. Without wasting any more time, Subaru decisively declares, all right, let's go destroy that thing. He strides confidently toward the blinding light as explosions erupt around him, accompanied by wild cheers urging him to unleash his fury and blow away the enemy. Don't think, just go. Thinking means losing. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, the atmosphere grew thick with fear as a soldier's eyes widened and sweat streamed down his face, facing an overwhelming pressure. A giant shadow with long white hair hanging loosely and dark gray skin appears, emanating a chilling aura that makes anyone tremble. The giant seed system has swallowed the giant's records, transforming it into a terrifying entity with blazing yellow eyes and a crazed smile. The monster roared with mocking, challenging laughter as it witnessed the terrifying scene. Peleus roared in despair. Hey, what do you think you're doing? I told you already, didn't I? They know nothing at all. A soldier suddenly went insane, laughing and crying in utter despair. He knelt down trembling at the giant monster's feet, begging cowardly. Oh, divine spirit, I am not like those fools. Please save me. A god? The giant's eyes blaze with fury as he snarls with deadly intent. Don't compare me to the cowardly and filthy ones. Immediately, a brutal attack strikes down, turning the scene into a massacre. Amid the chaos, Dale rushes over, shakes the screaming soldier out of his fear and shouts, "What are you doing?" "Get up," Dale urged his teammates with a determined look. "Peleus, hurry up and take the villagers as far away as possible. Running in a dazed state for 3 seconds will make your heart disappear." Peleus could only shout in shock as he watched the elder decide to stay behind alone to cover the rear. A devastating sweep erupts, tearing through the ground and crushing all hopes of resistance among the soldiers. Peleus stands silently amidst the dust and smoke, breathing heavily with sweat streaming down his face. He is stunned to realize the cruel reality. There's no way to win and all escape routes are blocked. In front of Peleus now is a long line of giant shadows with blazing eyes surrounding the entire village exit. This situation makes him realize that running might not help if the opponent doesn't need cardio. The villagers' screams echo through the space as they desperately search for an escape amidst the wreckage. Velius gritted his teeth until they bled, his eyes showing helplessness and bitterness at the inevitable collapse of the entire army. In his utmost despair, Puss roared a shocking declaration to draw the monster's attention. "I know who killed your child. I know exactly who did it," to everyone's surprise. Peleus continued to stake his life on a lie. If anyone selling insurance at this moment claimed a lie wouldn't be detected, he probably bought it on installment long ago. The giant Paidan froze, his eyes shining with pressure as he asked in a strained voice, whom Peleus clenched his sword hilt and summoned all his courage to say. Without hesitation, he swung his sword toward the distant mountains and shouted, "That one over there, the one who killed your son, is heading that way. He's gathering strength to kill you and your race." In his heart, Peleus was desperately praying, "Please, fall into the trap and go after him." Paidan silently turned his head to look in the direction indicated by the sword, and the atmosphere suddenly became so silent that you could hear a pin drop. But Peleus' faint hope was quickly shattered when the cold monster coldly lied. Ban leaned in close, his dark eyes piercing the knight's soul and confirming that your words are tainted with lies, so the one who killed my son is not here. Peleus fell silent. His eyes shrank in horror as he realized the plan had been completely exposed. Ban continued to sneer. "You both just pointed your torn swords at a random spot down there." The blazing yellow lightning starts to explode around the monster. He threatened in a harsh voice, "If you don't answer immediately." A devastating attack descended from above, causing an explosion that shook the entire mountain range. "Hero, at least this time Blood Twist didn't come from your lies, but truly fell from the sky." At this moment, the cold system announces that the 7 lightning storms will now begin. Standing atop the mountain and observing the fiery battlefield below, Subaru appears confidently with his sword on his shoulder. He calmly looked at the enemy and thought to himself, "Good, this is the final act." That giant creature still kept growing and expanding. If something stronger appears, this challenge will no longer be considered part of the second floor. Facing everyone's objections to confronting a distorted entity, Subaru calmly replied, "It's okay, no need to overthink it, I just need to land one hit." He realizes that his opponent cannot face him head on, so he must take it down before it can strike back. Subaru stands tall on the mountain peak, raising his hand to the night sky to activate the lightning strike. A massive lightning bolt suddenly descends from the void, enveloping his body in blazing yellow sparks. The system reports that the lightning spear activation process has begun with a 10.1% success rate. The raging power emitted causes Subaru's fatigue to spike rapidly to 84 and then 85 in an instant. Yin Rang clenched the raging lightning in his palm, trying to focus and raise the activation rate to 33.1% amid the colossal energy vortex. Subaru attempted to use Tom Nie's skill to eliminate the side effects of the lightning strike, but the cold system announced failure due to low compatibility, and blood began to seep out from beneath his mask. Subaru painfully realizes that his skill level is still too low to use a legendary item. As fatigue reaches 88 and the activation rate hits 50%, he grits his teeth and endures, telling himself his body must push beyond its limits. It's the kind of thing you know is wrong but still try because you started it halfway through. The chat box of the livestream exploded with excited yet worried comments. Someone wondered if this was a feeling of déjà vu, while others believe that since learning lightning, Subaru has endured a lot. Some viewers even joked that he might be starting to enjoy and get addicted to this feeling of being electrocuted. Amidst the blazing lightning, Subaru's eyes shone coldly behind his mask. He quietly realizes that they have noticed and taken action. Looking at the giant figure of the ogre heading toward the mountain, Subaru thinks that it would be strange if no one paid attention after creating such a big spectacle. The system reports that the lightning spear activation rate has reached 78.5%, while his body is covered with wounds and bloodstains. At the foot of the mountain, the giant ogre muttered thunderously, "It turns out you are the one who killed my child." "It's you." Peleus probably just stood there like that. "Hey, hello, I'm still here. And you're just dismissing me like that?" A loud stomp shook the entire ground. The old giant decisively ignores Peleus' challenge. "Where are you going?" "I am the true rival for you," rushing towards the erupting storm of energy. Peleus stared in shock at the enemy's back. While around him now is a desolate scene with the bodies of soldiers scattered amidst raging flames, the old giant painfully recalls his late son with grief. His son has suffered. My son, the one who bears his name, has endured hardship. His face hardened with clear hatred for his race and grief over the great loss, as he stomped fiercely, causing terrifying tremors and roaring with fury. "I will return that suffering." The giant man crazed, rushing with wind-breaking speed, his eyes blazing with blood-red murderous intent as he poured all his strength into his enormous fist. He roared in madness, as if demanding high-interest debt repayment from everyone listening, while the giant Paidan monster charged wildly with wind-breaking speed, unleashing all his fury into his massive fist aimed straight at the mountain peak. Amid the whirl of raging energy, Subaru is still holding on against the destructive fury of the lightning. The system notification shows the lightning damage activation rate has reached 88.5%. Subaru knows this is a 50-50 gamble, hit or miss, with only one chance to end it. As the viewers worry and urge him on, a sudden old memory flashes in his mind. That was a warning from a teammate in the past. Don't look away. No matter what happens, keep your eyes on the target. He insists that this is the true point where a spear is actually launched. Listening to it and applying it simply makes you sweat. Just forget about throwing straight or creating a perfect arc. Clear your mind of all unnecessary thoughts. That teammate advised Subaru not to try predicting movements or worry about the trajectory and weight of the weapon because he is unlike any other sword user, because he is Narukami Subaru. Returning to the present, the activation rate has skyrocketed to 95.2%. Subaru puts all his will into the decisive strike. So what should I do now? The stern voice of my old teammate echoes in my mind. Anyway, you're not about to throw a simple spear. In that case, it's simple. Don't throw it, just shoot it out. Vaiden charged straight at him, swinging his massive fist to crush Nat Subaru in one blow, ignoring the frantic shouts from the crowd urging him to release it. Subaru remains calm as he faces death looming right before his eyes. Subaru grits his teeth, focusing all his willpower, silently telling himself, just a little more and it will be done. The pressure from the surge of energy makes him moan in pain as the giant pan rushes wildly with murderous intent. Thunder roars, and the ground shatters under the force of the colossal monster's leap. This scene is like one side about to go all out and the other about to be wiped out. At the exact moment when the fate hangs by a thread, the system coldly announces that the activation rate has reached 100% and the initialization is successful. Subaru stands tall in the eye of the storm, his body surrounded by raging golden lightning bolts screaming in fury. Clutching the blazing lightning spear tightly, Subaru understood he only had one chance. No matter what happens, he decisively declared he would finish off his opponent with a single strike. Facing Python's furious roar, Subaru unleashes a devastating strike that tears through space. One hit miss, and he's gone. A massive explosion erupts as the attack hits its target, engulfing the creature's body in blinding light. Baidan can only gasp in shock before his breath fades away. He tries to call his own name before gradually turning to dust amidst the wreckage. Subaru firmly plants his feet on the ground after completely extinguishing the fury of the ogre tribe. Subaru walks slowly through the wreckage, his body covered in wounds and blood after the devastating final blow. The live broadcast exploded with excited comments from the viewers. They're crazy, really insane, so powerful. Watching this really isn't a waste of life. The system keeps confirming that the Lightning Seed has been defeated and Subaru has officially completed the 7th stage. Along with leveling up, his strength, agility, health focus, and magic stats all increased significantly, along with a reward of 5,000 valuable achievement points. Rewards rain down after the battle. At this moment, an item emitting a brilliant golden light appears before Subaru. The system notifies him that he has received the Lightning Heart. Subaru took the shimmering crystal in his hand and quietly wondered to himself, so this is the Thunder Heart suddenly? A blinding beam of light erupts, causing Subaru to cry out in pain. When he opens his eyes, he is stunned to find himself standing in a vast, enchanting purple space, with the ground beneath his feet like a mirror reflecting the starry sky. Subaru looked around in confusion, wondering where he was, when suddenly a huge shadow appeared behind him, startling him in horror. Everything happened too quickly for Subaru to react, and he felt an overwhelming pressure weighing down on his mind. What's going on? He tries to speak, but his throat feels choked. I can't say anything. Subaru's whole body froze, and he desperately realized he couldn't move. A series of mysterious system notifications kept appearing. Are watching you. Sinister shadowy figures loom around Subaru from all sides, creating a threatening atmosphere. Looking at the strange entity before him, Subaru calmly asked, "Are you the one speaking to me?" In the endless space, Subaru tremblingly reaches out his hands toward the brilliant light shining from the distant purple horizon, as the entire area illuminates like a glorious sunrise. Subaru stands alone on the edge of a towering cliff, gazing toward the distant horizon where the light is gradually dispelling the darkness. At that moment, a bright red notification appears on the system. The Thunderstorm main event will start now. It turns out the previous moments were just the warm-up. The system alerts through the lightning core. Subaru can find important clues in the village. He staggered to his feet amidst the wreckage. While the chat window exploded with comments about his continuous fainting during the legendary level test, Subaru told himself he had to quickly earn reputation points before the livestream truly ended. A series of quests from Anin, Sisin, and the War God monster have been completed, earning him a total of 6,000 reputation points, bringing his account balance to over 40,000. Despite the audience's urging to see new items, Subaru, exhausted, announced the end of the stream to go back to the village and rest. Ignore the sarcasm about greed. He decisively says goodbye to everyone and turns off his device. If you're tired, rest. Who cares what others say? At a luxurious cafe, Hasuka praised Subaru's outstanding performance in the recent challenge without holding back. She excitedly revealed that the peak viewership yesterday exceeded 3,000, leaving Subaru amazed because he was so focused on the battle that he didn't realize it. Seeing him look a bit flustered, Hasuka quickly clarified that it was a sincere compliment to his talent. She emphasized that surpassing 3,000 viewers is extraordinary for a new streamer. And ending the stream at the perfect moment of exhaustion was a masterful move. She believes it has sparked maximum curiosity among viewers, just like a movie ending at its most intense scene. Subaru calmly explained that he wanted to save the reward segment for the next session to get the most genuine reactions instead of acting. meaning he was saving the best part for the next episode. Realizing that Subaru is truly sharp and strategic, Hasuka smiles, thinking Zu's worries are completely unnecessary, and she looks at him with a knowing gaze before unexpectedly announcing she has prepared a very special gift that he definitely won't be able to refuse. Hasuka smiled and suggested, "Look for a stream by someone named Hai." Subaru calmly nodded and turned on his device to check. On the screen, Hai is starting a broadcast with a shocking title, Fake or Genuine. Let me show you guys how it's done. Greamer excitedly announces that today's topic is about Subaru.
Although he hesitated a bit about changing the topic, he decided to go ahead anyway. Anyway, no more nonsense, everyone, just watch first.
Hai promises to explain every detail of the incredible performance just now. Subaru quietly watches Hokai's analysis video. Gasimer marvels that in a challenge already full of endurance, Subaru voluntarily adds more weight to himself as he takes the test. Seeing Subaru attentively watching him, Hasuka blushes slightly as he observes his reaction. On the screen, Hai apologizes for being too verbose and decides to sum everything up in just one sentence to prove this rookie's skill. Hokai confidently states that he is Subaru and no further explanation is needed. This stern judgment makes Subaru fall into deep thought. He turned to ask Hasuka, "Maybe the manager thinks the same way?" Hasuka hesitated, as if she was also caught up in thoughts about the true identity of the young man in front of her and didn't know how to respond appropriately. "Can I ask you something?" After Subaru briefly agrees, she clearly looks confused and hesitant, admitting that it's very strange and somewhat rude for a manager to ask this. Hasuka looked directly at Subaru and asked with concern, "Why do you stream like that?" Subaru is not just about money. Yeah, money is just a small thing to him. Subaru silently looked at her behind his mask, letting the question hang in the quiet coffee shop. And in response to Hasuka's troubled inquiry about his true purpose behind the livestream, he simply replied, "It's not because of money. No other reason." The straightforward and pragmatic answer left Hasuka stunned. Her face flushed with embarrassment. She stammered an apology for asking something so strange. While Subaru remained calm, "It's okay." To break the awkward atmosphere, Hasuka eagerly shifts to the main topic. "Yes, let's talk about the gift." She revealed that the two streamers Subaru just followed are actually connected to San and are highly trustworthy with a 6-year contract. With their money-making analysis style and massive fanbase, there's no doubt about their ability to read people. Hasuka confidently announced that the gift for Subaru is the entire revenue from Hawkeye's analysis stream, and related content in the future will be split 50-50. Subaru couldn't help but be surprised and asked, "With whom?" "Of course, it's with you, because it's based on your documents." Looking at the contract in your hand, Subaru whispered in amazement. "Really? I secretly realized that since signing with the management company, good things seem to keep coming my way, and I can't stop the tide of luck." Subaru nodded in agreement and said, "Yes, this is a surprise gift." Seeing the atmosphere become more relaxed, Huka hesitated before making a friendly offer. "Do you want to collaborate with Howie?" Returning to his small apartment, Subaru quietly steps into the quiet space, his mind filled with thoughts about the road ahead. Standing in front of the mirror, Subaru slowly removes the black and gold mask he has worn all this time. He mutters to himself, "Such a handsome face, might as well show it off and make everyone marvel." Looking at his reflection with sharp yellow eyes, he realizes a troubling truth, that as his relationships grow, it becomes harder to determine how much of his true identity he should hide. Currently, Subaru's name-boosting skill has officially advanced to rank B. However, he is stunned to see that the next level requires 80,000 reputation points, while his current balance is only 120. Subaru sighed tiredly, reminding himself that money still came first and hoping that the collaboration with Hai the day before would help him earn a decent amount. He leaned back on his simple bed, his eyes gazing into the distant emptiness. Suddenly, Subaru picks up the glowing blue chrysanthemum and ponders quietly. Maybe now I need to do some things. What scheme is he planning next? While Subaru is busy with his own schemes, elsewhere, manager Hasuka is lost in overwhelming excitement, lying face down on the bed, her legs frantically kicking in the air with pure joy. Hasuka blushed deeply, clutching her pillow tightly and constantly imagining Subaru's alluring figure behind the mask. In her mind, Subaru appeared as a dashing figure amidst a rose garden, accompanied by a moment of self-reflection. Maybe it's because of the money? Hasuka shouted inwardly. Indeed, behind this stylish mask lies an extraordinary secret. The image of Subaru in Hasuka's mind gently reaches out and says, "Since I met you, Hasuka, good things keep happening, and I can't contain my excitement anymore." Hasuka shouted loudly, "I also went crazy punching the pillow until feathers flew everywhere. Women's imagination is truly terrifying." Hasuka is still immersed in her passion for the mysterious boy. She secretly thinks Subaru, a man with secrets no one knows, looks even more amazing when she meets him in real life. Meanwhile, in Knoxville on the 7th floor of the tower, a gloomy atmosphere envelops the ancient structures under the full moon. On the big screen, Hai is making some greedy comments. I don't need to say more about this, so I'll sum it up in one sentence. I don't like it. Seeing that the streamer seemed arrogant, the warrior quietly asked about his identity. A man nearby explained that he was Hai, the one who always boasted about having an average of 8,000 viewers. Hearing that, Kurikawa Amon from the Blue Lotus Society slightly smirked and said, "I'll personally try it out a bit." However, his assistant reminded him that the real target he should focus on right now is Subaru. Seeing Subaru use lightning on the screen, Amon couldn't help but be surprised. Fake stuff that also pretends to discharge like the real thing? That's interesting. Witnessing the opponent's explosive power, he quietly said with admiration. Ha, that was truly impressive. When the assistant asked curiously, Amon suddenly remembered the word Sako Sue, the knight of Lam Nan, had once said. While throwing, not taking your eyes off the opponent is the most important thing. Amon recalls Sako Sue's advice, and his surprised assistant asks, Aeon still remembers such simple words? But Amon insisted that he had trained hard to absorb everything from them, from their breath to their techniques, because the Lam Nan had once been at the top. He believes everyone has overlooked an important point. The Lam Nan are not only strong because of Subaru, but every member is among the most exceptional. Amon silently pondered the mysteries surrounding their deaths. When Hai confidently claimed on stream that the rookie was indeed Subaru, without further explanation, Amon clenched his teeth in fury. You think that arrogant streamer is really rude for daring to judge the legends. As Amon said, enough nonsense, turn off the camera and keep training. Those streamers really disrespect faith, it's so frustrating. Amon shouted, asking why his assistant showed him this. Your assistant nervously explained that it wasn't his idea, but that Lord Kyojo himself had requested it. Amon froze in shock upon hearing the name Isuki. A voice echoes, confirming that the Thunderbolt is the symbol of Lam Nan, and that Lam Nan is the predecessor of the current Lam Ku. He revealed that any hero or brave man at this level can be easily handled by a fool. As soon as the black cloth was pulled away, Amon was completely stunned in shock. In front of you is a pile of dazzling gold that radiates a blinding light. She has prepared the budget and ordered that the streamer must be brought back at all costs. Amon broke out in a sweat, only able to gasp in shock at the boss's daringness. He couldn't believe that his opponent, whom he had just admired, was someone so obsessed with money. Amon quietly contemplates the next move of the Blue Lotus Society regarding the mysterious newcomer. The second stage of the challenge begins amidst the wreckage of the village after the battle. Amidst the rubble and soldiers hurriedly cleaning up, Peleus calmly ordered the entire army to gather all the injured in one place. First, treat the critically wounded and give medicine to those with minor injuries as soon as possible. Seeing the familiar figure approaching leisurely, Puso's face lit up with joy. If he had slept a little longer, I would have already held a funeral for him. See, he hurried over to ask with a worried look, "How are you feeling? You fainted right outside our village, and we were very worried. If you don't wake up, I honestly don't know what to do." Yes, it just happened yesterday, so it's understandable. Feeling the need for a quiet place to talk, Subaru suggested, "Can we discuss at the inn later? I have a few questions." Peleus eagerly agreed right away, of course. Just ask Tweetich, see you later. Subaru's crazy Kim Superfruit fan is here. Watching the knight's figure, Subaru quietly judged that Puss is truly a good person. Back in his room, he sat silently on the bed amidst the lively comments from fans celebrating and teasing about the wedding or the end of those difficult days. Subaru thought to himself, let's check the rewards first. He opened the system menu to examine the Thunderheart item he just received. This is a unique binding equipment that can grow, requires no level, and provides incredible stats. 30% lightning resistance, 20% lightning damage, and especially strong resistance to electric shock status. Subaru exclaimed in shock, "No way, is this real?" While the audience debates whether this is a good or bad omen, Subaru holds the glowing crystal in his hand and confidently declares that this was made for the Storm King. Looking at the shining crystal, Subaru quietly marvels, "This thing is incredible." He clenched his fist, feeling the fierce power surging inside him, and lost in thought, the knocking on the door suddenly interrupted his contemplation. Peleus walks in carrying a basket of fresh fruit, cheerfully greeting everyone. "Here, take this. Are you sleeping well?" Peleus set down the basket of fruit and began to shift to a more serious topic, telling a legend of ancient times where gods and giants fiercely fought over the thunder to seize ultimate power. Seeing Subaru ask curiously, "Fight for it?" Peleus nodded in confirmation. Yes, this is basically a legend within a legend. The knight explains that humanity needed lightning because the gods and giants already possessed overwhelming power compared to humans. Therefore, the Thunder Shard was created so that humanity could confront and defeat them. Peleus looked at Subaru with hope because he was the one who rediscovered that forgotten power. Immediately, the system announced that the shocking revelation had unraveled all the forgotten legends about humanity. Subaru officially stepped into a new journey on the third floor. In the bustling square, a blazing golden pillar of light erupts, revealing Subaru with majestic presence in a dazzling glow. The stream viewers can't help but feel excited. We finally reached the third floor. It must be. It really is. Subaru walks confidently, ready for the next challenges. Seeing the masked figure from afar, a young knight in armor sighs with exasperation. Another masked man joins the crowd. Feeling annoyed, Subaru quietly looked at the device screen in his hand. He decided to announce that the next stream would be a collaboration with Hai, despite viewers complaining that today's broadcast was too short and asking if everything had already been covered. Subaru firmly finished his work. The system officially displayed a notification that Subaru had ended the live stream. Subaru walks into the luxurious coffee shop with bright spotlighting. He softly says, "Sorry to keep you waiting." Sitting across from him now is John T., the powerful boss of Salon Entertainment. As Nan-Yi sips her coffee, Jo casually mentions that Hasuka is on his way and explains that moving between floors takes much longer than climbing the tower through regular challenges. With the demeanor of a leader, Jo too extended his hand with dignity and introduced himself. I am Jo too from Sun Entertainment. While Hasuka was silently cursing his boss in his mind for being so talkative, Subaru still politely shook hands and replied, I've heard about you from the manager. Nice to meet you. Ja T revealed that he usually lets Hasuka relay everything, but this time he wanted to meet in person out of curiosity, and he mentioned that the 3 times Hasuka praised his uncle, it meant he was no ordinary person. Hearing that it happened twice, Subaru couldn't help but wonder. J2 nonchalantly explained that the first time was the legendary Subaru of Lam Nan. That name took me by surprise. Ju noticed the reaction and continued to share that even the strict judge had taken notice of Subaru, who bears the same name as the legendary figure from before. Subaru could only laugh it off and then suddenly asked a bold question. Are you interested in the Lam Nan Guild? Subaru looked directly at the other person, waiting for an answer. His eyes shone brightly with suspicion. Seeing the change in the young man's attitude, Jo too slightly curled his lips and inferred that he might not be entirely uninterested in that name. When Subaru wondered why he suddenly asked that, Ju casually held up the electronic device and confirmed that it was a key reason why he wanted to meet him today. Ju pushed the tablet toward Subaru and announced that in 5 days from now, this would be the grand prize of a tournament held on the 3rd floor. Looking at the screen, Subaru couldn't help but be stunned and exclaim, This is your family heirloom, why is it here? His eyes shone with amazement as he recognized the item emitting bright yellow sparks as something very familiar. Meanwhile, somewhere else, the device screen shows the message Subaru has finished the live broadcast. Shigeru Asagiri quietly looks at it and sighs softly. It's over, but I wonder if the others have finished too. She walks slowly through the silent night of the forest. The sound of footsteps crushing dry grass breaks the silence of the great forest. Shigeru approaches his companion and asks, Is it over? It ended a long time ago. This character must be a huge deal, guys, Shigeru asked curiously. So what did you do earlier? He replied coldly, considering. What appears in his mind now is the scene of soldiers being frozen and completely destroyed by a terrifying power. The silver-haired man had once hesitated between killing them all or sparing them a chance to live. Finally, he decisively ordered, Kill them all! We know who sent them! As he walked away, all that could be heard was a mysterious muttering, still uncertain. That's why I'm still considering it. The silver-haired man quietly thought, if Kyozo really was the mastermind, he would never send such insignificant pawns like these. But she sighed with concern, thinking that even if they let them go, trouble would still arise, especially since their positions could be exposed because of these people. Immediately, Shigeru decisively acts. The sharp blades under her control swiftly fly away. The swift, agile sword strikes rain down one after another, piercing through the bodies of those frozen in place, as the man with silver hair shouted in panic at his suddenly brutal companion. Hey, why are you cutting them so quickly, little sister? We haven't even interrogated them yet, but it's already too late. The entire enemy army was crushed and completely vanished by the blades. He shouted in shock, asking her what she was doing. Faced with the interrogation, Shigeru maintained a cold stare and insisted that whether Kijo sent them or not, if we let them go like this, they will know we are still alive. She bluntly criticized his hesitation as unwise and demanded that he become even more ruthless. Faced with those stern words, the man could only bow his head and admit fault. You're right. I'm sorry. He remained silent, pulled out a handheld device, and held it out to Shigeru. Look at this. As soon as she looked at the screen, she gasped in shock. What the hell is this? Her eyes blaze with bloodshot fury as she grits her teeth and curses. These bastards see you're trembling with anger, the man softly asks. You're really pissed off, huh? Shigeru shouted loudly, asserting his fury because what was being sold on the main screen was Soya's shoes. This deal is about to fall apart. Looking at the device in his hand, the silver-haired man warned in a deep voice, This is a lure, a trap to lure us away. He realizes the enemy has already started to sense that we are still alive somewhere. Shigeru's eyes hardened with cold resolve upon hearing this. The silver-haired man insisted they couldn't stand idly by, and must find a way to retrieve those items at all costs. He admits he's not skilled at operating in the shadows, but he's always a master at things like this. Shigeru decisively turns his back and walks away with determination. You've already said enough. Even if you didn't, I was planning to act myself. Immediately, the silver-haired man quickly grabbed her to stop her. Wait, he sternly warns not to rush in recklessly. His strategy is extremely cautious and sharp. Don't be aggressive. Wait until it's tired from fighting, then we move in and loot. At the cafe, Jo Tua handed a tablet to Subaru and introduced Talaria, a precious relic of the Lam Non member. He said this was the prize Lamku offered for this tournament to attract attention. When asked about his level of interest, Subaru's eyes shone with a mysterious golden hue behind his mask, and he affirmed firmly, I am very interested. Your extreme determination caught Jo Tua by surprise. I didn't expect you to be this interested. He emphasized that the entire upcoming plan depended entirely on whether Subaru agreed or not. Subaru asked softly with a look of suspicion as Zoo's plan began to analyze the storyline coherently. Considering the broadcast under the name Subaru, I think a story centered on chasing Lam Nan's relic would make exciting content, but beware of getting backlash instead of views. Hearing this, Subaru's eyes flashed with a fierce glare. He grits his teeth in hatred inside. He dares to use Zoe's relic as a gimmick for promotion. A blazing golden current of electricity begins to crackle around his clenched fist in anger. Seeing the unusual attitude and the aura of hostility emanating from the other person, Ju asks nervously, "What's wrong? Is there something bothering you?" Subaru tried to suppress his anger and coldly replied, "Let's do it." Jotiu was overjoyed at this agreement. "Really? Great." Subaru decisively stands up and excuses himself to leave early for preparations. "Yeah, I look forward to working with you. I've always been cheering for you from behind my screen, rooting with my words while counting my money." Walking through the darkness, Subaru's eyes shone fiercely and determinedly, silently vowing to himself that he would not let anyone else have it. Absolutely not. That night, Subaru collapsed onto his bed, his passionate eyes staring into the empty space. He wondered silently, "I wonder what format the tournament will take." Turning in the darkness, Subaru hopes for the most favorable scenario for himself, going solo instead of wasting effort searching for others. But then he sighs softly, reality reminding him that he has no right to ask for too much. "Well, it seems I'm not in a position to be picky." At this moment, a knock on the door breaks the silence. It's Hasuka." Subaru sat up, his eyes drifting over the black and gold mask quietly resting on the table. After a moment of thought, he decided to put it on before heading to open the door. Seeing Subaru, Hasuka in her seductive red dress suddenly became flustered, her face flushing with embarrassment. She only managed to gasp, "Huh?" Then secretly surprised, does he wear the mask even in his own room? He doesn't seem to care about the other's embarrassment. Subaru coldly invites you in. "Please come in." Hasuka was startled and stammered to ask again, "Yes, you mean I should go inside?" Seeing her panicked expression, Subaru calmly offered an alternative. If she preferred, they could talk in the hallway. I wouldn't mind. Hasuka quickly waved her hand to decline. "No, then please forgive this suddenness and step into the room." Both of them stand silently together. Hasuka still can't hide her confusion as she stands in Subaru's private space. In the quiet room, Subaru sits on the bed facing Hasuka, quietly observing her shy expression in the empty space. Subaru realizes that the depth of the magic power emanating from Hasuka is truly unpredictable. He silently concludes that she is clearly not someone meant to be just an ordinary manager. This manager is definitely the hidden boss. Seeing Hasuka flustered and confused, Subaru asked, "Is something wrong? Is there something on my face?" Hasuka stammered, blushing. But Subaru simply replied, "No, you just didn't say anything. I heard you have reference materials for the tournament." Jotman suddenly snapped out of it, hurriedly apologized, took out the documents, and explained that this tournament will use a free-for-all format. She explained that it is a simple system where everyone fights with all their might to win the only prize, the Talaria shoes. Looking at the chaotic battlefield images, Subaru concluded it is a solo competition. Hasuka confirms that since there is only one prize, of course everything will proceed as such. The competition will take place in an illusionary training ground, with the mandatory requirement that participants are third-floor players. The registration fee is set at 1,000 trust points with no limit on the number of participants. Hasuka quickly sent all the documents to Subaru's device so he could get a general idea of the situation. But when he looked at the screen, Subaru was stunned to realize that everything from the undefeated battle route to how to become a true Subaru was about himself from the past. He suppressed his surprise and calmly said, "Let me see if the junior's drawing about me is even close. It's my job." But then she hesitated and asked, "Do you hear any news from the leader?" Subaru looked confused and asked back, "What did you hear?" Hasuka hesitantly revealed some surprising information. "Actually, we received a message from Lam Ku, and as soon as that name was spoken, a cold aura burst out from Subaru, making the space feel thick with tension. His eyes burn with fury behind the mask as the image of the traitor Kijo Asuki haunts his mind like an unhealed wound. Subaru asked again with suspicion in his voice. "She said it was from Lam Ku." "Yeah." Hasuka explained that they want to meet Subaru once, and since they couldn't contact him directly, they sent an email through the company. Subaru quietly wonders in surprise that they started acting so early. Hasuka anxiously guesses, "The wealthy are planning to use money to force him away from you." But Subaru coldly interrupted. "Just forget about it." His decisiveness left Hasuka stunned and speechless. "Wait, skip it?" Subaru firmly stated that he had no intention of joining Lam Ku or any other gangs. Hearing his decisive answer, Hasuka was so happy he jumped up and cheered excitedly. "Yes," she sighed in relief, admitting she was very conflicted and unsure whether to say it, but luckily she did. Before leaving, Hasuka reminded him to enjoy the rest period until the upcoming collaboration. Watching my manager happily dancing and humming in the hallway, Subaru quietly muttered, "My manager seems a bit overly energetic." Subaru slowly took off his mask, revealing a face with sharp golden eyes full of contemplation. He secretly marvels at how extraordinarily dedicated an ordinary employee like Hasuka is to her work, while behind the door, she is quietly celebrating with unwavering determination. Immediately after, the scene shifts to a grand and imposing arena, where two small figures stand alone, at the center of the vast, towering stadium. In the midst of the large arena, Ju and Hai are reviewing the plan for the broadcast together. Jia Tu looked at the screen and asked, "So this is today's project, the talent comparison test between the old and new Subaru versions." He smiled with a hint of mystery. "Does that sound interesting?" However, Ju also didn't forget to warn that directly confronting one's own statements is an extremely bold approach. "And if I fail, it will be a heavy blow to Hai's reputation." Hokai calmly replied with determination, "I welcome that because it will lead to a result. I have to accept whatever happens to gain the trust of the audience." Hai's eyes shine with confidence as he questions himself. "But have I ever lost a fight?" A haughty attitude often leads to trouble. Facing such arrogance, Zu could only say, "You're really proud." In the end, everything depends on Subaru. Hokai chuckled softly and replied, "I suppose so." Just then, Hasuka in a seductive red dress led Subaru into the arena, excitedly calling out upon seeing her boss. Leader Jiao Tu nodded in satisfaction. "You did very well today." Hasuka also quickly greeted Hokai. "Ah, hello." Hokai looked at Subaru and silently thought that this was his chance to become a true star rising in the sky. He approached and greeted warmly. "Finally, I get to meet you. This place is really spacious. Are you renting privately?" The two of them reached out their hands. "Hello there, I'm streamer Howie." Subaru also politely shook hands in response. "I am Subaru. I look forward to working with you." Immediately, Hokai's excitement as a hardcore fan becomes clear. He exclaims, "Wow, it feels like meeting Subaru in real life." Meeting the main character today, I was so moved. I am that fan. Always a hardcore fan. Seeing both of them so absorbed in getting to know each other, Zu cheered loudly. "All right, let's save the chatting for after the stream starts. That's how streamers get to know each other. Then let's continue this on the stream." Immediately, the system notifies that Howie has started the live broadcast. "Hello everyone, glad to see you all. Here it is. Thank you all for watching." Today's viewership skyrocketed suddenly, quickly reaching 12,000 people in just a moment. Subaru couldn't help but be stunned by the heat of this collaboration as the number of viewers kept skyrocketing right from the start. Hokai enthusiastically announced in front of the camera, "Today is the moment everyone has been waiting for. I've brought that person here." With a clear voice, I am Subaru standing before over 14,000 live viewers. Subaru gently greets. "Hello everyone, this is Subaru." The chat box immediately exploded with curiosity about his true appearance behind the mask, and Hokai admitted that neither he nor Subaru's manager had ever seen his real face. "So just tell the truth, are you wearing the mask because you're too handsome, or because you're hiding from debt?" "That's not true. Besides, I'm good looking, and the number of viewers keeps skyrocketing as donations pour in, challenging me to reveal my face." They are both amazed at Subaru's influence far beyond their expectations and realize his debating skills are even better than they thought. Subaru confidently declares he won't lose to anyone in this friendly exchange and reveals that he currently has no girlfriend or even friends. Watching the banter on stage through the screen, Hasuka blushes with excitement while Jiao Tu has to remind everyone to stop teasing the important guest and focus on the competition. Hokai has chatted enough, now it's time for Subaru to take down the boss. The real challenge begins immediately under the bright stage lights. Subaru quietly steps into the arena, questioning himself about the true reason behind choosing this challenging test. A squadron of battle robots with glowing red eyes suddenly appears, surrounding Subaru from all sides. He begins to explain that there are two reasons why he chose this place. First, this is the perfect environment to accurately measure your own strength control. The second reason Subaru gave was to prove that everything he said was completely true right here. A legendary leaderboard suddenly appeared on the big screen, with Subaru's name at the top with 43 points, surpassing renowned masters like Kyojo, Isuki, and Asagir Sagir. Faced with audience doubts about whether those unprecedented records could be broken, Subaru gently activates his body and firmly declares, "If I weren't confident, I wouldn't have accepted the challenge from the start." The fighting robots simultaneously activate their attack mode, their glowing red eyes emanating a cold, murderous aura. They both smile excitedly and confidently declare, "Money counting machine? No, it's the network counting device. Start running wild, girl." He decisively presses the start button on the timer device in his hand, and the large screen immediately displays a 3-minute countdown with the current kill count starting from 0. Without wasting a second, Subaru rushes into the midst of the robot army, wielding sharp axes and swords, as a blazing golden electric current begins dancing around the mask. The system announces the lightning strike activation. Subaru moves like a flash tearing through space, causing earth-shattering explosions upon contact with enemies. He weaves through the robot's sword strikes, then suddenly closes in and grabs the head of a combat robot, unleashing a powerful electric surge that crushes its electronic brain in an instant. The cold system confirms that the first kill officially belongs to him. With just one strike, Subaru left everyone in awe. Just one strike? Some even realize you haven't even touched your demon sword. Seeing the blazing golden lightning tearing through the night, Hai couldn't help but feel excited, unable to believe he was witnessing a lightning storm firsthand. Immediately, Subaru gripped the hilt of the demon sword, creating a terrifying slash that tore through the enemy formation. With only 2 minutes and 39 seconds left on the clock, his speed was so incredible that the audience believed that, theoretically, Subaru could reach 70 kills. even as the challenge grew increasingly brutal. The robots with glowing red eyes were constantly crushed under Subaru's feet. Amid the ruins of destruction, he stands tall like a war god and then charges forward with brutal strikes. As the time approaches 2 minutes and 3 seconds, Subaru continues to fight fiercely, turning the arena into a stage of thunder and annihilation. With this speed, reaching 70 kills is no problem at all. Suddenly, Subaru leaps into the air, recreating the legendary scene that causes the explosion to burst apart. He spins around, channels all his strength into the demon sword, then unleashes a lightning-fast strike that crashes into the ground, clearing all obstacles in sight. The system records that with 1 minute and 22 seconds remaining, the kill count has quickly reached 26. Subaru's punches and slashes are so powerful that the robots shatter into pieces. From afar, John, Teo, Hasuka, and Howie stand silently, watching this incredible display. The audience begins to sympathize with those who bet against him, as his record-breaking potential becomes clearer than ever, and Hai's eyes shine brightly with emotion as he witnesses the rise of a legend. With only 13 seconds left, Subaru's kill count skyrocketed to 41. Subaru continued to sweep through the robots at a terrifying speed. With 1 minute and 22 seconds left on the clock, the system records that you've defeated 42 enemies. The countdown quickly approaches the final seconds. With only 5 seconds and then 3 seconds remaining, a robot wielding a great sword rushes to deliver the final blow right in front of him. At the second, Subaru skillfully dodges out of the way, dodging the enemy's attack in a tense evasion. With the clock at the last second, a deadly strike is unleashed, tearing through the steel shell. When the clock hits 0, the number 42 flashes and changes to 43. The challenge notification system has ended. The total number of kills is 43. The record was officially updated as Subaru stood proudly amidst the wreckage. On the leaderboard, Subaru's name is still at the top, officially tying the record of the legendary years ago. The live viewers exploded past 38,000. Subaru gasped heavily, sweat pouring down after an exhausting performance, as the crowd erupted in praise. 43! Incredible achievement. I can't believe it. Hokai hurried over, visibly stunned. He thought to himself, he's tied with Subaru now. Hokai shouted excitedly in front of the camera. It's a draw this time, damn it. So close. What does everyone think? The viewership keeps soaring, and everyone can't help but get goosebumps at this historic moment. A steady stream of reputation points pours down from fans. Subaru softly replies, "Thanks for the 100 reputation points." Rungbin sees the familiar name appear again and sighs sarcastically. "Thank you for the points, but your feng shui master's name is too ugly. Change it quickly." While everyone was excitedly asking if this was really Subaru's live stream, he calmly denied it. "No, it's not." Suddenly, a shocking notification appeared. "Reinhardt has gifted you 10,000 reputation points." Hai was stunned, sweat pouring down as he saw the legendary name appear on the screen. Reinhardt's chat box immediately flooded with chaos. Everyone was stunned to confirm the profile and realized that the legendary 1/swordsman had truly appeared. Subaru nodded slightly and, on behalf of both, thanked the special guest Ren, saying, "Thanks for the 10,000 trust points." Standing beside him, Hai was still in shock, holding his head and stammering with extreme excitement because he couldn't believe that the legendary high-ranking swordsman was actually watching this stream live. The image of the legendary Master Ren sitting majestically on a throne among countless swords appears as a testament to his superior level. Immediately after, a new message from Reinhardt appears on the screen. "You're a secret fan of him, really good at fighting." While Hawkeye feels honored, Subaru narrows his eyes with a calculating look beneath his mask. He secretly suspects why he's watching this stream. Could it be that he already knows what I did with Isaac? Suddenly, Reinhardt sent an even more shocking offer live on air. "Subaru, will you cooperate with me?" The invitation from a top-ranked player made the arena seem to freeze. Subaru remained silent, deep in thought, while Hawkeye held his breath, waiting for his partner's response. Below the stands, Hasuka and Ju were so stunned they couldn't speak, witnessing this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. The arena exploded with excited comments praising Subaru's rapid rise. But in front of the expectations of thousands of people, Subaru calmly gave a surprising answer. He's busy climbing the tower, so these social interactions can wait. He's not free. This decision was like a cold splash of water to Hawkeye, making his eyes widen in shock. Hasuka and Ju, standing behind, also gawked, sweat pouring down their faces as they couldn't believe Subaru had refused such a prestigious invitation. Ignoring the chaos of the audience, Subaru tiredly turned and begged, apologized, "I've used too much energy. Heis, can you finish this for me?" "Did you just say uh-huh? What do you mean?" As Subaru decisively turned away and walked off, he hurriedly called out, "No, wait!" Ju and Hasuka hurriedly run after him, and the director couldn't hide his regret as he said, "So, Subaru, why did you refuse him? That was a huge opportunity to boost your streaming career." Hasuka also agreed, confirming that he was extremely shocked. Subaru stopped, casually asking back, "Wow, just a little fame and you're making such a big deal out of it?" Zu sweat profusely as he explained that collaborating with a high-ranked person almost never happens, and it would bring enormous fame. "Oh, that's all there is to it? If becoming a top-ranked person is that important, I'll become a top-ranked myself." Hokai stepped closer, excitedly exclaiming, Subaru, as expected, delivered an outstanding performance when the revenue came in, and I will send you your share. But then, he suddenly lowered his voice, showing a serious expression. By the way, since the stream has ended, can I ask you something? Hokai looked intently at Subaru and wondered.
You hide your skills pretty well, but my hawk eyes have seen through everything. This question took Subaru by surprise.
He silently thought, so Hai has also realized that. I thought I was hiding it pretty well, but it seems calling him Hai is not wrong at all. Subaru calmly replied that whether he wins or loses, it will just cause trouble for me. Hokai slightly smirked and explained, causing trouble for him. The highlight of the stream is whether I can surpass Subaru or not. That's where true maturity is shown. If I win today, I will indeed get a temporary boost, but the hype surrounding that confrontation will spiral out of control. And if I lose, people will just say he's not really a match for Subaru anyway. Looking up at the leaderboard showing two names, Subaru and another, both tied for first with 43 points. So in this test, I need a result where both characters are on equal footing, which is why a draw is the only optimal outcome. Seeing this calculation, Zhu asked in surprise. So if he wanted to, he could have surpassed him, right? Subaru simply said coldly, then quietly moved past everyone and added, now we can't change the outcome anymore. It all depends on how everyone interprets it. Subaru calmly walks down the stairs, leaving the three behind, quietly watching his mysterious figure gradually disappear into the distance. The rage exploded, shattering the table beneath a 1,000-pound punch. Subaru really got into a serious fight this time. Standing in the luxurious room, Reinhardt, the guildmaster of the goldsmiths, holding the 121st rank with great power, grits his teeth in fury at the arrogant brat. On the floor, the tablet still shows the broadcast notification that Hawkeye's stream has ended. Seeing the chaos in the room, a servant hurriedly entered and tremblingly asked, Sir Ren, is something wrong? Ren's eyes flashed with a bloodthirsty glare as he mentioned Subaru's name, asserting in a threatening tone that the brat had dared to refuse his offer. The subordinate could only bow his head in obedience, thinking that refusing someone like Reinhardt was truly arrogant. The goldsmith roared in frustration, having initially planned to crush Nat Subaru in front of everyone to silence the troublesome rumors. But now all his plans had been shattered. He declared he didn't care about the reputation points he had invested. What annoyed him the most was that a mere rookie dared to hurt his pride. The servant tremblingly hands back the tablet. Is this yours? Ren coldly inquired about the matter he had previously entrusted, and his servant reported that they were still fully searching for Isaac, but also gently reminded him that a young master disappearing for a few days at that age was not an unprecedented event. A fierce beard stroke plunges into the earth as a blazing red aura erupts from Reinhardt's hand. He clenched the device in his fury. Ren grabbed the subordinate's neck, lifting him into the air amid muffled, painful groans. With a twisted face of rage, he gritted his teeth and asked, Are you trying to insult me too? The poor subordinate could only stammer, trying to beg for mercy, but was immediately thrown away by a terrifying force. The impact was so strong that it cracked the solid stone wall behind him. Ren strode forward, his body emanating a dark, oppressive aura that made the space thick and tense. Here, I am the law. No questioning, no prying. Understood? When did you start scrutinizing my orders? Hate, please forgive me. I will keep searching right away. Meanwhile, white petals gently fall in the quiet night. Yes, hello? Good evening, manager. Immediately, Zhu's shouting rang out from the other end. He was annoyed by her lethargic tone and demanded that she sound at least as enthusiastic as when talking to Subaru. Hasuka could only sigh and think to herself, Here we go again. After listening to the boss ramble about the trust built over the years, she decisively cuts in to ask directly if he's calling to propose a partnership with Reinhardt. Zhu finally admitted that they really couldn't pass up such a great opportunity. Hasuka, still holding the phone with manager Zhu, anxiously asked, But what can we do? Zhou too casually flipped the egg on his claw and urged, You can try the seduction or whatever, as long as he agrees to go earn money for me. Zhou thinks that Subaru seems more interested in climbing the tower than cooperating, and honestly, for a true player, that's a reasonable assumption. Seeing that Hasuka remained silent, Ro teased her, You only get excited when arguing with me. He didn't bother to argue further. Hasuka coldly declares, I'm hanging up now, and decisively disconnects despite her boss calling after her. Standing outside Subaru's door, Hasuka sighed softly to herself and thought, Even though I said that confidently, it really could be a big opportunity for him. Maybe I'll try one more time. Because of him, I can do anything. She took a deep breath, knocked on the door, and called softly. Subaru, the door opens and Subaru appears, calling her name. Weak! Hasuka exclaimed in shock upon seeing that he was still wearing the black and gold mask, even in his private room. Are you always wearing the mask? Subaru calmly steps out and responds. That's right for now. It makes me feel more comfortable. Subaru slipped through the door and asked back, Do you also want to see my real face? Hasuka nervously explained, no. She begins to explain that the mask truly makes viewers associate him with the legend of Subaru, even though he is obviously the one bearing that name. Hasuka quietly reflects, but someday, perhaps he will have to reveal his face. Subaru was silent for a moment before suddenly asking why everyone was so obsessed with Subaru. Hasuka smiles and touches her chin thoughtfully. I think of a few reasons. For example, he's an earthling with bad stats, or just existing makes him really cool. Hasuka's eyes grew deep and full of admiration as she affirmed that he is the lifeline of this entire tower. Subaru tilted his head slightly, puzzled. What do you mean? Hasuka gazed into the empty space, her voice filled with sadness as she recounted, I may not know this, but when I first arrived at the tower, there was almost nothing there. Memories of those early days in the desolate, dusty land of the tower flood her mind, where a young girl stood alone amidst the ruined and hopeless landscape. Monsters appeared everywhere, food ran out, and there was no way to earn money, making stability an impossible dream. At that time, the only way to survive was to climb higher levels of the tower, because only by climbing can players earn reputation points to settle down and build a life. Gradually, everyone begins to believe that this harsh world can truly belong to them. In the darkness of despair, the greatest players appeared to reignite hope for everyone. They proved that conquering the tower was entirely possible, allowing humanity to live peacefully in this world. And the one standing at the very top leading them all is none other than Subaru. Throughout his life, his reputation is unquestioned and his achievements go beyond just climbing the tower. Subaru is the first to prove that conquering the top of the tower is possible. Hearing this, Subaru gently asks, You think so too? Hasuka looked at him with a knowing expression. She thinks it's a secret, just like the real face hidden behind his mask. She smiles shyly and promises, Maybe one day I will tell you. Realizing she had been pressing him too hard and making Hasuka flustered, Subaru quickly opened the door to invite her inside to continue the conversation, but Hasuka nervously waved her hand to decline, insisting nothing serious was wrong, and then hurriedly left with a goodnight wish. Subaru stood silently, watching her manager's figure gradually disappear behind the door. Walking alone down the corridor, Hasuka held her blushing face. He casually invited you in, but my heart feels like it's going to jump out of my chest. Hope? Subaru muttered to himself, recalling Hasuka's words with a thoughtful look. He started a new live broadcast, and the excitement from the previous collaboration had boosted the live viewers to over 2,700. Subaru keeps thanking loyal fans like Subaru Love and Mission Villa Inn for their generous donations, but his attention is quickly drawn to the pressure-filled messages from the Leo Society, questioning why he still hasn't cooperated with Reinhard, along with a mysterious invitation to meet from the J. Grell Society. The collaboration with the Hawaii truly created an insane boost, causing viewers and donations to flood into Subaru's account. He quietly realizes the pattern of this game. Just give people what they want to see, and they will be willing to give back their reputation points. The system is starting to create the third floor challenge, requiring Subaru to choose between the Ottoman Kingdom or the Conrest Kingdom. While most viewers lean towards the Ottoman side, Subaru understands that choosing this faction will change almost everything in the upcoming missions on this floor. Everyone else just picks the rich side, guys. These two kingdoms have a deep-seated rivalry, and the player's mission will depend entirely on which side they choose. Subaru surprises everyone by deciding to side with Connor, taking a risky path that only about 3% of players dare to undertake. The reason for this desolation is that Kon is a land of mercenaries and rebels. Subaru arrives at a bustling tavern in Konar, filled with the smell of alcohol and the chaos of drunken mercenaries. As soon as he entered, Subaru's appearance caught the eye of a mercenary with a grim face and a wicked smile, who licked his lips smugly and said, Tasty bait has arrived, let me teach you how to go rescue. The burly thug deliberately shoved hard into Subaru's shoulder to show off his strength, but instead of being knocked over like others, Subaru remained standing firm like a rock, leaving the mercenary stunned and staring back in amazement. The mercenary was stunned to see how solid the opponent was like a rock. Secretly terrified, he's too strong. But to save face in front of the crowd, he immediately tensed up and shouted, What the hell is wrong with you? You're the one with the problem here. You deliberately bumped into us. Offended, the mercenary grabbed Subaru's collar tightly, grinding his teeth as he shouted, How dare you argue with a B rank when you're clearly just an ordinary E rank? The people around started to get noisy. They realize the vulture is back to bullying newcomers. Faced with that aggression, Subaru simply calmly thinks he's short on beer to use as a shield, as, If you lead the way, I'll follow immediately. A blazing, golden current begins to gather and surround his feet. Before the mercenary could understand what was happening, a powerful kick struck his chin, knocking him back and causing him to collapse unconscious. The crowd in the tavern fell silent in shock. They were stunned, wondering what just happened and whether they had just seen a flash of light. A middle-aged man with a contemplative expression observed the scene. While the others were still stunned, thinking that the B-class thug only knocked him away by accident, the Vulture's mercenaries angrily moved in to surround Subaru. They growl menacingly. You bastard, I will tear that mask off your face. Your skin too. This will be your grave. Are you new here? Subaru's eyes burn with the cold light as he stands tall among the defeated, writhing on the floor. Seeing that overwhelming and unbelievable power, the mercenary could only cry out in desperate fear. Mother, save me! This man is not human! He's a monster! At this moment, a middle-aged man with a refined appearance slowly approaches and speaks. You're strong, kid. My name is John. I am an appraiser. Ramon looked at Subaru with admiration. You're quite skilled, young man, he said. Ramon sensed the unfamiliarity of the young man in front of him and wondered, I've never seen you around here before. Have you completed any missions yet? Subaru pondered quietly, knowing that level E mercenaries could only take on limited tasks. Meanwhile, the chat window of the live stream started showing comments criticizing the waste of time and the abuse of the B rank name. According to the rules, the third floor's challenge requires players to complete multiple mercenary tasks to earn 10,000 AP. However, the total reward for E-rank mercenaries is only 50 points at most, causing many players to be stuck here for up to a year. When will grinding finally make you rich? Subaru's eyes hardened with determination. He told himself, I need to take a shortcut. Subaru realizes he can't waste time in his current situation and can't level up leisurely like this. Raymond looks surprised at his decision. A shortcut? Come to think of it, you're a player, so usually you wouldn't see those people around here. Although somewhat impressed, the supervisor still upheld the principle. Even so, I cannot give you special treatment. Everything must follow the proper order. Subaru persistently asked about how to minimize the process, which made Jaemon question the benefits of special treatment for players who would eventually leave. Faced with rejection, Subaru firmly declared, there is only one way to complete the third floor immediately. I will make your dream come true. Day was stunned and asked again, what do you mean with the Inspector Subaru's amazement? Coldly calling out the Thunder Cave's target, he looked straight at Jaemon and firmly declared, I will make it Conrad's. Raymond couldn't help but be deeply shocked. He stammered, asking if he really intended to conquer that place. Because only A-level mercenaries can reach that place, Jaemon broke out in a cold sweat from shock. He emphasized that the real issue was Subaru staring directly at the supervisor, his eyes shining with the mysterious light behind the mask. This is a special dungeon on the third floor, which throughout history no player, mercenary, or knight has ever been able to conquer. Looking at the map, this cavern dominates a vast and treacherous mountain range, serving as an impregnable barrier that both nations desperately seek to control. The golden location in the village of Torment. Conquering the Thunder Cave will open a direct route through the mountains, a long-standing military ambition to prevent invasions and secure rapid support. Subaru confidently proposed, if you give me an A-grade proof, I will complete it. I promise I won't abuse it using the tiger's might to hunt the tiger. Daemon thoughtfully raised his hand to his chin, hesitating at this bold offer. Subaru silently thought that if he was rejected here, he would be forced to defeat the supervisor to achieve his goal. The viewers watching the stream start to worry about Daemon. They keep leaving comments urging him to run before it's too late. After some hesitation, Raymond decided, I will write a letter of recommendation for you so you can join the raid teams. Raid teams are always short on personnel. He announced that the raid team would depart within 5 days and told Subaru to wait while he went to get the request letter immediately. At that moment, a flood of new missions from the audience kept coming in, totaling 35,000 credits for completing the Thunder Cavern alone. Getting this cave means your life will change forever. Subaru realizes that 5 days later is also the end of the third trial. He wondered if Lam Ku was planning this all along. Ron returned with the letter in his hand. He still couldn't hide his suspicion about the young man's abilities. The supervisor recounted that he had once challenged that cave himself when he was young, and the price he paid was losing half his team that day. Subaru takes the request letter and quietly assures him that this time it won't happen. The supervisor is still puzzled. What? Then why do you want a letter of recommendation? Subaru looked straight at the old man, his eyes shining with arrogance behind the mask. Because I intend to go in there alone. This crazy declaration causes the crowd to explode with skeptical comments. They can't believe a rookie would dare to venture alone into such a dangerous territory. Are you planning to commit suicide? Even with 20 people, you'd still die. You're trying to be a superhero. I heard that Conrad is much more short-staffed than Osman. Whether they can gather 20 people is the real question. Dumon was sweating bullets. He sighed, acknowledging the harsh reality, and secretly thought that Subaru must have had allies from the start. But Subaru simply coldly replied, I don't have it, not right now. Watching that confident exchange on the device screen, Asagiri whispered in delight. That's impressive. Sigurd wondered to himself, is he really planning to handle this alone? Looking at the screen, she realized that this guy's demeanor was exactly the same as Subaru's in the past. A coincidence that makes her feel a bit sad. He's exactly like Subaru. I wish this wasn't a live broadcast. On the live stream, when faced with relentless questions from viewers about why he didn't attempt other challenges, Subaru firmly replied, No, I'm not interested in them at all. He adjusted his mask and suddenly announced, I'm done. Enough money. What's the point of live streaming? To tire myself out. The viewer count suddenly dropped below 4,000 as Subaru said goodbye. Thanks for watching. The screen suddenly goes dark with a message saying Subaru has ended the live broadcast. Seer shouted in utter disbelief and regret. Huh? No. She was annoyed about losing her only entertainment to pass the time while waiting to go to the third floor. But then, Sigurd burst out laughing joyfully, her eyes shining with a mix of anger and nostalgia. He really is the one I miss. Sigurd gazed into the empty space in deep thought. She realizes that this guy has a very unique personality. He always walks his own path. No matter what anyone says, it's as if Subaru is really live streaming. Pack up the equipment, Jared decisively makes his choice. All right. She clings tightly to the cliff, her eyes gleaming with mischief as she thinks about the upcoming tournament. Are you hiding? Let's see which path he takes to escape from me. Sigurd leapt swiftly to the mountain's summit, tearing through the fog and leaving behind a mysterious message. but I hope he doesn't win. Strolling through the streets, Hasuka looked at Subaru with admiration. Just as expected, that's exactly how Subaru would behave. You really are just like the original. Even though you're worried that viewers might not like you, she sincerely advises that if Subaru only does ordinary work, his channel will never become special. Subaru nodded slightly in acknowledgement. I see. Thank you for the advice. When asked about his upcoming plans, he decisively said, I will keep hunting until I reach the tournament. I don't know what kind of opponents will appear, so I think I should upgrade a bit. Subaru told himself he needed to understand the limits of his current anger and wanted to test the true power of the Thunder Spirit. His eyes hardened with determination. I will electrocute anyone who touches what I love. Meanwhile, somewhere else, Jinzaki Naoto, a member of Lam Ku, stormed forward with an angry expression, grinding his teeth and cursing, unable to believe that an unknown person dared to make him come all the way here to summon him, instead of obediently running over. Neo trudged into the tavern long as here, showing contempt for the third-rate punk he's about to face. As he stepped through the door, he greeted with a reluctant tone. Hello, I'm here. Looks like someone about to get slapped. Roti was already waiting in a hidden corner and gestured over here. Neo let out a cold, annoyed snort upon seeing Seon's boss calmly sipping his drink. Ju calmly got straight to the point. So, you are Jinzaki of Lam Ku. I hear you have an issue to discuss regarding one of our live broadcasts. Naoto asked sharply about the identity of the person causing a stir online, but Ju calmly replied that Subaru was not present at the moment due to personal matters. This attitude makes Naoto furious. He slams the table and shouts, You're so arrogant for a newcomer. Is being busy more important than this? Despite that aggression, John too remained firm and resolute, refusing to answer questions about his associate's private life. John too looked Naoto straight in the eyes and emphasized that he had clearly stated his wishes. That is why Subaru was not present here. Naoto gritted his teeth in fury as he realized their true intentions. I see right through you. You just want to keep your golden goose forever, huh? He slammed the table and demanded To reconsider, believing Subaru should join a big guild instead of obsessing over live streaming. In the face of that aggression, Joe too still kept a mysterious smile on his face and calmly remarked that even popular streamers nowadays can earn as much as top experts. Ja too sneered, believing there are always those who look down on streaming as a proper profession. Any job is a job, as long as it pays well. Naoto roared, accusing Zhu of deliberately turning Lam Ku into an enemy, but the department head asked him to listen to the end because the company always prioritizes the streamer's will and will fully support Subaru's decision. Naoto sarcastically calls Joe too an outdated old man who doesn't understand the rules of this world and threatens that Lam Ku won't let this go. In response to that threat, Zhu coldly affirms that there are some people in this world who are never swayed by cheap intimidation. Immediately, a wave of pitch-black terrifying mana erupted from Zoto's body, engulfing the entire room. Nayo was so stunned that he froze in place, sweat pouring down as he felt the overwhelming power suffocating the space. Zoto sternly orders the guest to leave quickly, warning not to force him to use violence. Enraged by the blunt dismissal, Na screams in fury. Get lost, huh? Who do you think you're talking to? Despite trembling with a fear, he still tried to act tough as he backed towards the door. Ron too casually waved goodbye to the guest with a look of contempt. Naoto ran away shouting his final threat, You will pay for this! Watching the defeated figure, Ron too leisurely sat down, poured Namni a glass of wine, and sneered, You really are scared. In the third-floor dungeon called Serpent's Lair, the connection has been completed. From the depths of darkness, a giant serpent with white scales and glowing red eyes roars as it emerges from the cave. Standing from afar, Subaru quietly observes the monster with eyes shining with lightning and determination. He grips his weapon tightly, ready for a new hunt. He launches lightning spears to attack it. The sword strikes, carrying overwhelming power, rain down relentlessly, leaving the opponent unable to resist. The giant beast roars in pain and agony under the relentless and fierce assault of the player. After a relentless series of attacks, Subaru casually slings the weapon over his shoulder and mutters to himself, Alright, the test went very smoothly. He looked at the glowing ghost sword, feeling the perfect harmony between his body and the thunderous power. Subaru lowered his stance, his sharp eyes fixed firmly on the struggling target. Enough with the game of fate. Time to send you to meet your ancestors. He leapt into the air, channeling all his lightning power into his weapon to form a gigantic, luminous spear. Subaru delivers the final blow, piercing straight into the mouth of the monster that is wide open in despair. A thunderous explosion erupts, burning and crushing the giant snake completely into the wasteland. The system continuously displays a message congratulating Subaru on defeating the celestial snake boss, and with leveling up, his strength, stamina, and focus stats all increase simultaneously. Subaru quietly sat on the corpse of the giant snake, contemplatively observing the loot he had just obtained, holding the fang of the celestial snake that was glowing with a bright red light. Subaru quietly estimates that this item might be worth around 10,000 reputation points, or at least the price from 20 years ago. Looking at his status screen, he realizes he has reached level 35, having jumped to 9 levels in just 3 short days. Subaru told himself that this was enough, and he shouldn't be too greedy because Tozio was still waiting for him. Switching to a luxurious coffee shop, Hasuka was already waiting and waved enthusiastically at Subaru. Hey, what's up? Seeing him walk over to the table, she grinned mischievously and eagerly asked, Hot news, are you ready to become a star? To her excited manager. What do you see? Oh, that collaboration video? Sorry, I've been too busy. When you're too busy to realize you're rich. Hasuka smiles understandingly and says, I will tell Subaru again, no worries. Even if you didn't mean it, that's exactly what makes you who you are, Subaru. But her expression suddenly turned serious as she pushed a stack of documents toward him. But there's something different about you compared to the original. Check this out. Subaru could only gasp in shock as Hasuka handed him a set of documents and explained that it was the revenue report from his recent combined streaming session with H. Subaru opened it, and was surprised to see a reputation score of 44,789 points, a level of income far beyond what he had imagined. Hasuka gently bowed her head and said she could give him this report any time, but the real reason she came to see him today was for another important matter. Hasuka hesitated before talking about a friend named Kiyoharu, a gambling addict she always hesitated to introduce. But thanks to that person, she learned a valuable lesson. Subaru asked curiously, what did that person do? Hasuka begins to explain a betting style where players wager on the winner to receive a prize, with the rule that the higher the chance of winning, the lower the payout rate. This means the profit is smaller but much more secure. Hasuka warns that Subaru's current payout rate is 6.1, but there is another player with an overwhelming rate of only 1.2. Seeing the balance of power clearly tilted in one direction, Subaru asked sharply, who is he? Hasuka calmly named Oma Snyder. He is a member of this Blue Zone Guild, who has stayed on the third floor for 10 years, driven by an obsession with conquering the Thunderbolt. 10 years of dedication can't compare to a single day of bragging. That stubborn obsession is what made him famous, even if he's not a renowned hacker or streamer. Hasuka is worried that Snyder is definitely trying to confront Subaru, because Subaru's declaration to clear Loidong alone on stream is like mocking and ridiculing his 10 years of hard work. Seeing Hasuka getting too excited, Subaru gently reminded her, but she was a bit too close. At this moment, Hasuka suddenly realized she was pressing her face against the opponent, causing her to blush furiously out of embarrassment. She quickly stepped back and warned Subaru to be very careful, because he's likely to encounter Snyder in the upcoming challenges on the third floor of Oct 10. Night has fallen, and the sound of hooves echoing on the deserted street. In the silent night of the kingdom, a carriage trudges through the empty streets heading straight for the thunderous dungeon with an atmosphere thick with hostility inside. A confident soldier declares that tomorrow they will crush that brat's shining reputation. Those accompanying him keep mocking the one who dared to boast about conquering Loidong alone on a live stream. They think that streamer has no idea what he's up against because Loidong is truly a hell that no one dares to face alone. Sitting silently in the dark corner, Captain Oma Snyder, a man with a beard and a tense gaze, quietly listens to the gossip. A subordinate nervously advises, do not pay attention to those words. Captain Snyder. Snyder slightly raises his eyebrows, his bright blue eyes full of contemplation. He calmly replied, you guys just bark. I only care whether that guy is truly talented or not. Snyder acknowledged that although the rookie's career was short, he had indeed become the new owner of Lightning, the power that the Lamku Society has long coveted. The subordinates still couldn't hide their resentment. They think the masked guy is too arrogant just because he recently mastered Lightning, but now's not the time for envy or rivalry, and dismissing or belittling his achievements is really unreasonable. In the face of the captain's sternness, the soldier hesitated and asked whether they really had to respect that person. Snyder clenched his fist and gritted his teeth, affirming that if necessary, he could do so. Suddenly, a dry cracking sound rang out, startling Snyder's subordinates. The gold coin in Snyder's hand had been crushed to pieces by his finger's strength. Dongtien is not at fault. Seeing that scene, the head-scratching soldier broke out in a cold sweat. He realized that despite his lofty words, Snyder's pride was completely shattered. He secretly worried about the fate of that streamer. Facing a proud and wounded monster like Snyder would surely be a disaster. Meanwhile, in his own room, Subaru was carefully studying the dossier on his upcoming opponent. He put the mask and sword aside, softly muttering, spending 10 years digging a cave. Are you crazy? Flipping through the pages of the dossier, Subaru realized Oma Snyder only started to rise to prominence 5 years ago and joined Lamku around that time. According to the records, Snyder's talent has always been the focus at the Thunder Challenge, where he reached the deepest point and was just one step away from the finish line. Subaru looked at the enemy's photo and quietly called out Oma Snyder of Lamku. Looking at Snyder's file, Subaru thought he seemed very confident organizing such a tournament. But if there's already a promising candidate from his own family, then it's understandable. A sinister smile appears on his face. But sorry about this, Kyo. I have returned. He looks at the sword and the mask, silently challenging his enemies to see if everything will go according to his plan. The scene shifts to Owen's Central Market, where a merchant is haggling over the price with a mercenary. He criticizes the monster's scratched skin and offers a price of 1,500 reputation points, making the soldier gasp in surprise. What? That's all. Faced with the stubbornness of the old merchant, he had no choice but to reluctantly sell his item at a low price. He smugly thought to himself that he had lucked out because Cho's hide was actually very valuable. Only ordinary people didn't realize it. Just then, Subaru confidently stepped forward and placed a glowing item on the table. Subaru coldly said, "How much will you pay for this? The Fang of the Heavenly Python." The merchant was stunned to see the flawless S-rank item with no damage at all, but his greedy nature made him immediately smile cunningly. He pretended to assess the item as only the high-grade B or A, praising the hunter for collecting it skillfully, and even fabricated a small scratch to downgrade the treasure's rank. The merchant continues to play the price game, claiming that the supply is skyrocketing and demand is continuously dropping. He offers a price of 8,000 credits on the screen, making Subaru ponder. Considering it's been 20 years, this price probably isn't too bad, but Subaru quickly outsmarts the sneaky old man. He insists that with this condition, it's worth at least 15,000 credits. Take it or leave it, or get out. Subaru decisively declares that the price is his own decision before turning away, leaving the merchant stammering in shock. Suddenly, a tall figure surrounded by an electric aura appears right behind Subaru. "Are you the one brave enough to challenge me to a solo dungeon fight?" "Yes, that's right. Why don't we get straight to the point?" He insists that their relationship isn't close enough to sit around drinking coffee like this. Watching the other person enjoy the sweet kemet, Subaru quietly notes the strange contrast between the dessert and his usual serious demeanor. Snyder slowly said, "You once claimed you would conquer Loidong," but Subaru's indifferent attitude responded. "So, is there a problem with that?" Snyder slightly smirked and said, "You're still young and inexperienced, not old enough to boast." He initially thought the same when he saw someone who had just stepped onto the third floor suddenly appear and declare they would conquer the Thunder Beast. Subaru asked whether he had changed his mind, and Snyder casually replied that everything was just a 50-50 chance. However, he admits that at least half of your worth as a person lies in the incredible potential Subaru possesses. Snyder said with a grudging tone, "It's still hard to believe that you are being measured and compared with Subaru. So what now? You're not blocking my way just to praise me, are you?" Snyder immediately made a pressure-filled demand, asking Subaru to retract what he said about conquering Loidong alone the day before. With his bright blue eyes blazing with threat, he growled, demanding that you admit it was just a momentary arrogance born of ignorance and to start a live stream and sincerely apologize. "You're threatening the wrong person, sir." Snyder calmly declared that what he heard didn't sound like an offer at all. He insists he won't force Subaru to do that right now. Instead, Snyder makes a deal. If he beats you in the next tournament, you'll have to admit your own shortcomings. That is the moment you have to bow your head and admit your mistake, Subaru replied calmly. "All right, but don't forget to set your own condition as well. On the other hand, if I win, hand over all the information you have about the lightning dragon to me." Subaru looked directly at the opponent and said sharply, "You're the one who started this, so you probably won't refuse that condition, right?" Snyder accepted immediately, without hesitation. "No problem, because we won't have a chance to fail. At least not against your current uncle. Girls usually get the expected ending." After saying that, he slowly stood up and turned his back arrogantly, while Subaru watched his figure in deep thought. This old man does have some internal strength. He's not just good at squeezing gold. Meanwhile, in the management company's office, the atmosphere was becoming extremely lively. A male employee exclaimed in shock when he saw the screen. Over 10,000 participants. Seeing the registration numbers skyrocket, he judged that with the valuable prize of Telaria's shoes, the actual number of registrants was truly staggering. He subtly smirked, secretly regretting. "Well, if this contest had taken place when I was still on the third floor, I would have tried at least once." Facing the scale between two promising candidates, he begins to analyze. Subaru, the scale is too big and the risk is too high. On the other hand, Snyder is a safe choice with proven profitability. Looking at the odds for Snyder at 1.2, despite the large number of participants, he thought to himself the answer was already clear. As a professional gambler, he decided to trust his instincts above all else rather than the statistics. He decisively pressed the button on the screen. "All right, I'll put all my funds into Snyder. Let's go." The ringing phone suddenly blared, startling Son Hyun and causing him to drop the device on the table. He shouted in panic, nearly jumping out of his skin as he grabbed the receiver. Son Hyun snapped angrily. "You're definitely watching over me, huh? What are you doing?" On the other end, Hasuka calmly asked back, "Are you getting involved in gambling again?" The blunt remark hit home and left Song Hyun stunned. He quickly looked around, of course. "Hey, where did you hide the listening device? In the office room? Or right on me?" Hasuka dismisses those silly words and gets straight to the point. "More importantly, just show me how to play the game you're doing," Mr. Hyun's car asked back in shock. "Huh? Are you really planning to get involved in gambling?" Hasuka confidently declared, "This month's salary is all going to my husband's house. If we're not rich, I quit." Hearing that, Son Hyun shouted in helplessness. "You idiot, don't you regret the money you've earned?" he pressed, wondering if she truly believes Subaru would win this match. Even though she insists she doesn't underestimate Subaru, Son Hyun still tries to persuade with logic. I mean, she needs to consider the fighting style, technical stats, and odds to gauge the chances. He analyzes that Snyder is not an ordinary person on the third floor, with achievements even surpassing the original Subaru. He believes that a new streamer claiming to defeat someone who has trained for a decade is just an impossible dream. Seeing her colleague making too much noise, Hasuka decisively issued a challenge. If she can't beat her, she should go without lunch and work for free. Seon Hyun also remained unfazed and accepted immediately. Hasuka coldly left a warning. No flirting allowed. Walking down the hallway, she suddenly stopped in shock as she glimpsed a mysterious figure in a black cloak. Hasuka softly exclaimed, "What?" Meanwhile, in Zong Hyun's office, he irritably looked at the phone that had just been disconnected. Damn it, don't hang up like that on your own. Tramgum wondered why Hasuka suddenly mentioned betting and if something serious had happened that he was unaware of. Amidst the bustling crowd at Oten and Oma, Snyder strode confidently with a spear on his shoulder, emanating an aura that made others cautious. The subordinate asked curiously about his opinion of the rising opponent. Snyder replied thoughtfully, "He doesn't look like an ordinary guy." The captain's weighty response made the henchman go cold with fear, trembling as he wondered if even a seasoned warrior like Snyder could be defeated by that rookie. Snyder remains calm and composed, knowing that only by facing the enemy directly can he truly feel the danger. His eyes burn with determination as he affirms to himself. In his dictionary, there is no such thing as losing, little brother, just wait and see. However, all of his movements are secretly watched by Shigeru Sagi, who is observing from the top of a tall building. Watching Snyder's back, Sigurd smiled softly with amusement. So, that's the one after all. Snyder, the top contender for the championship, impressed her with his magical energy and was confident she wouldn't need to worry about any unexpected turns in the upcoming battle. The flags of the tournament flutter in the wind, signaling that the fateful moment is near. The final day of competition has finally arrived. The atmosphere at Antenna Arena became more lively than ever with thousands of players and spectators arriving. Inside the dark tunnel, Subaru trudged forward. The sound of boots pounding on the stone floor echoes harshly as the heavy iron gate slowly opens. Subaru calmly steps out into the blinding light of the arena, ready to face everything. As he confidently enters the arena, the entire stands erupt in thunderous cheers. The crowd started to murmur in surprise when they recognized the familiar figure. That mask is definitely Subaru. His appearance surprised many people. That blurry bird, is he also participating today? At this moment, the Soldier Gate has officially closed, and Subaru's betting odds are definitely holding the second position. The underdog is about to turn the tables. A tall, imposing shadow stepped forward. It was Oma Snyder. He wore a sleek black armor, wielding a massive spear that radiated an overwhelming aura of dominance. The atmosphere in the arena is more intense than ever. Thousands of spectators stand up simultaneously, wildly shouting the name of the current betting leader. Snyder's fans are truly passionate. Cheers echo throughout the vast space. Hoa and a spectacular fireworks display light up the sky to welcome the strongest contender for the championship. Amidst the misty smoke, a beautiful female MC with long braided blonde hair suddenly appears and greets clearly. "Thank you all for your patience. I am Mizuha from Blue Zone. You will be the host for this tournament. It's a pleasure to welcome everyone. And now let's take a look at the prize, the reward reserved only for the ultimate winner." Let's all admire the champion's prize from below as Subaru narrows his eyes with determination, ready to witness the treasured item he has long desired, the shoes once belonging to the god Het. This is the most proud artifact of the Blue Zone Guild, a relic of the legendary Hasuka Soya from the saint named Talaria Shoes. As soon as the shoes shine on stage, Subaru quietly looks up with a determined gaze. He quietly calls out his former teammate's name and makes up his mind. "You will return your stuff to me." Snyder, no way you're getting away with this. Meanwhile, Hasuka was watching from afar and thought that Subaru was probably about to start his live stream. She couldn't hide her anger at Soya's relic being used as a prize. How dare those bastards! Suddenly, Hasuka felt a heavy pressure behind her. She was stunned and froze instantly when she recognized the identity of the person who just appeared. Hasuka trembled with extreme fear. "This is the one I least want to face right now. I've met my match, sis." In front of her now is a mysterious shadow in a cloak and a cold iron mask, striding forward confidently as Subaru's streaming system officially begins the live broadcast right in the arena. The number of viewers quickly surpassed 3,000, and the chat exploded with warm welcomes and curiosity about the identity of the mysterious streamer. Subaru softly speaks, "It's been a while since we last met." Everyone watches the comments flood in rapidly, and he silently thinks it's hard to keep up with the chat speed right now. Suddenly, a mission from a fan named Subaru Sister Love appears with a huge reward. "You get 30,000 points if you win the championship," Subaru replied calmly. 30,000 reputation points. "Thank you." Donna AT calmly accepts like a stranger. He decisively draws his demon sword, eyes blazing with fury, ready for battle. Subaru gritted his teeth as at the same time, the female MC Mizuha also excitedly cheered to boost the atmosphere. The fireworks light up the sky as Muha confidently announces the start of the tournament. Immediately, a fierce black-green energy begins to gather and explode right in the center of the arena. A giant beam of light shoots straight into the sky, emanating an overwhelming pressure that leaves all the contestants and spectators stunned and amazed. The crowd continues to marvel at the spectacular scale. They believe only Lam Ku can create a spectacle like this. Standing amidst the dazzling light, Subaru squints and quietly thinks that this scale definitely wasn't prepared in just a day or two. The entire arena is filled with a solemn atmosphere as the warriors are ready at their positions. The official preliminary round announcement system begins, bringing Subaru and thousands of other contestants into a vast jungle arena. A survival rule of the jungle appears on the screen. When you're in here, don't talk about morality. Whoever lives is right. This challenge only ends when the number of survivors drops to exactly 1,000, forcing everyone to fight fiercely for a chance to advance. Seeing the current count of 10,259, Subaru calmly recognizes it as a free-for-all format. He quietly calculated that since no one had targeted him from the start, he could take the chance to conserve his strength for more brutal stages. But with the ongoing challenges from the audience and their taunts, a deadly battle was simply unavoidable. 100 points for each kill. With the tempting rewards from the two sponsors, Subaru subtly smirks with calculation, unable to resist the 100 points per kill. Suddenly, Subaru slightly turned around as he sensed a surge of deadly aura rushing from behind, and an aggressive enemy unexpectedly ambushed, causing the scene to explode in excitement. "It's burning, man. Let's take him out and claim the prize." Unfazed, Subaru grips his sword tightly, his eyes blazing coldly as he faces the approaching target. A juicy 200 reputation points right in front of him. The brutal purge quickly reduced the number of survivors to 854. Amidst the deep forest, Oma Snyder strode confidently with his massive spear on his shoulder, ignoring the small skirmishes around him. He scoffed contemptuously. These insignificant pests are not worth his attention. His eyes shone brightly with unwavering determination, affirming that his only target is one person. He whispered softly, "It's Subaru." Just then, an arrow was shot, but he dodged it. It turns out there was a sneaky attacker, but he was a bit careless. The hunting team nearby started to get noisy. One excitedly challenged his brother to a bet. With this arrow, he'd get 100 breakfast points right away. Seeing the target just dodge the arrow, he snapped, "Stop moving," and then sneered at his opponent. "You're really lucky." Everyone started to worry because the assassination plan had failed, but another guy sneered and reassured his teammates that the opponent was just a guy stuck on the third floor for 10 years. Standing amidst the encirclement, Snyder confidently carried the axe on his shoulder. He calmly said, "The plan isn't bad, but you chose the wrong opponent." Seeing Snyder still maintain his arrogance, a dwarf with a hammer stepped forward and challenged him. "Trying to act tough before you're about to die?" But before the words could even finish, an invisible slash tore through. Seeing his teammate fall in an instant, the archer shouted in shock, "What is this if not the range of a spear?" Snyder stood firm amidst the raging purple spiritual energy, coldly declaring, "I have seen many like you." His eyes blazing with a deadly intent, he poured all his strength into the enormous scythe, swinging it with such force that it tore through the ground and obliterated the entire hunter army in a blinding flash of purple light. Snyder coldly walks among the defeated, his voice firm, telling them to grind their way up if they want to reach the next level, and to stop dreaming foolishly as the raging purple aura envelops his body, creating an overwhelming pressure that makes everyone tremble. He strode forward confidently, his eyes blazing with menace as he declared, "The only thing that can protect you, this is the end." Watching Snyder's absolute dominance on the big screen, the audience in the arena was left speechless in horror. Every move he makes carries destructive power, and each spear thrust causes his opponent to scream in pain. The gap in level is too great, turning the preliminary round into a stage to showcase his own strength. Amid the chaos, a man frantically shouted to rally the team. "Don't run, this is just a test. Don't be so cowardly." But that cry for help couldn't stop the fear spreading. Sitting quietly in a corner observing, Asagiri silently concluded that this was really not a proper battle. She keeps her eyes glued to the screen displaying Subaru and is convinced that if he moves up to higher levels, he will definitely be among the top players. Absolute faith in her idol. Lost in thought, it turns out it was because the girl next to her was watching Subaru's live stream and shouting loudly. Asagi turned to Van B Volume and asked, "Hey friend, are you a huge fan of Subaru?" "My name is Hasuka. I've been a fan for 20 years. How about you?" The brief conversation was interrupted when the system announced that only 1,342 players remained in the qualifying round. Standing in the wilderness, Subaru calmly looked around and whispered into the microphone, "How many people were eliminated just now?" The chat window instantly exploded with numbers bouncing around as fans confirmed he had taken out 98 enemies, including the one trying to run away. Watching the sky gradually change, Subaru muttered, "Is it about to end?" He gently touched his mask to adjust the device. While the viewers kept reminding him about the 200 points reward for each kill, seeing this number was quite decent. A bold idea suddenly flashed through Subaru's mind, making his eyes sparkle with cunning. Instead of wasting time searching for each one, he wondered, standing still and waiting for the enemies to come would take too long, so he activated the locator to lure the deader faster. Without hesitation, Subaru gripped the hilt of his sword and decisively drew his weapon. This action excites the audience greatly, leaving them curious about what he's planning while the other players are busy searching for him. Subaru channels all his thunderous power into his sword, unleashing a blazing golden aura. He swings a devastating blow that clears an entire mountain range. Lightning bolts burst from Subaru's sword, smashing ancient trees and causing a shockwave that shakes the entire arena. He becomes a blazing focal point in the dark forest, deliberately making loud noises to provoke all his opponents. Thick smoke rises from the wreckage, evidence of the overwhelming power of the one wielding lightning magic. From within the dense fog, a tall figure strides confidently past the scattered corpses of defeated enemies. Oma Snyder appears with a giant spear on his shoulder, his eyes blazing with murderous intent as he gazes at the wreckage Subaru just created. The big shot has arrived. Your boss is about to make a fortune. As soon as they meet, Snyder growls with a threatening tone. I see, but I'm the one who found you. Subaru confidently steps forward, looks directly at his opponent, and declares, perfect timing. Let's not drag this out anymore and end it here. At that moment, a new mission from the viewer Mission Villa Inn suddenly appears on the system with an incredible reward. 1,000 points for defeating Dong Trao and especially 10,000 points for taking down Oma Snyder. Seeing the bright 10,000 points, Subaru slightly smirked with confidence. I secretly think I might get it sooner than expected. The two strongest opponents in the tournament stand face to face in the Silent Forest, ready for a life and death confrontation. The number of survivors is now 120, meaning only 202 more need to be eliminated for the qualifying round to officially end. Subaru's gaze hardened with a cold sharpness, the force from his opponent's strike brushing past his shoulder. As expected, those dangerous guys are no joke. Oma Snyder still maintains his terrifying calm. He calmly thought to himself, waiting for him to finish off these ants before dealing with the boss. But for Subaru, he understood that this moment was no longer a battle of ordinary skills, but a duel of top-tier martial arts. Subaru concentrates intensely because he knows that just one moment of distraction from that scent of injury will end everything instantly. Snyder's spear range easily surpasses normal physical limits, forcing Subaru to constantly move and shift through waves of purple spiritual energy to find an opening. At this moment, the Infinite Void Demon Sword begins to crazily drain the host's life force to push its power to the maximum. Keep draining blood as long as it's the one in front. The system will notify that the stats increase proportionally to the blood consumed, and the greedy skill is also activated again. Boar is also trying his best to neutralize the negative effects of the Demon Sword. Subaru's eyes blaze with fury as he gathers all his strength for a spinning attack, creating a dark crescent slash that tears through space to push back the pressure from his opponent. A massive burst of spiritual energy exploded as the sword and spear clashed head-on. Snyder was stunned by the opponent's speed and overwhelming power, only managing to gasp in amazement as he saw Subaru right in front of him. Subaru clenched his teeth, gripping the sword hilt tightly, his eyes blazing with murderous intent as the deadly spear charged at him. Snyder repeatedly swung his enormous blade, creating jagged purple cuts tearing through space. Subaru moved swiftly, constantly dodging and using his ghostly sword to deflect the deadly attacks from his opponent. The clashes spark bright flashes of electricity across the mountain range. Subaru's eyes burn with a threatening red glow behind his mask as he concentrates intensely to catch up with Snyder's lightning-fast movements. The continuous clashes created powerful shockwaves that shook the ground violently amid the thick smoke and dust. After a fierce exchange, both suddenly separated and faced each other across the ruined battlefield in silence. Snyder gasped for breath, staring intently at Subaru with doubt and curiosity. Why haven't you turned on the electricity to fight the darkness with me? Subaru let out a soft sigh and calmly replied with arrogance. The electricity bill has gone up lately to save for a better opponent. Little brother Snyder was stunned, unable to believe his ears at his opponent's condescension. Are you saying using it against me would be a waste? Snyder gritted his teeth in frustration as the system announced only 1,007 survivors remaining. This is unbelievable. Are you deliberately stalling? Before the opponent could finish speaking, Snyder dashed forward at an incredible speed, unleashing a lightning-fast strike that shook the entire arena. Subaru quickly raised his sword to block, causing a dazzling explosion of spiritual energy as the two weapons clashed. Amidst the sparks flying, Subaru coldly sneered. Don't tell me you really gave it your all just now. When the number of survivors dropped to 1,003, Snyder roared in utter humiliation. This bastard. The qualifying round officially ended with exactly 1,000 players remaining. Snyder coldly sheathes his sword, leaving a warning for the upcoming battle. Next time we face off, you'd better be mentally prepared. Losing this bet and then making another one, Subaru remained unfazed and calmly replied, all right, see you soon. Before disappearing, he still sarcastically mentioned the 10,000 credits he would temporarily hold for his opponent. The system immediately began moving players to the waiting area to prepare for the next round. The movement is complete, and Subaru appears alone in the waiting room illuminated by bright blue lights. He has 30 precious minutes to fully recover the energy spent during the fierce battle. Looking at his trembling hand from the aftershock, Subaru quietly admits that in those final seconds, he almost got completely overwhelmed by Snyder. He tells himself that if that confrontation had lasted a little longer, the outcome might have turned out very differently. Meanwhile, his live broadcast is still booming with over 11,000 viewers and a flood of excited comments about the close call just now. Over 11,000 viewers already. This fan base is ready for silver and gold buttons. According to what this department head, as Asuka once told, this is the threshold of death to determine whether a streamer has the right to survive in the profession or not. Subaru quietly feels satisfied when he realizes he has initially succeeded in establishing his own reputation and position. Everything from the live stream to the confrontation with Snyder went smoothly as planned. But Subaru couldn't help but wonder how someone as formidable as Snyder couldn't see through the true secret of Loi Dong. Meanwhile, Subaru's live stream is booming with continuous donations. Having received nearly 20,000 credits from 2 anonymous users, he quietly thinks that what can be taken must be taken and thanks everyone. The struggling streamer, unbothered by small change, immediately decides to spend 80,000 credits to upgrade his greed skill to level 5. With his current B rank, this skill allows him to strongly suppress negative effects from his own skills and equipment. Subaru couldn't help but be surprised at how quickly he had reached B rank. He muttered to himself, "If it's like this, then using that thing should be fine. Get ready to hack, opponents better run." The viewers watching the stream started to get restless due to the idol's unusual silence, guessing that he was busy calculating strategies for the upcoming finals. Night has fallen. The full moon shines brightly over the arena, which is glowing with mysterious blue spiritual energy. Standing before the heavily guarded Talaria shoes, Mizuha quietly observes with a contemplative gaze. She wondered whether the truth was really what she suspected or not. An ominous feeling made Mizuha believe that a thief would be exposed after this. And while lost in her thoughts, Mizuha suddenly jerked awake, sweat pouring down her face when she heard her name called from behind. A soldier announced that reinforcements from the guild headquarters had arrived. Mizuha, stunned, turned back, unable to understand what was happening, and demanded to know who was leading this group. From the shadows, a tall figure stepped out and coldly replied, "I am." Mizuha was stunned to realize it was Kurakawa Amon. She tremblingly asked why a master like him would personally come down to this third floor. Kurakawa brushed past her with a murderous look and said coldly, "The guildmaster is in a very bad mood right now." Mizuha nervously asked Amon if his appearance was related to Subaru, and Amon coldly confirmed that both Subaru and Snyder were targets. But then he solemnly warned of a new trouble that had just arisen. Meanwhile, in a hidden corner of the arena, Hasuka is sitting facing a mysterious figure cloaked in black with an intense presence. The glowing eyes behind the mask of the stranger make Hasuka shiver. She silently judged that this was someone with an enormous magical power beyond belief, and couldn't understand why such a prominent figure would appear in a place as lowly as this floor. Suddenly, the mysterious figure reached up and removed her mask, revealing a young girl with purple hair and sharp yellow eyes. A beautiful girl appears, but her magic is incredible. She introduces herself as Tam, and subtly smirks, saying that being called older sister makes her feel a bit uncomfortable. Looking at her demeanor, Hasuka is sure she is not an ordinary person, and is very powerful, even aware that she is using magic to change her face. Asaji was stunned, thinking that the girl in front of him was a killer sent by the Lam Guild. Hasuka directly asked if she came here to destroy the tournament. And if that happens, Hasuka will unleash her deadly aura, and I will stop her no matter what. The bright blue notification suddenly appears in the sky with the words "Start the exam." Suddenly, a blinding flash of light erupted, causing the contestants to gasp in shock. A nearby person shouted, "What the hell is this?" He trembled as he realized an unbelievable truth. "We've been standing right next to each other all this time, and I didn't hear a thing." Amidst the chaos and screams, Subaru remained standing calmly with a terrifying composure. The system continues to announce the rules, and the test will proceed in the form of territorial conquest. Seize the enemy's territory. A beautiful little fairy suddenly appears to explain the rules in more detail. She said that when the match begins, each player will be assigned a separate territory. This land only accommodates 2 guests. Win, and the title deed is yours. The warrior's task is to simultaneously defend, conquer, and hold. Once they defeat their opponent, they fully take over their territory. The little fairy excitedly announced that when time runs out, the player controlling the most territories will win. She didn't forget to boost the contestants' spirits by reminding them of the priceless reward. Who will become the new owner of Talaria? In 2 hours, we will find out the answer. A thunderous roar signals the official start of the competition. The giant arena instantly transforms into a colorful chessboard where thousands of black figures rush to clash, fighting for every inch of land. Standing from his position, Subaru squinted slightly and judged that indeed no one was moving. He silently analyzed that if he attacked now, he could at most gain 1 more territory. But the more advanced strategy is to be patient and wait, because eventually defeating just one person holding multiple territories is enough to take over their entire domain. Subaru thought to himself, wait a little longer before acting. That's the standard play. But then he suddenly darted forward like a shadow, delivering a brutal strike that tore through a contestant right in front of him. Subaru coldly declares that he intends to be an introvert, but the audience keeps forcing him to be a money printer. He stands proudly in the battlefield, his demon sword shining brightly, ready for a large-scale slaughter. In another corner of the arena, Oma Snyder is also carrying out a bloody purge, his spear swinging and splattering fresh blood everywhere, turning the surrounding territory into a hell on earth. As he watched the bloody battle, Snyder glanced around anxiously and wondered silently, where is Subaru? He's frantically searching for the figure of his direct opponent. From above, the arena now looks like a giant blood-stained chessboard with territories constantly changing hands, as fierce black shadows with glowing red eyes clash wildly, creating a chaotic and brutal scene. Amidst the storm of battle, Subaru remains strangely calm, quietly observing the situation while others slaughter each other nearby. The fisherman benefits, the streamer profits. Seeing Subaru suddenly turn his back and walk away in the opposite direction, Snyder was stunned and roared in anger. "Stop! Are you finished with your speech and leaving just like that?" The chat window of the live stream instantly exploded with skeptical comments about his strange behavior, but Subaru still kept walking without stopping. He coldly replied without turning around, "If I fight that guy, it won't make money. I'll go herd the chickens and get some porridge first." His greed and extreme pragmatism left the audience speechless in shock. Fresh blood dripped from the sharp sword as Subaru stood tall after sending another obstacle on their way out of the chaos. He quietly assessed that the third floor of the tower was much higher level than he expected, and the gap with Snyder was greater than he thought. At that moment, the system announced a notification. "The welcoming player has entered your territory." Subaru is stunned as he turns back to see the magic screen continue to display the warning. "There are currently 2 players in this territory. You are not allowed to move to another territory." A bald man confidently steps forward to block his path. The stranger stares intently at Subaru and asks, "You're Subaru, right?" The chat window of the live stream instantly buzzed with recognition. "Welcome from Lam Ku. It seems he's a subordinate of Snyder." "Oh, this time it looks pretty good." The man with the mohawk slightly smirks in self-satisfaction. "If I defeat you here, I'll get scolded for sure." Subaru narrowed his eyes coldly. Lam quickly drew his demon sword ready to fight back and shouted loudly, "I apologize in advance, Captain," then charged forward with a powerful strike. A swift battle erupted, and Subaru deftly dodged the enemy's strikes, delivering a brutal, precise blow that left his opponent no time to react. Stunned and silent with shock, he stammers in horror. "What? My weapon just got neatly cut in half?" Seizing the opportunity, Subaru delivered a 1,000-pound kick that sent the mercenary flying away. "I'll take back what I said, Captain." Trembling with shame, he couldn't believe he had failed so miserably. The viewers watching the stream started mocking him. A one-hit swordmaster? Not even at swordsmanship level yet. What trash. Probably sneaking in the back door instead of fighting at this point. Suddenly, a shocking system notification appeared. "Snyder has entered your territory." Subaru's eyes shone brightly with seriousness as the spectators excitedly predicted doom. But it seems he's telling the truth, and everyone is just waiting for their turn. Snyder roared in fury and charged straight at his opponent, feeling triumphant that he had finally caught up to Subaru. The clashes between sword and spear sparked dazzling arcs of electricity, showing the terrifying pressure Snyder is exerting on Subaru. Seeing Subaru keep dodging and playing defensively, Snyder shouted urgently, "Use lightning, or your next attack will surely kill you." The stream viewers also started to get restless. Some wonder if Snyder wants to kill or save his opponent, while others mock his strange politeness as he waits for the opponent to make a move. Subaru quickly retreats, creating a safe distance between them. Dodging attacks is an art. Those who dodge are artists. Watching the opponent retreat, Slayer sarcastically asked if he planned to keep running away. Subaru coldly replied that he would show him what he has long desired. Immediately, the system activated lightning. Thanks to the support from the Electric Heart, Subaru's lightning element skill effect increases by 20% and grants complete immunity to electric shock. At the same time, the level 5 greed skill also neutralizes all deadly side effects of the lightning storm on his body. Subaru clenched the raging lightning in his hand and firmly declared that fleeing is only for the weak. Snyder was stunned into paralysis as he watched Subaru turn his elemental power into a blazing lightning spear right before his eyes. He couldn't believe that a rookie could reach such a master level, transforming pure energy into a true weapon like that. Men just smirked as the opponent froze in shock. Subaru strides forward with the lightning spear, exuding an overwhelming pressure. He looks directly at his opponent and asks whether the one trying to run away now is Snyder. Snyder silently resolved that if he could break through this, he would definitely overcome it this time. As he was walking with his subordinate, his teammate suddenly hesitated. "Captain, may I ask a somewhat rude question?" Snyder replied with a slight smirk, saying he already knew that asking like that was impolite. The subordinate, still curious about why someone as capable as him, who could easily reach the 5th or 6th floor, is so obsessed with the electric trap on the 3rd floor, Snyder simply chuckled and replied, "Who would know?" He admits that once someone sinks too deep into something, they often forget why they started in the first place, despite his teammate's annoyed comment about his vague answer. Snyder quietly explained that if it's good, it's called trust, but if it's bad, it's obsession. But one thing he could be sure of is that whether he overcomes this or not, it will change his life forever. Snyder's fierce and determined gaze blazed as he committed fully to his attack. Even if he lost, he would do so with dignity, as the violent purple aura erupted around him, unleashing his full power. Snyder rushes forward like a purple tornado, his spear tearing through space toward his opponent and roaring. "And you? I have a feeling you're about to become my second obsession." Faced with that suffocating pressure, Subaru remained steady, his legs emanating a powerful glow. He silently resolved to unleash a decisive counterattack in recognition of the opponent's 10 years of relentless effort. Subaru gritted his teeth and said fiercely, "No more playing around. Get ready to face the full wrath of lightning." Immediately, he shot down like a blazing yellow lightning, unleashing all his thunder to deliver the final blow. Below, Snyder also unleashed a surge of deep purple spiritual energy, pouring all his strength to confront the suffocating pressure pouring down from above. The two colossal forces collided head-on, causing an explosion that shook the entire space. Snyder gritted his teeth, his fierce blue eyes blazing as he poured his life force into his spear to withstand Subaru's savage attack. The arena shattered, the ground splitting apart under the terrifying pressure of the ultimate clash between the two warriors. "Because I am Subaru's manager." This proud statement left the stranger stunned. Hasuka explained that if this tournament were ruined, Subaru's stream would face severe consequences and she absolutely couldn't turn a blind eye. She laughed triumphantly and boasted that she had fought hard to bring him back. Don't ruin it. Contrary to her earlier threatening tone, the mysterious girl suddenly turns into a true fangirl, clutching her face as her cheeks flush with excitement. "Are you really Subaru's manager?" "No way, I can't believe it." The girl revealed she's been a hardcore fan following Subaru since the match against the Wolf Warrior. Seeing that enthusiasm, Hasuka asked in surprise, "You've been a hardcore fan from the very beginning, huh? So you also fan of Subaru with blue eyes?" Their conversation was suddenly interrupted by a powerful shock from the arena. A blinding flash of a light erupts, consuming everything around the collision point between Subaru and Snyder. Both girls turn around in shock, holding their breath as they watch the earth-shaking explosion shake the entire arena. Dust and sparks flying everywhere create a chaotic and tense scene that leaves everyone stunned. Hasuka trembles as she looks at the device in her hand, her face showing worry and pain. She let out a soft groan. How could she pay for the damages to the organizers after such a collision? Right now, all she saw was the devastated scene of the arena after the deadly crash. The blazing yellow sparks still flickered wildly amidst the wreckage and thick smoke, signaling a tragic ending. The dust gradually settled after the devastating collision, revealing two figures standing motionless among the ruins of the arena. Snyder staggered, blood spilling from the corner of his mouth as his body had endured too much damage from the raging lightning. He could no longer lift himself, his legs trembling before collapsing onto the ground in complete helplessness. Subaru quietly watches his fallen opponent, the demon sword still crackling with fierce golden lightning. He softly bids farewell with a cold tone. "See you again soon, Snyder." Immediately, the system notification board lit up in the sky, announcing that you had conquered a total of 283 territories, and the clear loudspeaker declaration of the interim results made the entire space seem to explode. The winner is Subaru with 283 territories. Fireworks light up the sky, illuminating the face of the new king standing proudly amid enthusiastic applause. The crowd of fans wildly cheered for Subaru in utter excitement after the unprecedented performance, with passionate fans lining up in long queues. Witnessing this miracle, Hasuka was overwhelmed with shock and moved to tears. Standing beside her, the mysterious girl with sharp yellow eyes was also fixated on Subaru, her gaze clearly serious yet filled with admiration. She whispered in disbelief, and the person receiving the highest award, Mizuha, stood on the stage confidently announcing it once more amid thunderous cheers. The glorious winner of this tournament is Subaru. Subaru stands tall in the spotlight. The regal demeanor of the new ruler made the entire arena hold its breath. Without making the audience wait, Mizuha continued to stir the atmosphere. Next, the long-awaited prize is handed to the winner as the shining Talaria shoes descend from the purple crystal block. Among the crowd, the mysterious girl in the cloak quietly stands up, her eyes fixed on the stage with a serious expression. The legendary shoes slowly fell into Subaru's hands. Feeling the familiar warmth of the keepsake, he was stunned and wondered, has it been 20 years already? The eyes behind the mask glow with indescribable emotion as they look at the relic once bonded with old comrades, memories suddenly flooding back, including Tosia roaring in anger. Who borrowed my shoes to hit on girls and didn't return them? While Tosia was frantically asking his friends on the rooftop, Subaru could only ask resignedly, "What's going on?" "Tos, are you having another fit?" "Hey buddy, you look really upset." I'm full now." In every battle, there is always a hungry one. Tosia's memory vividly comes back. He screamed in utter rage, "My shoes!" Tosi frantically charged in, punching and shouting after discovering his precious shoes had been taken. "I warned you hundreds of times not to take them. They will lose their shape." Looking back at the mischievous and playful moments of the group on the rooftop that year, Subaru couldn't help but smile faintly. Returning to the present, a flood of messages from viewers kept popping up, suggesting Subaru was broke and would definitely sell this item out of greed. Out of curiosity, Subaru firmly declares, "I won't sell it." Mizuha asks back, confused. "Huh?" She explained that the audience was excited because these shoes could be sold for a very high price, ranging from hundreds of thousands to millions of credits. But Subaru remained firm. No matter how much it was worth, I wouldn't sell. The crowd below started to panic, shouting wildly, "Come on, name your price. I'll sell my whole fortune to buy those shoes." Lamnyan's materialistic obsession makes the stands explode with excitement. Someone even claims that his storage has even more valuable items to tempt Subaru. Offers ranging from 2 million, 2.1 million, up to 4 million credits keep coming to tempt him. Annoyed by the crowd's persistence, Subaru coldly dismisses them and walks away out of sight. Immediately, a blazing golden lightning burst out violently. Thunder roared from his body, shaking the arena to warn those who intended to get involved. Amidst the remaining electric sparks, Subaru confidently declared in front of the entire audience, "Let me make this clear. Even with 10 million credits, I won't sell. The determination and pressure emanating from him made Mizuha tremble and sweat profusely. She silently laments why she got involved in this mess. The job is dangerous, and the pay doesn't seem to increase. Subaru turns away coldly. Fine, I'm leaving now. He calmly walks into the tunnel, holding his former teammate's shoes in his hand as the glow of the arena fades behind him. The quiet darkness envelops the city, with lights from tall buildings flickering in the shadowy space. Amon stared intently at the device's screen, clearly surprised by the outcome of the recent match. He had truly won, which was completely unexpected for him. Hanamaki Hiyori, the female archer from the Green Zone, approached and kept marveling at Subaru's extraordinary performance against a master like Snyder. She curiously asked Amon, "Hey, is this the REP version or the AUTH version of the legend?" In response to his teammate's indifference, Hiyori explains that the blue-eyed Subaru is the original, while the current streamer is the newcomer. Amon scoffed irritably at the outdated and foolish definitions, insisting that this comparison order was reversed. Because if the new Subaru can do it, then the original Subaru should be able to do it too. The completely different point of view makes Amon secretly curse the blue-eyed fans as the most annoying people. Despite Amon muttering irritably, Hiyori happily followed and asked about the upcoming tense developments. Amon decisively slung the spear over his shoulder and coldly reminded them of their true goal. Stop gossiping and go catch that thief and bring him back. Seeing Amon walk away silently, Hiyori hurriedly ran after him, asking if he was angry or not. Both of them, leading the black-clad assassins, continued walking. In another corner, Subaru quietly held the pair of Talaria shoes in his hands while being watched by over 11,000 live viewers. The explosion frame bursts with mixed opinions. Some see it as outdated, while others marvel at the sky-high value of the famous relic. Looking at the old item, Subaru quietly thought, "Tosia, even in this situation, I'm still glad to see you again." I secretly thank the viewers' missions for helping to ease my heart a little. Despite the audience discussing his seemingly emotionless demeanor, Subaru began checking the item stats. These unique shoes require level 30 or higher, increasing movement speed by 25% and jump height by 15%. Especially the Sky Kick skill can be activated twice a day. While viewers are still debating the usefulness of this ultra-rare speed-boosting gear, Subaru suddenly receives an urgent message from UIK on his handheld device. He worriedly warned, "Hey, don't get too carried away with the celebration. There's a top-notch thief lurking around." Subaru furrowed his brow, wondering what was really going on. At this moment, amid the lively crowd under the night sky, a mysterious figure in a black cloak walks alone with a shadowy presence, standing silently in front of the display, his mind torn apart. What am I doing, standing right in front of Tosia's shoes? She adjusts her mask, her eyes shining with determination as she realizes she's come this far and there's no turning back. The sound of heavy footsteps pounding on the cold stone floor. If I can't borrow the shoes, then I might as well borrow the legs to be sure. With fierce and murderous golden eyes, the mysterious shadow slips into the bustling crowd and disappears. While in the quiet ambiance of an upscale bar at nightfall, Hasuka gently smiles at Subaru and softly congratulates him on his recent victory. She thoughtfully said she had already ordered food and prepared drinks, guessing that he must be very thirsty after the intense battle. Subaru quietly sat down. He took out his device to review the urgent warnings from Huka about a suspicious person targeting the prize and asked in a low voice, "What did those messages earlier mean?" Actually, I did come across a very strange person in the audience. She is a female gamer wearing a full mask who looks exactly like Subaru. At first, Hasuka found her quite suspicious, but after chatting for a while, they turned out to get along well because they are both fans of him. But at the moment Subaru achieved his final victory, her expression suddenly changed in a strange way. Hasuka described that look as if she had just been dumped by her boyfriend. She concluded that if she were a true fan, there was no way they would show such a sorrowful expression when their idol won. Not to mention, right after that moment, she disappeared without a trace. Although Hasuka tried to follow, the woman's ability to hide in the crowd was truly impressive. Subaru stood silently, contemplating, and secretly judged that anyone capable of concealing their whereabouts from someone like Hasuka was definitely not an ordinary person. It was only then that Hasuka suddenly remembered an important detail. Oh, and when I asked if she was a fan of Subaru. Subaru interrupted, thinking she was talking about him, but Hasuka clarified immediately. "No, I wasn't referring to you, but to a member of the Lamnon company." Hasuka continued saying that when she mentioned that, the woman's expression became extremely complicated, as if she was trying to confirm something but not entirely. Despite her ambiguous attitude, Hasuka was sure that she did not deny the connection to Lam Hyun. Hasuka gently stirs her glass of wine, quietly observing the stranger's gaze, and it's clear she's digging up old debts with him. Her words make Subaru's eyes light up with shock. As soon as he heard Hasuka's words, Subaru suddenly froze. He stood up so abruptly that the chair toppled to the floor. Without a chance to explain, Subaru dashed out of the shop in her shock. Hasuka could only scream in vain, "What is this Subaru the manager always abandoned?" In the quiet darkness of Orton Tenon Kingdom, the mysterious girl from earlier sat perched atop a tall roof, silently watching the bustling crowd below. Her sharp yellow eyes reflected a mix of contemplation and calculation. "I knew all along that things would turn out this way," she muttered softly, turning to her silver-haired companion standing in the shadows, her voice full of pride. If you personally step forward, there might be something to discuss, but do you really believe that a rookie like him can defeat me? She bitterly admitted that she had underestimated her opponent, only to realize that the winner was actually Subaru. Watching Subaru hurriedly run through the door, she sneered, "Where are you rushing off to like that? Are you lost in the thrill of victory?" Maybe dopamine is surging through her veins? She confidently states that she doesn't need 10 seconds, just a mere 5 seconds to send him to his doom. The girl's eyes turn cold as she looks at the Talaria shoes. "Don't worry, this is Soya's most precious item. I won't let anyone else touch it." Suddenly, the girl whispered bitterly, "Damn it, I already made a really impressive entrance. Beautiful but sulky because I messed up the acting." But then the anger was replaced by a strange feeling creeping into my mind. She wondered why she didn't want to resort to extreme measures against that masked man, because every gesture and action of his resembled the man she hang-loved and missed. Every gesture of that guy was exactly like that person, as if a lost Subaru had returned. She thought to herself in disbelief. But she quickly pushed aside her weakness and decisively turned her back to walk into the darkness, leaving a stern warning for Subaru. "It doesn't matter, but you'd better get ready. Next time you enter the blue zone, I won't just aim for your legs. I will take your head." Honestly, Seeker has always longed to have a direct conversation with that mysterious man someday. She tells herself she just wants to remove his mask to see if he's the real deal. Meanwhile, amidst the bustling city, Subaru is struggling with tangled thoughts, blaming himself for never considering the possibility that the tournament and the Talaria shoes were merely a deadly bait to lure out the remaining members of Lam Nyan. If she really was the one sent to infiltrate and retrieve Soya's shoes, that would explain why she deliberately concealed her presence all this time. Subaru recalled the aura of magic from Sigare that he had once felt emanating from that snowflower. Now, someone who looks exactly like Xena suddenly appeared, catching him off guard. A faint glimmer of hope flickered in his mind, thinking all hope was lost, but it turns out her spirit is still lingering around. However, Subaru quickly reassured himself that he needed to stay calm because it was still too early to confirm anything. With Reina's personality, he believed she would never stand by and watch from afar when Soya's keepsake was right in front of her. Just then, Hasuka's call from behind snapped Subaru out of his thoughts. "Hey, Subaru, are you okay?" The hairdresser ran over with a worried look and sweat pouring down her face. "Ah, you suddenly rushed out of the store like that." "It's nothing. I just thought it might be someone I know." Hasuka looked surprised when he mentioned the suspicious person earlier, but Subaru just waved it off, saying he might have been mistaken. Hasuka hesitated, her face flushing with embarrassment. "Subaru, this might be a bit awkward to say, but it seems like you don't have any friends at all, right?" Subaru remained silent, offering no explanation, while Hasuka added a teasing remark. "Don't even talk about having a girlfriend. I don't care about your jokes," Subaru said firmly, and then he pouted. "Go to sleep and get over your shame, my dear." Seeing him turn away and walk off, Hasuka nervously wondered if she had upset him, but Subaru simply replied that it was fine. Meanwhile, in another corner of the city, Hayori kept complaining to Amin. "Hey, Senior, my leg hurts so much. I'm hungry too. Hey, Senior, I'm so bored. Come on, Senior, say something. Did we really let them escape?" Amon calmly checks the device and responds, "No." Hiyori curiously asked how he could be so sure, and Eamon held up the screen and announced, "I just received a message from Aisuke." The entire army retreats, witnessing the unexpected order. Hiyori frantically jumps and screams, "What? Retreat and just leave like that? Are you joking with me? After all this time, we've been waiting so hard." Amon calmly explained that if they went to the trouble of coming here, they wouldn't be willing to just watch that reward fall into someone else's hands. Hiyori, feeling disappointed, asked if all their efforts had been for nothing. Eamon suddenly paused, then quietly added, "Besides, he said that even knowing it was a trap, they would still go after it. Knowing it's a trap and still jumping in, that's truly a slave to memories." Hiyori hesitantly asked about the true identity of those they are hunting, recalling that Ammon once dismissed it as baseless rumors. Looking up at the full moon, Ammon admitted he also hoped they were lying, but the truth is harsh. He repeats the shocking rumor that Subaru's death was caused by betrayal from Brew Ice. Up above, Subaru stands alone on a rooftop, quietly watching the city at night. Subaru's face shows a calm and determined expression under the faint moonlight. He opens his handheld device. The headlines about Lamnon's downfall from years ago appear painfully clear, still mentioning Subaru's sacrifice and Kijo's suspicious silence after that tragedy. 20 years have passed, and he painfully realizes that Kijo's position has probably far surpassed his reach. Subaru ponders silently, knowing that to catch up with a giant like Kijo while still a novice, he needs a truly unique element, namely the power from the thunderous spear he summoned in the recent battle. Thunder Spear, the legendary treasure he once wielded on the second floor, is the key. Subaru successfully recreated that once-in-a-lifetime energy to turn the tide. Still, Subaru was not satisfied. He told himself he thought he understood the lightning power thoroughly, but in reality, there was still room to sharpen it further. This is a great source of energy that both gods and giant beings covet. It is also the very power that humans desire to seize in order to confront and subdue those supernatural forces. Throughout this time, Subaru's mastery of lightning power seems to have yet to reach its ultimate limit. His eyes hardened with determination as he gazed at the mysterious tower hidden in the darkness, known as the Dwelling of Spirits. Subaru is determined to conquer that place because only then will everything gradually come to light under the full moon. But contrary to the quiet of the night, at a luxurious tea party, Hookah appears bored. She coldly looks at the screen and calmly says she hears nothing, despite the person on the other end desperately trying to explain. When you're rich, you have the right to be deaf. Mr. Hyon's car is now kneeling on the ground, sincerely apologizing for his excessive excitement. Seeing that Hasuka still pretends to be innocent, he frantically screams at her to at least pretend to have heard. Hasuka smirks, thinking her ears have no function to pick up sounds from someone who just blew all their money on betting. Touched by the pain, Sion Hyon shouted about the huge fortune Hasuka had just gained from the profit sharing with Subaru. Desperate for money to pay the electricity bill, Sion Hyon didn't hesitate to abandon Lee MC, calling Hookah beautiful sister and second sister to beg for mercy. What dignity is there at this point when he sees the other person still unmoved, even humbling himself to perform strange actions like an animal on the screen? Hasuka feels annoyed and demands he stop immediately. However, her eyes suddenly turn serious as she made a proposal. Are you willing to fulfill a request of mine? The doorbell of the wine bar rings out as Subaru confidently walks in. He heads to the bar and meets the contact with the unchanged request. Looking at the cheap beer placed in front of him, Subaru takes a small sip and makes a bitter remark. He can't believe that these once-renowned clubs are so stingy as to only offer guests this kind of cheap drink. This has always been our specialty. The man with the conical hat took a sip of his drink, reminiscing about how he used to have many brothers around him, and whenever he stepped up to cover the team, his wallet would be empty in an instant. This cheap wine seems to have gotten into his blood, making him unable to enjoy any other kind of drink. Hearing that, Subaru asked, "Do you always pay for everyone?" The man replied with a sad smile, "Being the boss without any followers would be shameful. Everyone had to toughen up and follow my stubbornness to move into the lightning cave together." He recalls that back then everyone was dirt poor. The idea of sponsorship money from the guild was something they could only dream of. At that time, the team's skill level wasn't enough to boast that hunting was easy as carrying a hand. Back then, not having cheat abilities was truly tough. After the clink of glasses, the man explained in a deep voice that to participate in the challenges of the exam, you had to spend credits. But if you happened to die, you would lose everything. The only option for poor players at that time was to hunt for money to pay the entrance fee, hoping to gain a little more experience or level up a bit. Was it that day? Subaru asked softly. The man nodded. Suddenly, memories of that fateful day flooded back. That was when the unlucky team faced the Sky Serpent, an opponent far beyond their reach, and even touching it was almost unthinkable for all 7 players at that time. The giant monster with white scales and blazing red eyes roars as it charges, causing the team to scatter in an overwhelming massacre. The man painfully asks Subaru, "Winning makes you king. Losing means seeing your brothers fall. Do you think it's worth it?" Amidst the bloody battlefield, he tearfully revealed that 4 people had forever fallen. They were not just comrades, but true friends who had fought and died alongside him. The bloodied face of the man, his eyes burning with intense anger and regret when recalling the fallen comrades. They must hate me a lot, right? In Snyder's mind, his comrade's scolding still echoes like a curse. That lightning strike, what good could come of it? Being trapped in this desperate situation is all your fault. The screams of hatred cut deep into my soul. If only you hadn't been so stubborn, it would be for the best. You're the one who pushed your closest friends to their deaths. Why do you still have the face to keep on living? That cruel question left Subaru speechless, his eyes filled with shock. Snyder softly shouted to dispel the ghosts of the past. "Stop! That's enough. Return to reality. Stop looking at me like that." He's used to suffering. Snyder quietly believes that in most cases, anyone would have given up long ago in such a situation. But for Snyder, giving up is a disgrace to those who fell. He gritted his teeth and said, "They had to die because of my stubborn insistence on going through. If I stop now, what will happen to the departure of my comrades? The pain and responsibility weigh heavily on me, preventing their sacrifice from being in vain." That's why Snyder has been clinging to the Thunderbolt for 10 years. Looking at Subaru, he softly smiles and says, "But maybe you'll never understand. Still, I have to thank you for giving me a little hope," Subaru said blankly. Hope? In the quiet space of the bar, Snyder spoke in a low voice. "Let me tell you what the Thunderbolt activation actually is like. It's unpredictable. This Kyo guy is underestimating me," Yannicka muttered to himself as he walked away, his mind filled with schemes. He's worried that if Kyojo truly starts acting to disable Jaw's stealth ability, he won't know how to respond. Yanaka clutching his head in tense frustration as he looks at the device in his hand, his eyes blazing with fury mixed with extreme anxiety. "Kyozo, don't even dream of a peaceful death." Yanaka's every step causes the ground to freeze and shatter, emanating a chilling, threatening aura. Suddenly, a message from Reina appears on the screen, making him stop in his tracks. "I'm sorry, Yannicka." Reina explained that she was just feeling restless and couldn't sleep, so she acted that way, followed by a laugh full of disdain, the most unconvincing excuse for wandering off. Hearing this, Yannicka turned pale with shock and shouted out in fury. "Huh? What did you just say?" At that moment, in the silent darkness of the forest, a shocking notification appeared on the system. Subaru had started a live broadcast. Subaru appears with authority in a luxury building. immediately attracting thousands of welcoming and enthusiastic questions from viewers. Receiving 10 credits from fans along with a question about today's goal, Subaru confidently confirms, "That's right, I'm live streaming to conquer this Thunderquake dungeon." The number of viewers quickly reached nearly 6,000 with excited comments. While engrossed in chat interactions, Subaru suddenly paused when a young man with romantic purple hair approached and asked if he was streamer Subaru. Subaru calmly confirms his identity, causing the stranger to cheer excitedly at the surprising coincidence that his team also just received the Thunder Lightning Cave Conquest mission. He enthusiastically introduces his team and asks, "Hey, can we join you? With you carrying the load, the Thunder Cave will be a piece of cake." But right at that moment, Hasuka sent a harsh warning message in the chat. "Subaru, those people are just a ragtag team gathered online to cling to his reputation." Our group of young men with purple hair eagerly surrounds Subaru, excitedly saying, "We are planning to conquer the Thunder Cave. Seeing you in real life is truly unbelievable." The red-haired girl accompanying us quickly added, "I am confident our team can support you." Seeing Subaru still silent, staring at his phone reading Hasuka's warning, the purple-haired guy suggested they team up because they share a common goal. Subaru coldly retorted, "What exactly do you mean?" He insists that his group has no intention of relying on or burdening you. Subaru sighs tiredly and says, "I understand, so let's work hard together." Seeing the opponent agree, the purple-haired guy smirked proudly. "That's a good attitude." Subaru silently thought that if people rumored that he took the job and ran away, his reputation would be ruined, so he had no choice but to accept this trouble. He decisively turned away and walked off, thinking to himself, "Do I have to kill anyone who annoys me? Being famous is tough." Subaru's words left the young man with purple hair stunned, exclaiming, "What? What did you just say?" Subaru stopped, not turning back but coldly stating, "I need to clarify one thing." Subaru's eyes burn with a cold light behind his mask as he firmly states, "We are not allies, just walking the same path." The scene shifts to the outskirts of Conrad Kingdom, where a huge crowd is gathering in front of the city gates, astonishing everyone. "Are you going monster hunting or just having a festival, brothers?" The mercenaries buzzed with gossip, unable to believe that such a massive crowd had gathered just for that thunderous cave. Among the demon crowd, a renowned S-rank spirit mercenary with a scarred face and a bushy beard held Subaru's letter of request and sneered. "Really, an E-rank guy?" He sneered that guy from the guild must have misjudged him. Although his fighting skills were nothing special, he was still considered someone with good judgment. Demon looked at the letter of proposal and sneered. He couldn't believe that a lowly E-rank could dare to show up here. He sneered, "Well, no wonder beings from that world tend to look down on their own lives." In his heart, this brutal mercenary is planning to turn Subaru into easy prey for the vultures right inside the dungeon. Viewers watching the stream immediately warn that the vultures are a nickname for those who specialize in killing weak mercenaries for profit. The aura of the demon thickens the air around him as he roars orders to the entire army. "What are you all just standing there for? Move your asses now." Meanwhile, at the Osmond Kingdom's gathering area in the outskirts between the courts, a tense confrontation unfolds as Captain Snyder is insulted by an unknown attacker right in front of his subordinates. Snyder, surprised, retorts sharply, "How bold of you to stand here and mock the tiger." The newcomer is the swordsman from Blue Zone. He mocks Snyder, saying his age has made his ears deaf and he can't hear clearly. He confidently declared, "I order half of you to retreat. We will join this sweeping campaign." In response to that arrogance, Snyder coldly asked if this was an order from Kijo. Snyder coldly. The assassin gently smirked and corrected himself, saying he should be called the chairman. Then he ruthlessly blamed all the mistakes on Snyder for losing the valuable item to someone else, which made the chairman furious. He continued insulting him when he saw Snyder remain silent. After 10 years of training, to have rookies and lose teeth, you should just retire. The insults drove Snyder's men into a rage, ready to draw their weapons, but the Blue Zone assassin calmly turned his back and said they should be grateful to have him helping seize the Thunder Cave. Seeing the thug trying to silence the enemy, Snyder quickly stopped him and admitted, "He's talking nonsense, but he's right. I'm so ashamed, brothers." Snyder is determined. This time, we will definitely conquer the Thunder Cave. The entire team silently moved into a dark, gloomy mountain pass between towering cliffs. Demon observed the terrain and judged that this place didn't seem quite right. The entrance opens and closes in a perfectly regular cycle, giving a sense of coercion and artificiality. He looks ahead, where the thunderous lightning-filled cave looms with jagged stone pillars surrounded by crackling lightning. Demon explains, "Normally, powerful lightning strikes continuously at the entrance. No one can penetrate except during specific fixed times." Hearing that, Subaru asked curiously, "How many times have you tried this lightning cave?" Demon quietly admitted that this was his third attempt and that fewer than 10 mercenaries had survived from there. Seeing that Demon still persisted in the challenge, Subaru wondered why he was accompanying the team. The mercenary straightforwardly replied, "I have only one goal, which is the remnants of the thunder." He confided that he was exhausted from a life as a mercenary constantly facing death, and if he succeeded, he would retire forever. When asked if he would go all the way, Demon dismissed it, saying only a madman would do that. "You can be optimistic because you don't realize how terrifying this place really is." He turned to look at Subaru with contempt and warned him, Especially you. E rank, you'd better not mess around at all. Demon even bitterly told Subaru to log out quickly and cleanly and not to hold him back. In the dark night, threatening lightning bolts strike the entrance, signaling that a perilous journey is about to begin. In about an hour, the thunderstorms will subside and the entrance will be revealed. To warn of the danger, the ruthless mercenary grabs a small squirrel and throws it straight at the dungeon gate. Did you see that? If you don't want it to end like that, then just rest until then. While the viewers are anxiously waiting for the live stream to start, Subaru remains silent, staring at his shoes. Seeing that he seemed distracted, Demon snapped, "Are you paying attention to what I'm saying, E-rank?" Subaru completely ignored the mercenary. His mind is now surrounded by a familiar feeling, just like the test at Millennium Mountain years ago. Walking into a cave thinking it's a class reunion. In front of Demon's astonished gaze, Subaru slowly approached and reached out to touch the lightning-guarded cliff face. The system immediately issued a warning that Lei Tam was struggling to resist Lei Men, accompanied by an abnormal state as his body was tensing against the electric shocks. The blazing golden current erupts fiercely as Lei Men begins to verify the credentials of the intruder, witnessing Subaru standing firm amidst the storm of lightning. How the hell is he still able to stand firm like that? The intense resonance between lightning and the Thunder Core creates a blinding explosion of light that completely destroys the Thunder Sect and reveals the secret of the Thunder Talisman, which had been hidden for centuries. Subaru, with his still-charged hands, reaches out toward the emerging beam of light. The cliff collapses, leaving a bright gap in the darkened space. From the rubble, a small object emits a blue glow as it slowly falls to the ground. The summoned spirits were stunned in shock, exclaiming, "Is that Loi Titch?" Their eyes shining brightly at the sight of the precious item. Demon froze in shock, stammering in utter panic. How could you do this? Subaru bent down to pick up the treasure, silently wondering if this was something that had been waiting for someone worthy like him to appear. But as soon as Subaru's hand touched the Loi Titch, a blazing red aura shot straight at him, leaving viewers stunned by this sudden and deadly turn. Subaru quickly dodged the sneaky attack from behind, and the system immediately issued an emergency alert. "You have been attacked by a member of the Allied raid team, and I confirm there will be no penalty if you retaliate." Subaru turns to face him, and now standing before him is Demon with a cunning expression. The ruthless mercenary strides forward, his eyes blazing with greed and extreme cruelty. Demon warns him fiercely. "You just met mine, now be smart and hand over that item." Demon growled threateningly. "Hand over the goods, or I'll turn you into grilled meat." In the face of that greed, Subaru calmly replied, "And what reason do I have to follow your orders?" The demon's minions immediately followed suit, saying that the item here should belong to the locals rather than outsiders like you. The leader grinned cruelly, brandished his weapon, and asked if Subaru knew what fear of death was. Subaru coldly confirmed, "That's exactly right." You understand that even though dying in a dungeon isn't real death, the pain and terror of facing death are so genuine that anyone could break down mentally or suffer severe psychological trauma. Demon licks his lips bloodthirstily and declares he's well accustomed to sending outsiders to the other side. Witnessing that brutality, the young man accompanying Subaru was stunned to realize that the rumors about Conrad's mercenaries killing players were true and regretted coming to this place. In his panic, the purple-haired youth hurriedly tried to intervene. "Hey, brother, don't hit me. Sit down and share a bit so we can have some feelings." But before he could finish his words, a brutal slash left him badly wounded. Seeing the blood spill, the mercenaries, feeling triumphant, believed they now had a justified reason to strike and turn everything into prey for the vultures. Immediately, Subaru darted forward like a shadow, launching a swift attack that tore through the enemy's defenses. The mercenaries are stunned to see their comrade defeated so easily. No way, he's only a rank E. What the hell is going on here? Subaru weaves through the encirclement, each strike carrying death that leaves opponents no time to react. He looks directly at them and sarcastically asks if avoiding a single decisive blow is the only pride of those self-proclaimed S-rank fighters like them. Cornered and desperate, Demon roared in terror. "How dare you deceive me? Who are you really?" At last, Subaru stands proudly in the middle of the battlefield. Subaru unleashes a powerful lightning strike, knocking away the weapon and causing the demon to fall immediately. The mercenary trembles in utter shame, grinding his teeth as he accuses. "Are you a demon swordmaster? Coward, your strength is only due to relying on your weapon." The reason the loser stands proudly before the defeated, Subaru coldly responds, "If you're poor, don't act high and mighty. If you want good stuff, then pay up and buy it." His eyes burn with deadly intent as he delivers the final blow. "Actually, you probably won't have a chance to use it anymore," the demon only managed to shout in anger. Dan's son, before a brutal blow sends him out of the game. The system coldly announces you have defeated Demon. Witnessing the terrifying scene, those around could only gasp in shock. "Goa!" Subaru held the glowing item in his hand, glanced at the young man with purple hair, and asked, "Do you also want to possess this?" Overwhelmed by its overwhelming power, the purple-haired guy hurriedly knelt down and worshipped him like a god. "No way, that item belongs to you. It's yours, Subaru." The viewers watching the stream couldn't help but find this sudden change in attitude amusing. They see Subaru being worshipped as a divine figure. After retrieving the weapon, Subaru walks silently through the thick silence of the team. Subaru decisively gives the order. "All right, let's keep going." The group trudges deeper into the dungeon. Where golden lightning constantly strikes the threatening red cliffs behind Subaru's mysterious silhouette, the red-haired girl can't hide her worry. She quietly asked her companion if it was really safe for us to follow him. When asked to clarify, she could only look at Subaru and tremble as she realized he's clearly not an ordinary person. The young man with purple hair whispered to his teammate that as long as they don't provoke trouble, Subaru won't do anything too extreme because a streamer always has to maintain a good image in front of the public. He casually scrolls through the sarcastic comments, thinking to himself that Subaru is just someone who follows others around to make money and feels proud of it. Pretend skillfully, I'll post an expose on him later. Suddenly, a loud explosion echoed, and towering columns of blazing red stone erupted from the ground, blocking the entire path. Panic quickly spread as everyone realized both the way back and the front were completely blocked. Amidst the confusion over the strange changes in the cave, listen carefully. The first creatures you encounter in this cave are the lightning wolves. Immediately, bright blue eyes flash out from the darkness. A pack of wolves with electrified, ferocious fur advances to surround them. Subaru warns that their numbers are overwhelming, and if they fight each wolf one by one, the team's stamina will run out before the battle ends. Without hesitation, he suddenly charges forward, ignoring the desperate screams of his teammates behind him. Hey, don't go. Without you, we'll be prey for the dogs. Subaru silently thought, there's still a way to shorten this, which is to aim directly at their leader. Unlike ordinary creatures, for the Thunderwolf, even the smallest one is the true ruler of the Thunderwolf King. Subaru leapt into the air and delivered a brutal slash that tore through an approaching wolf. Immediately, he activates the Cloud Step skill, allowing himself to walk on air for 3 brief seconds, hacking the game by walking on clouds. Subaru kicks hard into the void, leaping up high to face the giant beast roaring below. Subaru soared into the sky, suddenly recalling the image of his former teammate Tosha. Feeling the strange resonance between the power of lightning and his memories, he silently thought, Tosha, so this is the feeling you went through. Immediately, the savage storm wolves surrounded him from all sides. A howling one from behind lunged forward, aiming for a deadly pounce. Unfazed, Subaru spun around and swung his sword, unleashing a thunderous explosion that repelled the enemy's attack. Amidst the thick smoke and lightning, he planted his feet firmly on the ground, while the wolves continued to growl and threaten around him. Subaru remains terrifyingly calm as a raging thunderwolf charges with deafening howls. But at this moment, lightning arcs fiercely swirl into the nameless demon sword. Subaru growled proudly. Running with lightning, you're just a backup. I am the main power. A brutal slash with destructive power tears through the monster's body in midair. The system repeatedly notifies you that you have defeated the Thunderwolf King, causing the wolf's fury to immediately subside. Along with increasing his strength, agility, and stamina stats, Subaru confidently walks among the trembling defeated enemies. He recalls the old lesson that once you defeat the leader, you will be the winner and take control of everything. They are all under your command now. The Thunderwolves bow completely before Subaru's dominance. The system confirms that he has successfully tamed this creature and can command them through lightning blood. Witnessing this unbelievable scene, the young man with purple hair exclaimed in shock, "What just happened?" Subaru simply coldly responds to the small matter like a rabbit, then continues on his way to avoid missing the livestream. With the command given, Subaru strides forward with a proud pack of wolves obediently following behind. His teammates could only stand frozen in utter amazement. They couldn't understand why the ferocious monster, once the terror of this dungeon, suddenly became so loyal and obedient to him. Subaru quietly advanced deeper into the cave with his new army. As he went further inside, he suddenly stopped, quietly observing his surroundings before muttering to himself. Seeing the treacherous terrain with blazing red cliffs and lightning bolts, he quietly assessed that this location was finally suitable to start his plan. Subaru's eyes shone coldly beneath his mask. He ordered the lightning wolves behind to attack. "It's time, shout as loud as you can." Immediately, the pack of wolves all raised their heads and let out howls that echoed through the dungeon. The choir of death calling, "Guys!" The blazing yellow lightning continuously struck down from the cliffside in response to the beast's roar, creating a terrifying scene. The loud noise stunned the young man with purple hair who was with him. He frantically shouted, "Suar, what kind of stupid thing are you doing?" From the dark cracks in the cliff, a series of bizarre creatures began to emerge. It is a legion of giant insect monsters with bright blue eyes and flapping wings, drawn by the howling and rushing forward like a flood. Seeing the encirclement, the purple-haired guy panicked, running and shouting, "Are you planning to make insect hot pot or what with this many people?" Unlike his panicked teammates, Subaru remained completely calm. He slowly drew out his demon sword, emanating a blazing red aura, and calmly declared his intention to turn this suffocating encirclement into a real hunt, because that has always been his way of working. Watching the monsters charge, Subaru coldly reminded his companions that they didn't need to worry about him at all, because with the support of the Thunderwolves, he was more than capable of handling everything himself. Too terrified, the purple-haired man stammered, "So what about their fate?" But Subaru just glances at them with contempt and clearly stated from the beginning that they are just hitchhikers. Subaru sternly ordered them to find a way to survive on their own. With that, he stood boldly amidst the howling monsters, sword clenched in his hand, ready for a bloody slaughter. Meanwhile, in a modern room, the atmosphere grew tense as Subaru's live stream was broadcast on a large screen, with the screams echoing through the space, making everyone shudder in fear. Sitting silently on the sofa, Kazuki quietly observes the battlefield through the screen, his eyes shining with seriousness as unpredictable events unfold at the Thunder Lightning Cave. Hasuka worriedly asked if it was okay to just let Subaru do as he pleased, but Joe simply replied that it was the streamer's decision and they couldn't do anything else. He pointed out that this situation was a bit different when looking at the string of registration messages filling the screen. He calls this a free ride because those guys are barely capable of cleaning the Lightning Cave themselves. He thinks that although it might be a bit troublesome, letting them come along will help avoid negative gossip from the audience. However, Joe also warned that if the reputation of this free ride spread, people would swarm around Subaru like ants to honey. Joe's eyes turned cold as he realized the young man's true intentions. Subaru is using them as a warning to everyone that they should never try to hitch a ride again. In the dark dungeon, Subaru is frantically sweeping through the monsters. The brutal slashes splattered blood everywhere as the monsters were just mobile experience points, and the system kept congratulating him on leveling up. Along with that, his strength, stamina, and focus were all boosted. Subaru stands proudly in the battlefield, his eyes shining with power behind his mask. Now around Subaru are the corpses of the Monster Legion piled high, proof of a merciless slaughter. He coldly says, "I guess no one needs to worry about me going my own way anymore, right?" During the broadcast, viewers couldn't help but be shocked by his brutality and overwhelming strength. Some admired him, while others thought his actions were excessive. Subaru stands proudly among the wreckage, gripping his bloodstained sword tightly and issuing a stern warning. Anyone who tries to cling on should prepare a coffin. Then you'd better prepare yourself. Subaru's sharp warning echoes through the screen as he stands tall in the bloodstained dungeon. Witnessing this carefully calculated display, Zu couldn't help but burst out laughing on the sofa. He realized that Subaru was not so simple as to ignore the weight of his words on the audience. Every move, every word has been carefully calculated to create the strongest possible media effect. John Tiu slightly smirked, his eyes showing genuine admiration as he reluctantly had to admit that he truly was a top-tier gamer and streamer. At this moment, Hasuka's phone kept ringing with the caller ID labeled as Annoying Boss. She hesitated before answering and trying to decline because she was busy, but John's loud shouting on the other end made her stop. This is just news about Subaru. Hasuka was stunned and asked what happened, and John too immediately pressed her to confirm whether she had told Subaru about the recruitment post on the forum. Hasuka calmly confirms yes. I already informed him. John too narrowed his eyes with a calculating look. He suspects that this entire scheme was orchestrated by Hasuka from the very beginning. Faced with his boss's assumptions, Hasuka coldly threatens, "Get to the point quickly, I don't have time to listen to your ramblings." John too quickly regained his serious demeanor. Then it's time for us to make them open their eyes and see that Subaru is backed by a powerful conglomerate with strong support behind her. Meanwhile, in the dark dungeon, the deafening howls of the Thunderwolves suddenly erupted. The wolves with electric blue fur charged wildly, attacking anyone in their sight. A fierce battle erupts, with everyone struggling to fend off deadly beast attacks. Amidst the chaos and bloodshed, a team member frantically shouts the leader Snyder's name. Snyder suddenly appears towering with a giant spear in hand, his fierce gaze full of seriousness as he faces the horde of monsters surrounding him. Amid the chaos, a member of Blue Zone is unexpectedly attacked by Loi Lang, splattering blood everywhere. He angrily turned and shouted at Snyder, "You're jealous of my talent, so you're using the wolf's hand to kill people, right?" Snyder still maintains a cold expression, his eyes hardening with determination as he silently thinks to himself, "Found you." Snyder decisively grips his weapon and delivers a powerful strike that sends the Blue Zone soldier flying to the ground, leaving him stunned and terrified. Is this guy messing with me? Meanwhile, the aggressive Loi Lang are still pouring in from all directions. Snyder without hesitation, his spear piercing through the head of a lightning wolf in an instant. Standing amidst the pile of monsters, Snyder still had to endure the sarcastic remarks from the Blue Zone soldier. "Come on, I thought you were going to do something impressive, but it turns out you're just dealing with this petty monster," Snyder ordered coldly. "Sit down." Offended, he growled. "Huh? Are you ordering me around? You've been provoking me the whole time. Fine, let's see who among us is the real threat." His words suddenly faltered as he sensed a greater danger than the wolf pack. The entire assault team is now completely surrounded by a massive pack of Thunderwolves, making the scene more chaotic than ever. What the hell is going on here? What kind of creepy stunt was that? Snyder looked back with a contemptuous gaze. "Both you and your bosses are just frogs sitting at the bottom of a well. I strongly warn the arrogant soldier to turn back immediately if he doesn't want to lose his last bit of face in front of his subordinates." Just standing there watching Snyder walk away, the Blue Zone soldier clenched his teeth and cursed in frustration. "That damn bastard." Snyder quietly advances into the darkness of the dungeon with his spear at the ready. Meanwhile, Subaru is also prepared. Its eyes behind the mask glow with threatening blue lightning as a terrifying pressure suddenly descends, and from within the rock face, a giant creature with a mouthful of sharp fangs and oozing slime appears. The system immediately confirmed the presence of the Thundermaw Lord. Confronting the terrifying monster, Subaru poured all his lightning into its body. Subaru charged forward, delivering a mighty punch straight into the terrifying body of Thundermaw. A dark surge of electricity exploded, tearing through the creature's flesh in a deafening blast that splattered slime everywhere. After quickly clearing the obstacles, Subaru slowly walks through the wreckage and ruins. From afar, Snyder silently recalls the 3 years he spent just to reach this point smoothly. However, Subaru quickly realized a cruel truth that the lightning cave had only just begun from this very moment. Standing before the majestic giant red gate with strange patterns, he quietly understood what Snyder had mentioned earlier. A true lightning cave looms ahead with towering stone pillars, exuding an overwhelming pressure. The system immediately confirms that Subaru is entering the first Thunder Gate. Standing before the giant red stone gate, Subaru quietly thought that the lightning cave was still nothing more than an ordinary dungeon. This was just the warm-up. The real game is about to begin. But according to Snyder, the real change only happens when he officially crosses this boundary. As soon as he steps forward, the system immediately announces the end of the trial and invites him to recharge his network. In front of Subaru now are blazing red reliefs depicting an ancient dragon. While the stream viewers are still debating whether they are just confusing scribbles, Snyder is reminiscing about his tough training days. He admitted that it took him more than 5 years of relentless effort to pass through this first gate. Suddenly, sharp-eyed viewers began to notice the shape of a dragon emerging within the drawing. Hey guys, the dragon in the painting just blinked at me. At that moment, the ground trembled violently. The drawings that seemed lifeless suddenly come to life. Snyder challenges, so how long do you think it will take you? Based on Subaru's lightning bright attribute, the system begins analyzing the correlation between his power and the challenge. Lightning bright is essentially the roar that shakes the heavens when lightning strikes, and ultimately, everything originates from a single source of power. Subaru wondered if the reward from this place was related to the lightning attribute he possessed. But even though they share the same system, he understood that doesn't mean their skills would work exactly the same way. Suddenly, an immense pressure erupted, shaping into a legendary creature illuminated by blue lightning that engulfed the space, and the system coldly announced the appearance of a supreme being. The judge of lightning bright Rag and Subaru stands silently, gazing up at the giant dragon emerging from the void. Snyder looks at Subaru thoughtfully and softly confirms, "You are the one who defeated the wolf warrior Greg, right?" Although he acknowledged the young man's strength, Snyder still issued a heavy warning. But it's best if you don't even dream of defeating Ro. Subaru shivered slightly as sweat streamed down his face. Feeling the suffocating pressure emanating from the supreme being before him, he silently replied, "What kind of person do you think I am?" "Snyder, you're not crazy. Who could fight against something this terrifying?" Subaru told himself that he was only fighting Greg because he was part of the mission. Ragan's challenge was truly a nightmare because it constantly changed form with each appearance. Sometimes he ruthlessly forces his target to endure tens of millions of lightning bolts striking down on their body. Other times, he seizes all 5 senses of the intruder, imprisoning them in a pitch-black, utterly lonely space. Rang can even summon giant monsters with bizarre forms, forcing players into an endless survival battle. Amidst the glowing blue aura, the formidable Ragno appears, eyes shining as he stares intently at the masked figure and asks, "Are you here to conquer or to be Dragon's prey?" Without hesitation, Subaru confidently affirmed, "That's right." His arrogant reply made the frame explode with comments both excited and sarcastic about the rookie's pride. Ragan slightly smirked, truly interesting. This ancient being declares that Subaru has proven his worth through countless previous trials. He commands with authority, "Take out what you're hiding in there." Subaru stared in shock at the arm crackling with lightning. He secretly suspects the presence of lightning traces and wonders why Snyder has never mentioned this before. Ragno strides forward, realizing that Subaru is the one who actually opened the lightning gate to get here. Looking at the glowing crystal in Subaru's palm, Ragno asked in a deep voice, "Could there be someone else who possesses this besides you?" Subaru suddenly remembered the bearded man with the lightning spear they had encountered before. But R immediately denied it, asserting that the person didn't enter by opening a portal but simply happened to pick up a crystal stone from the dungeon's energy. The genuine article speaks, the fake disappears. Subaru narrowed his eyes with determination, realizing that being the only one truly possessing lightning was entirely plausible. Ragno roars, releasing an earth-shaking pressure. "Now I will set a challenge for you." Ragno firmly orders Subaru, "Swallow it." That is the challenge. In front of him now is a lightning trace. An unknown ranked crystal formed after ancient lightning roared across the sky. Looking at the treasure shining in his hand, Subaru couldn't help but hesitate over its immense value. Even the stream viewers started teasing that he was planning to sell it for a luxurious life, but in reality, he was about to face an ultimate pain. Facing this risky choice, Subaru narrows his eyes and questions whether he should continue gambling on this game or not. He understands that overcoming Ragan's challenge doesn't mean he will receive a reward more worthy than this crystal itself. Knowing that swallowing such pure energy is extremely wasteful, Subaru had already planned to keep it for the next challenge from the beginning. Seeing the enormous dragon entity looming ahead, he told himself that retreating now would be truly shameful. His pride is higher than the tower, and moreover, it would be an embarrassment that Lamnon could hardly repair. Without hesitation, Subaru decisively swallows the trace of lightning into his stomach. The system immediately issues a shocking notification. You have swallowed the trace of lightning. The challenge of the gate now begins inside your body. This challenge is a bit difficult to digest. A fierce bolt of lightning erupts from within, causing Subaru's eyes to bulge in horror and pain as the power of thunder seems to tear his body apart from the inside. turning him into a center of destruction. While Subaru is writhing in his fight against death, in his private room, Hasuka is furiously shouting at the screen, "Do you know how much that stone is worth?" She was taken aback because of her greed, knowing full well that Subaru is also someone extremely obsessed with money. Although she scolds him outwardly, Hasuka's eyes reveal her extreme worry. She silently prays that he will come through this disaster safely. Hasuka quickly grabbed her phone and contacted someone named Kiyoharu. "Hello, Kiyoharu. I'm almost there," the other end responds casually. "Are you there now, Tra? I guess that place is also close to you." Hasuka sat silently in the dark room, her intense eyes fixed on the glowing phone. She answered with a serious expression. "Hey, what's going on the other end of the line?" Kyo asked, trembling. "I sincerely apologize, but I have no intention of forgiving you."
This is your last chance. If you can't do it, don't show your face to me.
Deep down, she was desperately thinking, "You know how desperate I am, right?" With a sigh, Hasuka coldly left her farewell. "All right, good luck with the supervision." She sat quietly at her desk, her eyes fixed on the name tag reading Karu with a calculating look. Meanwhile, somewhere else, a young man with purple hair stared in shock at the screen and exclaimed in utter disbelief, "No way!" The scene suddenly shifts to the 5th floor, home to the forging god Buren. Amid the blazing sunset, a magnificent and pristine palace appears, exuding majesty. Subaru strolled slowly across the large courtyard, glancing up at the ancient architecture and quietly remarking, "Old house indeed. But why do I feel a bit of stomach pain today?" But the nostalgia was quickly shattered as the system announced the lightning trial had officially begun inside him. Fierce blue lightning bolts erupted, engulfing Subaru's figure. His eyes blazed with a golden-yellow intensity, veins bulging as evidence of devastating destruction. The system continuously reports that the trace of lightning has settled within your body, and the mana has increased by 1. Subaru grits his teeth as his exhaustion level keeps jumping from 67 to 73. Amidst the bone-deep pain, he felt a fierce heartbeat relentlessly destroying the tiniest meridians in his body. This time, the sensation was completely opposite to before. Something was squeezing and blocking the flow of magic, preventing Subaru from moving as he wished. The system keeps warning that the lightning trace is spreading and starting to take control of his body. Subaru grits his teeth bitterly, feeling death approaching. "You're too greedy. Now it's choking you to the neck. Save me." Suddenly, another surge of energy erupts from deep within. The system reports that the lightning heart is fiercely resisting the trace of lightning. Subaru is stunned to realize this strange resonance, questioning himself. Wasn't it just a mere piece of equipment? Although the magic power increased, his exhaustion level reached 81, causing him to collapse. These two sources of power seem similar, but their nature is completely different. A flash of light sparks in his mind, and Subaru realizes that the true hint from the judge is not to swallow the crystal, but to swallow the entire lightning heart to achieve balance. Without hesitation, he raises the single crystal to his mouth and swallows it. An apocalyptic energy battle erupts inside his body, causing the surrounding lightning to explode with unprecedented ferocity. The savage power from both lightning sources clashes, creating a pillar of light that shakes the entire space. From within the blazing golden lightning, the majestic figure of a giant dragon gradually appears, enveloping Subaru's small form. Facing the towering judge, Ragno slightly smirks, satisfied, and speaks. "Wait until you're done eating or my neck will get tired from looking up." A catastrophic surge of energy erupts, turning the space into a raging sea of lightning. Amidst the storm, Subaru stands tall with his blazing white hair and powerful golden eyes. Right in his chest, the thunder core beats fiercely, radiating a blinding light of ultimate power. Subaru painfully clutches his chest where the thunder heart keeps resonating. And witnessing this scene, Rose softly speaks, "What a waste to use such good stuff for destruction, not even bothering to comment on you guys." This ancient entity mocks Subaru's shortcomings but also admits to them. Still, realizing it on his own is quite meaningful. Subaru drops to his knees on the ground, his breath ragged and exhausted. He shouts out in his fatigue, "Are you joking with me? I almost lost my life in there." Ragn appears majestically amidst the lightning bolts. He confidently states that even the previous Lightning Lord couldn't tame this. However, the gaze of the giant dragon entity showed clear anticipation as it looked at the young man. "But this time, I have high hopes for you." Immediately, a blazing golden aura from our end surged directly into Subaru's body, causing the system to continuously notify of level-ups. The lightning skill gradually surpassed level 3, level 4, and finally reached level 5 in a burst of divine power. The rank of the lightning skill has officially been raised to S, a level far beyond all expectations. Meanwhile, at the dungeon entrance, the atmosphere suddenly grew eerily silent. Captain Snyder and his warriors stood stunned as the terrifying lightning phenomenon suddenly vanished before their eyes. Snyder stared into the void, his face dirtied and filled with shock and disbelief as he exclaimed, "It's gone!" Snyder and his team were stunned to see that the dragon painting on the cliff had completely disappeared. The soldier with the pointed head asked nervously, "Captain, does this place seem too empty? Or is it just me feeling that way? The dragon has disappeared, and now I'm going to be late for the exam." Snyder stared intently at the empty cliff face, his eyes narrowing with deep thought. "I haven't even started the test yet. Someone must have sneaked in here before us and meddled in this." The Blue Zone soldier with him looked shocked and asked nervously, What? Is there someone else besides us? Don't tell me that's Subaru. He started to lose patience, shouting that he didn't care whether it was a dragon fight or a dragon tattoo. What mattered was to act quickly before someone else snatched the prize. He was panicking. Are you planning to let him take all the rewards before we get there? Snyder suddenly stopped, glanced at him disdainfully, and asked back, Do you think I came all this way just for those rewards? Contrary to his teammates' worries, Snyder smiled mysteriously, quietly realizing that everything was finally starting to change as someone else truly reached the very edge of the lightning vortex. Snyder stepped forward, approaching the blue zone soldier with a chilling aura. He warned in a stern voice, If you're enjoying this, anyone who wants to challenge the suffocating pressure should speak up now. That guy could only tremble and answer, All right, I understand. To break the tense atmosphere, the blue zone soldier quickly spoke to reassure that there's no need to rush. He recounted how he once faced Subaru in a tournament and was defeated with a single slash, then sneered, claiming that even if there were two Subarus, they wouldn't easily overcome the challenges ahead, always guessing wrong but speaking confidently. Snyder confidently leads the army deeper into the darkness, sternly reminding everyone to stay alert. If we want to witness the conquest of the first lightning volcano in history, the prerequisite is to stay alive. The blue zone soldier behind looks on with a suspicious and fearful gaze. He wondered if that guy even intended to personally face the challenge and what kind of hell awaited them ahead. The entire group stands silently before the massive stone gate radiating a threatening crimson aura. Behind the fiery red stone door, the true destination of the final lightning vortex is finally revealed. Snyder silently thought, Subaru must have already crossed this boundary and been behind that door for a long time. The system announced they had officially entered the second lightning gate, revealing a majestic dark hall with a long path leading straight to a towering spire. A jagged throne exuding suffocating pressure sits at the center of the hall. The system issues a mysterious command. Sit on the throne. Snyder quietly led the army forward, but upon closer inspection of the scene, he grimaced and concluded, Subaru isn't here, probably off on his own. The blue zone soldier with a stunned expression asked again what that statement meant, but Snyder remained firm in asserting that Subaru was not present here. Angered, the others shouted at Snyder to stop mentioning Subaru and suggested that the opponent was probably just sitting on the throne, then continued to move deeper inside. Snyder immediately denied it, saying it was impossible. When his teammate questioned him, he quietly stepped forward, his eyes fixed intently on the empty space ahead with a cautious expression. Suddenly, the system issued a blazing red warning that they had trespassed into the throne's territory. A giant blue lightning pillar suddenly descended from the high ceiling, causing a deafening explosion that shattered the entire assault formation. Amidst the raging lightning, the system announces the presence of the Guardian. The Thunderbolt Knight appears. A towering warrior in shining silver armor crackling with lightning emerges from the void, ready to crush intruders. Seeing the presence of this terrifying entity, a member of Blue Zone exclaimed in shock, Is the Lightning Knight the boss of this area? How can a human turn into a monster? If it's a boss, it can take any form. Snyder silently looks ahead. He knows that no one can go further unless they defeat this Guardian. Deep in Snyder's heart, memories of his past failure come flooding back with haunting intensity. It's him, the unbreakable wall you've faced before, an existence no one has been able to overcome in the past 10 years. The true identity of that entity shone brightly amidst the blue lightning. Lightning Knight Puss Snyder recalled that it was the name he used to introduce himself when they faced each other. It's clear that this is the first time the Lightning Knight has revealed his true identity to someone brave enough to challenge him. Sitting in the tavern, Snyder quietly shares with Subaru about this strange coincidence. He wondered if it was possible for two different people to exist but share the same name, and since both are challenges linked to lightning, it makes the most sense to consider them as one. But Snyder still couldn't understand why this secret had never been revealed before, even though Peleus' name was already very famous. He claimed to be the only one who knew the true identity of the Lightning Knight, but it wasn't until that life or death moment that he truly realized who he really was. Looking at Subaru, Snyder firmly believed that his lightning skills and that Lightning Knight were definitely connected. That's why he had hoped Subaru would appear before he arrived here, but it didn't turn out as he expected. Returning to the dark hall, the clanking of Peleus' armored footsteps echoed coldly on the icy stone floor. Is it the boss again? Haven't seen his face in 10 years. Snyder and his allies grip their weapons tightly. Peleus narrows his eyes, looking at the group, and asks if he's waiting for a lover or someone else. As his face shows anticipation, your brother Snyder admits that the opponent quickly grasped the situation. No, I still haven't found what I've been waiting for. Snyder clenched his sword handle and silently thought to himself. Immediately, he calmly ordered the entire army to surround him, block his escape routes, and the soldiers charged forward, closing in on the Lightning Knight, emanating a threatening blue spiritual energy. But sensing the danger approaching, Snyder shouted in panic, "Stop right now!" He knew that rushing in blindly would only cause more unnecessary casualties, but it was already too late. A strike-wielding thunderous power tore through space, causing the vanguard to fall in an instant. Snyder stood still, sweat pouring down as he watched his comrades fall easily. He bitterly realized that those cheap tricks wouldn't work against the Lightning Knight. Snyder's eyes blazed with worry as he witnesses the overwhelming power of his opponent. Ignoring the warning, a warrior with long hair shouts fiercely, "Stop rambling. If you're too afraid to do it, let me handle it. I'm confident, but limited in skill." He crazily charges forward, putting all his strength into a direct clash with Puss. A blazing explosion of spiritual energy erupted as his sword struck the Lightning Knight's thunderous armor, but overwhelmed by the suffocating power of the lightning, he could only grit his teeth and utter a bitter cry. Damn it, when pushed back completely by the raging electric current, waking up in the dark cave with a blood-stained face, Subaru softly groans as he feels the stabbing pain running through his body. Looking at the dried bloodstains on the cracked mask, he wondered if he had slept too deeply and woken up with a face full of bruises. On the other side of the screen, nearly 12,000 viewers kept leaving sarcastic comments about his fainting brand. Some even bluntly told him to quickly reconnect with Howie if he planned to faint again. Subaru recalled the explosive effect from their previous collaboration. He realizes that teaming up with someone like Hai, who has a huge audience, is the perfect stepping stone to achieve even greater success. Glancing at his still-charged mischievous hand, he mutters to himself, "Fine, I'll join in then." The status panel appears with tense readings. Although at level 37, Subaru's exhaustion has reached 71. This alarmed him, but Subaru quickly steadied his mind. "All right, I need to refocus and keep going." Meanwhile, in the Dark Hall, the confrontation between Snyder and the Lightning Knight has entered its most brutal phase, with blue lightning tearing through space as Snyder's spear clashes head-on with his opponent's thunderous sword. Snyder unleashes all his lightning power, delivering powerful purple slashes to break through the sturdy defenses. The clashes produce dazzling sparks, showing the terrifying pressure both are exerting in a Quachkin Thiendong Dia move. He silently thought, 10 years of training and I'm still just a punching bag for others to practice on, when suddenly the subordinate standing behind him sneered. He ruthlessly asserts that he is nothing more than a tool, a bait meant only to provoke the captain's pride. The Lightning Knight doesn't give him a moment to think, continuing to swing his sword in relentless attacks. In the moment of danger, Subaru's figure reappeared in Snyder's mind. He wondered about the one who had defeated him. The continuous clashes make Snyder grit his teeth and endure. It hurts so much, the price of 10 years of perseverance is a bit bitter. Snyder realizes he is still completely powerless against his opponent's overwhelming strength. Despite having fought for 10 long years, he begins to feel exhausted. He wondered how many more minutes he could hold on. He estimated at most 2 minutes, or maybe just a fleeting one. Around him, his comrades are repeatedly pushed back and fall beneath the blue sword of the Thunder Knight, creating a heartbreaking scene. With no way out, Snyder decides to bet everything on one final move. If that's the case, I will pour all my essence into this final blow. I unleash all my remaining strength in a direct collision. But as soon as the weapons meet, the opponent's weapon easily blocks it. Lightning Knight Puss saw through his effort and gently commented, quite impressed that he had been practicing for 10 years. But just before the final blow descended, a sudden burst of blazing golden lightning erupted, stopping the confrontation with a deafening explosion. Vale recoiled in shock, narrowing his eyes in suspicion as a figure emerged from the thick smoke. Subaru, battered and covered in wounds, yet still radiating with the fierce glow of golden lightning that continued to rage violently. Subaru glided past Snyder, who was collapsing, and coldly ordered, "Step back!" With his current condition, staying here would only be a hindrance, so without giving the enemy time to recover, Subaru charged forward. The ghostly sword clashes directly with Peleus' lightning blade, causing shockwaves throughout the hall. Amid sparks flying, Subaru calmly greets, "Hello, Master. I'm here to settle the score with my sword." The ultimate confrontation leaves onlookers stunned with terror as a trembling soldier stammers, "What is happening here?" Despite the chaos around him, Subaru kept his eyes fixed on the knight and affirmed, "I have heard everything." Facing his benefactor, the Lightning Knight slowly raised his hand to remove his heavy helmet. He spoke in a deep voice. "I'm not sure if you still remember this face in your memory, so I'd like to greet you in the most respectful way possible." As the iron armor was removed, a terrifying figure appeared, leaving everyone watching the livestream stunned and horrified. "It's me, Puss!" Half of Peleus' face has now decayed. The audience kept leaving heartbreaking and amazed comments. Is that really Peleus? What happened to his appearance? What has he been through to look like this? Peleus looked at Subaru with a respectful gaze. "I didn't know where you had gone after that moment, but I always believed that as long as we came to this place, we would meet again someday." Subaru stood silently, a deep sorrow filling his heart as he wondered how much time had passed since that day. Peleus concluded that he truly was a person from another world. I myself can no longer tell the exact time, as I stopped counting after 100 years had passed. He quickly realized that Subaru did not belong here because the lightning trials are tests that can be repeated as many times as desired. Subaru asked in shock, "What happened to the villagers? And why does your appearance look so battered now?" Painful memories flashed through Peleus' mind like blazing flames. After Subaru left, the giants' rampages continued without pause, and eventually the entire village was completely razed. Puss choked back tears and said, "I am the only survivor. I swore to become as powerful as you, my benefactor." Therefore, he tirelessly searched for the kind of power Subaru once possessed, and only at the very end did he find the path to this cave and discover that immense energy. But the price he had to pay for someone unworthy of touching that power was far more cruel than he had ever imagined. Peleus admits bitterly that his greed for the best gear has left me blind now. He even bears a curse that prevents him from leaving this cave even a step away. Peleus stands tall amidst the lightning, sword planted in the ground, and declares, "I can only patiently wait for the day I return." Under the silent night, Asaji's footsteps slowly glide over the tall grass. Her heart was heavy with thoughts. She sighed softly, thinking that maybe he would get angry when he found out about this. Asaji's eyes filled with sadness. She bitterly realized that the problem wasn't that she couldn't retrieve the relic, but that she had chosen not to do so. Lost in her torment, Asaji suddenly froze. Her eyes widened with suspicion as she sensed a familiar pressure emanating from ahead. Asaji hurried toward the old wooden house, now shrouded in icy blue blocks. Seeing the ruined scene before her, she worriedly thought, "Oh, he's really angry now." Asaji cautiously approached, gently squeezing through the crack in the frozen stone door to observe what was happening inside. She held her breath, sweat streaming down her face as she watched the raging spiritual energy continue to destroy the room. Asaji summoned her courage and slipped past the sharp ice shards to step inside. As soon as she stepped in, a powerful burst of spiritual energy blasted her backward, almost hitting her with shards of ice. She shouted in panic, "That's enough! Are you trying to kill me?" The dry sound of footsteps echoes steadily on the stone floor. From the darkness, a tall figure with long silver hair steps out confidently, calling her name like a hunter calling his prey. Under the overwhelming pressure from the opponent, Asaji was left stunned in horror. The silver-haired man gritted his teeth and said, "You are right. I should pay with my life." Too frightened by my teammates' extremism, I quickly bowed my head and hurriedly waved my hand, saying, "Sorry, wait a moment. I should sincerely apologize." He was straightforward, and I deliberately let him have it, right? Asaji hesitated to deny, but faced with his sharp gaze, she had to bow her head and admit it. Yes. Asaji gazed into the distance, his sad golden eyes revealing that although he couldn't see his face, the feeling the young man gave off was exactly like Subaru from the past. So he let him keep it, probably not the type to just stick things in randomly. Seeing Asaji's remorseful expression, Yenika softly spoke. "I understand, father. I really have caused her a lot of hardship. Since she's safe now, let's just call it even. Are you happy? Will you forgive me?" But Yanaka coldly turned away and added, "Clean up the house." The statement drove Asaji into a rage. She shouted in frustration because it was him who had destroyed the house into a pile of ice. Meanwhile, in the dungeon, the warriors were stunned by the opponent's overwhelming power. Could this really be the third floor? If the monster team wants to play, let them play alone. It's really intense, guys. Snyder struggles to hold on, realizing that the Lightning Knight has no weaknesses at all. Amidst the raging storm of lightning, Subaru is desperately facing Peleus' deadly sword strikes. Snyder quietly analyzes, realizing Peleus' biggest weakness is that he is blind. Subaru thought to himself that if he could completely conceal his aura, he would find an opening to counterattack. At this moment, the system kept flashing bright red alerts as Subaru's weakness point reached 81. Suddenly, Sora Slider's lightning spear pierced straight into his hand. He coldly declared, just in time, and prepared to deliver the decisive finishing blow. Despite his severe injuries, Puss stubbornly roared, "I still have more?" The other arm, a blue electric current erupted fiercely around the Lightning Knight's body as he tried to summon his last ounce of strength. But Subaru saw through everything early on. He's still young and inexperienced, so he immediately activated the flying cloud step. Now you can move in the air for 3 seconds. Seizing that brief moment, Subaru leapt into the air, escaping his opponent's control amid Peleus' surprise. A colossal pillar of golden lightning descended from above, like a final judgment, engulfing the Lightning Knight's body completely. A deafening explosion tears through space, shattering the ground amid clouds of dust and streaks of blazing yellow lightning. My benefactor, I am sorry for troubling you until the very end. Peleus' second form begins to dissolve into mysterious blue sparks as he softly smiles, looking towards Subaru. Thank you, sir. At last, he can rest in peace. Below, Snyder and his team are stunned as they witness the horrifying scene unfold. A sword suddenly flashes past his face, and Van's cold, ice-like demeanor makes others hesitant. Watching his victory, the Blue Zone soldier angrily shouted, "So what's different about this battle compared to Snyder's earlier one that it has to be like this?" The bald guy just can't stand that long-haired bastard using such dirty tricks. Seeing that Subaru is exhausted, he loudly urges his companions. When Narukami Subaru is drained, that's our chance. Attack him together now. Seeing the soldier still standing still, Nao shouted angrily, "Do you hear me now? So he is the one your esteemed leader has been tracking all along. Kill him quickly and end this conflict." He smugly notices Subaru panting heavily and quietly thinks. Since he shows no signs of using lightning, he's definitely exhausted. If we take advantage of that, Na turns to Snyder. "Snyder, what are you still doing standing there? Your chance for revenge is right in front of you." Looking at his injured arm, Snyder coldly refused. "Don't be stupid. If you want to die, go alone." "Why are you dragging me into this?" Nato, furious and threatening with rewards and guild punishments, but Snyder calmly replied, "What are you talking about? That reward clearly belongs to him. Besides, I joined the Shadow Clan to conquer Thundermotion. I don't care about the guild's affairs." Seeing that he couldn't rely on Snyder, Nato immediately changed his attitude. approaching Subaru with a fake smile. Hey Narukami, I have an exciting offer for you. He desperately tries to persuade Subaru to join the Lamb Clan with the promise of returning all the rewards and securing a position equal to the flag's half. In his mind, Nayo secretly plans. At first I planned to take the lightning and strengthen my position, but I have to give up. Right now, I need to keep this guy close. Naoto confidently asked, so with this proposal we won't have to fight each other anymore, right? In response to that expectation, Subaru simply looked at him coldly and asked back, "Why do you think that?" Facing the smug expression of the opponent, Subaru decisively declared, "Your proposal doesn't interest me. Since when did your sword slash him? I bid farewell to the old man." Subaru stands proudly in the middle of the battlefield, his cold gaze fixed on the defeated opponent before turning to the other side. "Snyder, are you joining us too?" Even wounded, Snyder calmly replied, "More importantly, I want to know what's there." When asked, "So are you going with me?" "What is it?" "Are you afraid?" Snyder firmly ordered, turning to his brothers who had been with him for 10 years. "Everyone, help Quan go." Despite the surprise protest, he firmly states this is his order and also his final request as a leader to his comrades. Seeing his brothers tearful, Snyder suddenly drew his sword and stabbed himself in the leg. "There's one more thing. What about this?" Witnessing the extreme resilience of the man before him, Subaru quietly admits he's the perfect partner, doesn't he? Despite his battered body, wounds, and blood streaming down, Snyder still strides forward, making Subaru question himself. What should we do now? While the audience keeps praising a true man who is already qualified, Subaru decisively makes his choice. Both of them silently head towards the center of the throne hall where the Thunder King awaits. That is the Thunder Throne, the legendary throne shimmering within the electric fog. In front of the stunned witnesses, Subaru slowly ascends the stone steps and confidently takes the highest seat. Immediately, a fierce surge of spiritual energy erupts. Subaru's eyes blaze with authority as the cold system issues a shocking announcement. "You have taken the vacant throne." As Subaru sits down, a terrifying surge of lightning erupts, engulfing the entire hall. His eyes blazed with fierce golden light, sweat streaming down as his body strained to resist the raging energy tearing through his bones. Amidst the chaos, Subaru was stunned inwardly as a distant memory suddenly surfaced in his mind. In a dark and silent palace space, a giant glowing door suddenly swung open, breaking the gloomy atmosphere of the hall. A figure in shining golden armor strode in. The heavy sound of iron heels striking the stone floor echoes with majesty along the red carpet, revealing a young man with long red hair and fiery eyes, exuding the aura of a regal and powerful ruler. He looked at the throne and admitted in a deep voice, "I cannot withstand the power of lightning in my current state." With a determined expression, he affirmed that he was not yet worthy to sit on that highest position, but declared firmly, "So I cannot sit on that throne. One day, I will return as a worthy vessel." He turned his back and walked toward the blinding light of the door, leaving behind a mysterious message. "I am here to tell you that." "Father?" The figure of the red-haired warrior gradually disappears into the glow, leaving the ancient hall in silence. As Subaru sat down, the throne suddenly shattered under immense pressure, causing the ground around it to collapse into ruins. And amidst the debris and thick dust, viewers' comments kept popping up with suspicion. It collapsed the moment he sat down. It didn't look like anything special. Things heavier than you think. Subaru was stunned to realize that the viewers watching the stream couldn't see the scene he just experienced. Do they not see that part of the story, huh? Subaru struggles to get up amidst the wreckage. A glowing blue energy sphere suddenly appears and hovers right in front of him. The audience starts to get excited, demanding to see the item. Subaru clenched his hand around the dazzling beam. The system immediately announced, "You have completed the Thunderbolt strike. You have received the Hollow Heart of Thunderbolt." Along with this achievement, Subaru immediately leveled up 3 times, with his strength, agility, stamina, and focus stats significantly increased. However, the Hollow Heart of Lightning artifact displayed an unknown rank and classification, leaving viewers curious about its true function. Looking at the gift in his hand, Subaru sighed softly, the reward a bit disappointing given the difficulty of the test. But then a sudden guess flashed in his mind, causing him to pause. Wait, could it be the same type as the Lightning Heart? Just then, Snyder stepped forward into the wreckage and exclaimed in shock, "What just happened? What exactly is this?" Seeing the glowing item that just appeared from the dust in Subaru's hand, Snyder couldn't help but wonder what it really was. Seeing that Subaru is also passionate, Snyder sighs softly and says, "Even you don't know." He looks at Subaru with a complicated expression. If even he doesn't know, then there's nothing more to say. If you want to see the results of 10 years of dedication, you'll probably have to watch your stream. Subaru remained as composed as ever and replied casually, "The results? Well, we've only just begun." Subaru reminded Snyder that he was also about to leave this floor and casually walked away with a practical demand. "If you're going to watch, at least donate some rice and porridge." He thought to himself that it was time to finish his last remaining task. Snyder looked at Subaru, who was engrossed in his tablet, and couldn't help but comment, "So that's the first thing you do after finishing the lightning move? You're really strange." Ignoring the comment, Subaru just focused on the numbers dancing on the screen. The system keeps announcing huge donations. Villain gifted you 20,000. Boss Fast gifted you 10,000 C. Subaru's eyes show clear satisfaction. He softly thanks everyone for staying until the end. Although the audience continues to express their regret and send messages to persuade him to stay, Subaru firmly announces that today's stream ends here. The device screen suddenly went dark with the words Naruka's Subaru has ended the live stream.